Hey there, I'm Cyberchroma, and welcome back to another stream where we are continuing to work on my game, The Handyman with Unicycle. So, first, this is a thing that working on between streams, just a placeholder for our rides to repair. That's the fail thing. Yeah. Go to play mode and then back in. Which, like, this I'd still consider to be very, very, early and placeholdery and all that, but as an example ride thing that is tricky to set up, this has gone through, a lot of pain and suffering. Now, it, another example of, just more... What am I trying to say? So, the rides that repair in this game, they used to just be a big old cylinder as a placeholder thing. And while I still consider this to be placeholdery, it's slightly less placeholdery and better communicates the idea of what it's meant to be, rather than just a giant cylinder. So, yeah, that's a thing. But then also, in making this specific thing, it had issues with that it's not just like, oh, a thing I'm making in Blender or whatever. It has gameplay stuff that I gotta worry about, and that's been causing its own issues. One thing is just like how it turns. Also, hello, Fanberg. Hi. All right. Hello. Hi. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, we're just getting started here. Just showing off the thing I was working on earlier today, and it be coming along well. Made one of this kind of circus ride that I think can go under many names, usually called a scrambler or an egg scrambler kind of thing. Anyway, this is just like, I don't know, of all the different rides I could make, like Ferris wheels and anything else, this is what I wanted to make as a first attempt at making a circus ride for this game, but still kind of a generic placeholdery kind of thing. Even color scheme wise, I don't know what it'll look like in the final thing or whatever, but who knows. Anyway, but one thing with this though is that it's a turning thing that has a bunch of turning things, and with if you make humans in animated stuff, you can go all crazy with proportions and whatnot, blah blah blah, and you can here hypothetically. But there's a degree of, if things aren't the right length, then when the seat spins around, it'll be going through this, or the seats, as they go between here to make sure they weren't clipping into each other and all that. Yeah, it's got to make sure the thing was big enough and long enough that it does all of what it needs to do. Also, just the seats being big enough to hypothetically fit two people. When I kind of had initially built this, they're super small. I was trying to initially stick to where is my ride prefab? Hold on 1 second. Over here and here. Have the old placeholder thing here. Wow, giant cylinder. Was trying to stick with making a ride that fit how big it was before, which was this big or something. But that wasn't going to work for this. It needs to be bigger to do what it needs to do, which is just a thing I gotta care about. Furthermore, there's other gameplay practicality stuff that this needs to do. I don't know what I'm trying to say. In my game, rides break and you gotta repair them. So visually communicating to the player is an important thing, that I gotta, care about, what will this look like when it's, breaking in a way that's, looks good visually and all that sort of stuff, versus completely broken beyond the point of repair, big ball flamed or whatever. What does it look like when you're actually repairing it, and how I want to handle that, and do I want it to be different from ride to ride? Whether it's here's this, ride that's breaking, and you can just enter it from any side. You hold down the fix button, and then it just becomes a puff of smoke as it's repairing, and then whatever. Or do I want you to be able to actually enter the thing and go up to some control panel or whatever, and that's what you interact with? That's stuff that I'm considering, and again, could be different on a ride by ride basis. I also got to handle collision wise. Do I just surround the thing in a big invisible wall so you can't go inside it while it's running, or try to have things be proper collision everywhere that's all moving around? That can have its own issues of wonky physics things. And for this specific ride, just putting up a gate seems to work well enough, but in my game, there's gonna be a lot of, with a lot of speed, going up walls, going off ramps, and all that stuff. You could potentially fall onto a ride from above, and like, how do I handle that collision-wise, and blah, blah, blah. Gotta, you know, a lot of little things to figure out beyond just making it look pretty. That is, yeah, a whole thing I'm gonna still have to just figure out, and will potentially change on a ride-by-ride basis. Even just the small thing of, to make this design kind of work, even as a placeholder thing, it had to be a lot bigger than the just pure cylinder model that I had in it before. And like, that could potentially be a problem if I don't account for it early enough. In over here, all of our planning stuff for our first real level, I currently have slotted in that there's going to be 12 circus rides in this, and a lot of them are very close together. And initially it's like, you know, they could probably be all around the same side. I'll figure out which ones they're going to be later. Attempting to do that could potentially be an issue where, you know, if it's a lot bigger than I expect it to be, then problem. That ride that we were just looking at is a big cylinder thing. If you have like a Ferris wheel that can be more like rectangular base, but then being really tall, then like that's a thing to consider. Anyways, yeah, so that's just like when we get to, we're still, I'd say, a little bit far away from actually working in this scene and building our first real level, even with all the hazards and obstacles and all that sort of stuff. But it is a thing that like I had considered before, but only in starting to build that placeholder, more so considered like, oh, there's a lot more little things that affect the gameplay that I didn't account for as much as I should be, I guess. So that's just, I don't know, me rambling away about, yeah, stuff I'm gonna have to worry about eventually. Now, obviously, so like right here, there's like row of stuff. Also, I'll catch up on messages in a second. I'm just finishing my thought here. You know, we're gonna have like different rides, of course. This is just the first one I've happened to have made. So 12 rides for this level. That could hypothetically mean I'm making 12 unique circus ride things. Although I imagine some are gonna be getting reused from level to level, and even different types of. Like, I'm using circus ride as a very generic term. I just mean anything that would be a thing to be repaired that can have, like, a health bar going down. So this could be, like, a food truck or something. Like, carnival games, you know, throw the hoop into the thing, whatever, like, win a prize. Like, that kind of stuff is also, can be a part of this. I use circus ride as a very generic term for this. Like, just things to repair that, yeah. Anyway, yeah. I'm struggling a bit with the abstract syntax tree right now. Unfortunate, yeah, not good. Turns out I don't know the nuances in the different names. Oh boy, fun. Yeah, best of luck with that. You're having trouble with that? I'll have some struggles with this. Although, like now in what we're doing in today's stream, we're gonna deviate away from this stuff. This is just stuff I was working on and thinking about earlier today, and blah blah blah. Even just some like Blender side stuff of how I can best like only design one seat and have it go to the rest in a way that wasn't gonna be a big pain. Link duplicates are a thing, and that is kind of what I have set up right now. But then like if I want to say like, oh, you know, redesign the proportions of the whole thing and you know, have it be a wider spin, like that's more complicated and annoying to do in Blender than it ought to be, but like, oh well, you know, deal with it as best I can. And even like, well, like right now this doesn't look that good. It's, you know, made of basic shapes and whatnot. Eventually it'll ideally get to the point of being more polished with textures and whatnot, but I'm most realizing that I want to like hold off on that a little bit until I more specifically fine-tune more of the gameplay aspects of what needs to happen. If I went off of like the size and proportions that it used to be before I brought it into Unity and perfectly polished that up and it would look amazing, bring it into here and it does not fit what it needs to do gameplay wise at all, then of course that's a big problem. So, you know, gameplay first, like figure out the right balance between functionally doing what it needs to do and also looking pretty, even in terms of like visual effects and stuff like that. Anyways, so yeah, but okay, so to deviate away from this stuff, what I actually want to be working on today is all the way up here, where we can see the handiwork from last time. Our cannons are working. Actually, no, well, what we're gonna be working on is stuff with this inner harbor world that I'm looking at right now, but just to kind of recap stuff from last stream, we were working on this. Look at those cannons go! We have this scene, collection of scenes has 3 cannons in it. There's this one here. There's the other two you just saw. The level end spring that copies a lot of the cannon code. It's close enough. Yeah, we were. Oh, right. Oh, that's broken. I forgot that hold on. Actually, let me just deviate real quick. Is that how big the rides were? I shoved them all down and extended this little just strip of gameplay mechanics. Forgot about this stuff. Let me just quickly blam and. Are you gonna select just what I want? Hold on. And up you go. That's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Anywho, okay, so of our cannons, yeah, that need to do different things. Look at it go. The camera is smooth. The player goes in the arc they are supposed to. It all looks nice and grand. We like land properly. We aren't randomly like landing on our side and a lot of little stuff there. Fixed and awesome. Cool. So today, what I want to look into, 2 things, well, kind of 3 main things. We'll see how far we get. This screen here, when we, like, this is supposed to be like a screenshot of a level in our hub world to, you know, hit confirm, you go into that level. Ignore that the screenshot itself is really bad. I gotta take, like, a better placeholder screenshot that just isn't as dark. But, like, the idea is it's just a picture of somewhere in the level, like, whatever. And then, like, a title up top, and there are strikes thing at the bottom that I also gotta, at some point, just recontextualize, like, the wording of that. It's essentially like, oh, you beat the level, and how many strikes did you still have when you beat the level? That I might reword into some kind of reputation point-esque thing, but I'll get there. So the camera here is messed up. The camera is, like, right now the camera's randomly looking at the sky. It didn't used to be like that. We have there's more of a specific angle that's supposed to happen with this that was there on the old player, but, you know, ain't here right now. Oh, the camera's, like, jittering in a fun way. Interesting. But you just can't tell because it's, like, looking up at the sky. That, you know, not supposed to happen. Yeah, the camera's supposed to be looking in a more specific direction. The player right now isn't moving. The player is supposed to move to a particular direction where, if I recall correctly, the player's supposed to still be kind of on screen, like they're looking at the thing just like we, the user, are, is the idea. Also, this thing, when you switch from normal mode to the hard mode, I don't know why, but this text, like, slants for some weird reason. So, like, that's a thing that didn't used to happen that now is. I actually don't remember, like, whether I designed this where it is intentionally supposed to be slanted, and then it does a weird switch. So, whatever needs to happen, it needs to be consistent. So, we're going to look at this in 2, I guess 3 steps, is that fixing the camera first so we can even just see the player, fix the camera, fix the player, and then if this text issue doesn't resolve itself, that's like a extra 3rd thing that hopefully won't be that bad. I have a hunch that this weird leaning text thing has to do with the camera being skewed, but yeah, we'll see if that fixes itself or not. Oh, and then also when you cancel out of it, the player itself is supposed to, like, back up away from it. Right now, they don't, so that's kind of a 4th thing that might be solved as we deal with just the other player stuff of them moving in the right place. Yeah, so that's a thing. There's like 4 little things, all in thing number 1 I want to do today, which is just fix this whole menu interaction that used to be working and now is not. Thing number 2 is going to be, when we actually press the confirm button, the hub world moves away to go to next level. And, you know, as you see here, it massively does not work correctly. And that's because moving platforms are not set up to be working on our current player at all. And, you know, we need to do that. So, over here, we have moving platforms. Oh, no, if I can open around across this properly. We have moving platforms that, I mean, the moving platforms themselves work still because that's code that has nothing to do with the player, but, you know, we don't follow moving platforms at all, and that's the thing we need to do. So, that's thing number 2 is get moving platforms operational, and then thing number 3 is the hub world being a special case of this moving platform. That being thing number 3. That might all solve itself nicely, but if I eventually want to be able to have like a moving platform in the hub world and not, you know, cause a big old commotion there, then, you know, like, we'll see. We get to, you know, making that all work. Anyways, yeah, like, I don't know how to differentiate a term and expression. All I memorize, I memorize how to use this stuff. I don't know how it actually works. I know how the assembly works more than the syntax of the programming language. Oh boy. Yeah. Sounds fun. Yeah, yikes. Yeah, it definitely seems like a problem. What is Oh, sorry. Distracted by what these are. This is where the hub world starts. It's like entry point and exit point for... No. Oh, no, there's 3. This is the entry point where the hub world goes. Like, where it's offset relative to the level is. If I moved it over here, maybe able to see in a second if I go into play mode. Wham! The hub world's over there now. So I have control over that. That actually is a whole separate thing I need to deal with at some point that's going to make... Like, right now... You know, these moving platforms are nice and simple. They move in a straight line, like, whatever. And the hub world right now is a temporary thing, going from, you know, as it does its transition thing, it goes in essentially a straight line. It would be awesome. It would be super cool if eventually it was more sophisticated than that. It could do a full, like, whatever motion it needs to do that isn't just a straight line. And have the player, you know, handle that, not just fall off. But, you know, we'll see. I really, really want to allow the player to have full range of motion moving around in the hub world. Even falling off the hub world and, you know, getting back on it. Ideally, like, all of that works while it's in motion. Would be super cool. Now, there's, you know, technically the thing I could do, but I you know, theorize will cause more problems. Is, and the player goes all the way up to the world. I could hypothetically, to move the hub world, I could just take the whole level, if I just kind of go a little bit like, it just environment's enough. And, you know, it's like, oh, I want to move the level, then just, you know, move that all backwards, right? Well, the problem with this is, you know, mark stat. Can I mark it unstack mid-thing? I can, interesting. That probably causes issues, but if I wanted to move the whole, like, level, you know, backwards to pretend the hub world is moving forward, that causes issues because then I can't mark anything in the level as static, and I would like to be able to. That has its own, you know, benefits to be able to do that in terms of, like, things with lighting or, you know, AI and blah, blah, blah. So I'd rather be the hub world that is the giant airship thing that you ride, be the thing that moves around, going between levels and whatnot, and, you know, the levels themselves get to stay put. That will, I think, make things it'll be harder to deal with for the hub world, but I'll have more freedom in the actual levels themselves for things to be better performance-wise and blah, blah, blah. Even just, the hub world itself, I want to be not just one singular moving thing. The reason that there's, like, even as a super placeholder thing, there's stuff here, here, and there. I want it to be, like, a collection of airships that are all moving in unison. So even relative to each other, they can be like, oh, it's going slightly faster, slightly slower, like, oh, bobbing up and down or whatever, right? How that's going to work with the connections between them, we'll see. I would be fine to make the concession of... when the hub world is in motion, I have some stuff move around and turn off, like these sort of bridges between hub worlds, like, retract in some way, or, like, you know, like that there, kind of like the tire up there, like, purposely, like, severs and then, like, reattaches or whatever. I'd be totally fine, like, doing that to a little bit restrict where the player can go while it's in motion, but I still want, like, player movement to be allowed, and even hypothetically, like, you know, falling off and respawning. Or, I mean, I might, like, part of, like, animation stuff that happen, like, put up walls or whatever. But, like, the less of that I have to do, the better. Just would look cooler to be able to just, you know, freely move around. This is the cannon that, like, launches you into a level. That has to stay... That has to be something kind of out of bounds, out of order, until the hub world is totally stopped. But, like, that makes sense, I think. Anyway, yeah. And a whole separate thing is right now, like, this cannon looks exactly like the cannons that are in levels. This special launching into hub world cannon I might make look extra special at some point. It doesn't even need to be a cannon. It just means a thing that will launch you. It could be like a catapult eventually, for all I know. You know, we'll see. I considered having it just be like a square in the floor that, like, opened up and just dropped you straight down. But then that restricts, like, that the hub world has to go right on top of the spawn, like, where the level's supposed to start. And I like not having that restriction of allowing it to be, you know, you can see the level over in the distance and then you launch into it rather than just going straight down. But also, if you drop straight down with full player control, like, I want to make sure that you land exactly where I want you to land. Otherwise, you know, that's gonna cause issues. Anyway, so yeah. Okay, so let's get started, I guess, shall we? So this thing, camera. Bad. Why? Let's find out. This is over in the script that's like activate level, I think is the name of the script. Yeah. One thing that's going to be nice here is that last time, as we were dealing with other camera stuff related to the cannons, we made a lot of new code on the camera and the player to like override the camera to have it like do other things rather than its like normal behavior. Now we're gonna be able to use more of that in different ways. We wrote some generic functions while we were fixing the camera stuff that now we should be able to, you know, be less of an issue. Even like stuff like this, where this is like move player to info angle. This should, in theory, you know, like we had this same kind of thing going on the player or on the cannon, and now we made a generic like player override thing that we should be able to reference and, you know, have work for this. So I think the player side of this should be not that bad in theory. The camera part of it might have some extra funkiness, but we're gonna see. So I guess the first thing I want to do then is, well, no, we're gonna go through this code, but like I'm gonna very shortly look at the cannon code and how it remind myself of what I specifically call on the player to have it work, or the cannon's calling on the player and on the camera to have them do what they need to do. Anyways, so in Awake we get a bunch of stuff that like I thought like you know, having it like, you know, on Awake get all of these references is good for me not having to drag and drop a bunch of references, but it is like to some degree a performance cost that has to happen every frame. But yeah, that's something I can come back to at some point. It's still functional. I should focus more on it being functional for right now. This refreshed level state is called when we update the save file. Also, when you beat a level, to have this level select thing update what the information of the level that you're on, which is basically just the information about the strikes and whether the hard mode is unlocked. Anyway, enter player. Here's what does this. Yeah, I guess I know why. The cannon, actually, yeah, the cannon, like, it's like, oh, like, if the player touches a thing that's the cannon and we're holding the interact button, then it calls that, because that's dependent on us, like, you know, holding a button. That's why it's like that. For this, we just go into it and touching it. So doing it from this side is fine. Also, we're not already selected into something else. The hub world isn't in the middle of moving. Which eventually be nice, like it'd be interesting if this wasn't a restriction that had to happen. But if while it's in the middle of loading to level, if you interact with another activate level thing, it sort of cancels loading that and immediately starts loading the next thing. But that might be extra funky to get to work properly, so I'm not super concerned with that. Okay, enter level preview. Yeah, this is where it all starts. I already have. Interesting. I when I was dealing with the stuff with the cannons, I started some of this replacement already. That's fascinating, but not all of it. We'll make it so we can't pause. This override player transferred up forward. This just new override turn. Yeah. No, the way that I'm currently using this only makes the player face forward. It doesn't do anything else. Yeah, that's. And I really use transform.forward. I just realized that that's maybe an issue. For now, it's fine. Or no, sorry, no, it's transform.forward of the activate level. Never mind. Yeah, no, that's totally okay. I want to be able to like decide what direction I want the you know, the UI stuff to face, and okay, yeah, that's a-okay. We disable the camera. So at this point, I think this changes. Disabling the camera worked before to just be like, hey, stop moving and do what we want you to do instead. Now, even if this move camera to info angle, we don't want that. Instead, we want to use the override camera stuff. So now we're gonna kind of look at the parallel of how does the cannon? No, better. The level end spring has a better example. Level end spring, because that hijacks the camera in a way that's more similar to what we actually want here. Okay. Level end spring. This is going to go off to the side here. Activate level over here. Okay. So how do you do what you do, and how do I want to copy it? Okay. So we use stop override to make sure, like, hey, you weren't already being overridden by something. Oh, I do disable the camera? Really? Wait. Oh. Excuse me? Level end spring does. Oh, no, wait, wait, hold on. Is it in the win code that... Oh, I forgot that, the stuff that handles some of this is actually split up a little bit. No, not, those are comments that are copied incorrectly. That's funny. Yeah, a lot of what's in here we're gonna hopefully be getting rid of in a minute. Not what I'm looking for. Hold on. What is the script called? Okay, I just gotta find it real quick. The other script that's on the level end things, I forget the name of level end over here. Well, level end trigger calls two things. Where are you? What do you call? Yeah, it was the level manager that had that. Yeah. And then okay. So over in here, blah. I'll put this over here. Okay. Your steps are where are you? Down here. Okay. Stop pausing, stop level. That's a thing that doesn't need to happen here. Override the movement. We'll get there. Well, actually that is... We already have the equivalent we need there. We calculate where the camera should be, what its offset, like all this stuff that is going to be equivalent code that we have over here. Actually, it's going to be this stuff, but yeah, we'll get to that. Okay. And then start override. That's what I was looking for. So why, just to remind myself, why do I have a stop override and a disable camera and then a start override? Just try to remember why I have that in that order. We have this 0.1, and then it'll be going over here and overriding. I get having the guard air slider 1. Yeah. This is some of the setup for, like, the Canon state of the camera that's not needed here. I just want to test. Better find out just by testing. If I don't have this, other than the stop override should be there. If that's it, we weren't already being overridden by something else, I guess. I just want to see what happens. If I get rid of the disable line, I want to see what happens. Waiting for that. Do you break horrendously? No. Oh, wait, you kind of did there. Oh. Well. So that disable camera is just for the Canon part of this. To then re-enable it later. So technically this shouldn't really be here. It should be like... Oh, wait, no, sorry. No, spring stages is once we decide to launch. Oh. Is it? Or no, wait, hold on. I just... Then... Hold on here. Oh, start spring is what gets called by the thing. Oh, I see why I'm... Okay, I see why this is... Why I'm incorrect in this. Okay. Sorry. When happens right when we touch the thing. Spring stages happens after we press continue and then we launch. That's... Yeah, what I was confused on. Okay, that makes more sense. So this is happening first. And is the initial stuff that I care about. Okay, that makes more sense. Okay, so... Enter level preview. You do not need to disable camera. Instead, you just need to do this initial stuff and then do a start override. Okay, makes sense. Or then you need to pass in this stuff that I will get back to in a minute. And then you're going to start move player to whatever angle. Why? You're a code team in here? Yeah. Right, because every frame needs to update where it should be moving towards. That, yeah, that makes sense. Okay. And then you do that stuff there. So I only need to care about, yeah, the this and that. Okay. Okay, so, just with the camera stuff. Oh, this flip camera, that might be its own issue that we'll get to in a minute. But, move camera to info angle with this flip thing in mind. Yeah. So I might actually change this back to avoid. You know what? I'm going to do it over here, too, just to be more cleanly with it. So, void, something like move camera to win angle. Yeah. But all you're going to do is just bundle all this together in one line that's just better. And you're going to called... where was it? Why do I have... stop player movement. You can be here. Move camera to win angle. Blah. And just be there. Okay. So you're gonna do that same thing now over here. So void blah blah blah. You are not going to be doing anything in a coroutine here. No. I was like, are you? No, not right now. The camera inside the camera is dealing with that now in update function. So I should be able to rip out this. No. Sorry. Okay, hesitant on just deleting code and regretting it and needing it later, so I'm just gonna dump this code in, double checking. I think I can safely dump all this code, like, delete it, but just leave it off to the side for now in case I need it. In case I'm mistaken. And then follow this with this line, but now, call... whatever it was called. Move camera to info angle. Okay. Do that, and then just have that. Where... blah, and that there. Camera rotation there. Field of view there. I make it 30 there? Sure, I'll trust that that's good. The level end thing makes it 20, I think. But having those options, sure. Okay, you do that. I'm just gonna hope that all of these numbers are correct. We'll come back to them later. I'm also going to just actually move the function just up physically to here. Deal with kind of the camera stuff first and then the player stuff. So why do I spit this out? Because you do a stop all coroutine things just to make sure you aren't already doing stuff. I mean, this isn't even a coroutine anyway, and the camera itself should now handle, like, oh, I was being overridden by one thing, now I'm being overridden by something else, so in theory, that should be fine. Right? Hopefully. So I should be fine just getting rid of that entirely. And even here, I'm going to move the camera stuff above just because. So in theory, yeah, just move camera to info angle, and just take this. Now then, the funky thing down here is this... flip camera thing that should now be not doing anything with the current. Oh, right. Part of why this was in a coroutine was to, you know, it was already moving to one thing. Now stop and like move to the other or whatever. I shouldn't have to care about this in theory anymore. Like here, if it gets changed again, it should kind of fix itself, I think. Hopefully, yeah. I'm just worried about the UI things, like whether they're gonna behave properly. So, okay, this gets called, it goes back into here with, hard flip equals, yeah, 1 is normal, -1 is it gets flipped, yeah. So there, that should be good, hopefully. So, oh, and then reset camera position, right, that's... Oh, right, you do extra things. Oh, no, you do extra things. Oh. That might be more of an issue. Well, we're gonna find out. So... as far as camera stuff goes, this is where camera stuff ends. And then we skip down to... we press continue. Then use spring is where the rest of the stuff happens. This is spring stages where, for the spring, we temporarily... Stop override is thing number 1. So if I can just find here where we press confirm. That's here. You don't have any coroutines to stop now. Or you're about to not, so it's fine. So instead of all of these resetting things... Yeah, stop the override. Same with cancel. I guess we're more going to be testing cancel for right now, but yeah. And then so that should handle the FOV part, right? Like that already gets taken care of. I think I can get rid of it. The only thing that might be a problem is if the smoothing needs to be different, but for right now I'm going to hope that it's fine to be consistent. This reset camera position, it for the most part is just it will reset it, like it'll take care of that on its own. My issue is here it's like, oh, once it gets to where it should be, it then waits a second and then stop routine, stop override. It kind of moves back the camera, right, and then gives the player back control after like a second. And then if we press confirm or not, then load the level. Like in theory, like, well, for one thing, I might be able to actually just call this immediately, and the 0.1 seconds might not matter, or plus the, this time. Thing one. Thing two, this should be approximately a consistent amount of time anyway, so I might be fine to just actually stick this in a coroutine that, like, doesn't have to wait for this to be true. It just waits some fixed amount of time, and then it just goes. I think I might be okay to do that. In fact, we are going to attempt to do just that. Reuse this. Well, just kind of go like... well, okay, might have been... didn't really need to reuse it. I just didn't have to type out the word enumerator. Something like wait to load level or something, and then just wait some amount of time. New, wait 4 seconds. Let's say wait a generous 2 seconds for right now. And then load level is... yeah, we have that. So then this should be able to... for cancel, it should do nothing. And for... for here, it should just, call it in here. No input. Hypothetically. Stop override, do that. Stop override, do nothing. We'll see if, 2 seconds works good enough. So now, also, in theory, this function should be able to die. Yeah, it could be the case that I might still want to, like, wait a little bit and then enable player. Actually, you know what? As just a test, we're gonna, as a temporary thing, we're gonna do this. Isn't part of loading the level, but whatever, it's fine. Actually, no, it'll need to, actually, because it doesn't have it on cancel. You know what? Actually, it might need its own coroutine now, the more that I think about it. Okay, fine. Wait to enable player is fine. And then wait, like, really, like, not that long. But we'll say 1 second. Have it be a little bit extended so I can see that it's working, and then I can shrink it down after, I guess. Have here, wait to enable player. And same thing down here. That'll happen regardless. And then here, it'll be like, player.stop override, which also re-enables the player. Okay, so that should be good. That should handle that part. This stuff of these coroutines should be fine to not be there. I'm gonna also copy out this function, but like paste it over here in case I decide I do need it for something, or just to reference what was there before to make sure I didn't miss anything that should still be here. Okay, confirm, wait to, do that stuff. Okay, we'll come back to resetting player position. And moving the player to the angle. In theory, I shouldn't even need... well, actually... okay, reset player position actually is going to need a slight extra step. Sort of. In that, with, like, the spring, we move the player... we override the player and move him to a spot. And then wait a second and then, like, bring back normal movement. Well, we put them in the cannon state, but then bring back normal movement. Here, I want to move the player to the center of the circle. And then whether they cancel or they confirm, just push them kind of out of the circle. With this, and then re-enable them properly, so they kind of move out of the trigger to like activate going in the UI thing. They aren't just still in it. So that'll just be doing a second override to move them slightly back for a second, and then enabling normal movement. In theory, that should be fine, but we'll come back to that. Do this one at a time. Yes. Okay. All right, let's just see if that works. I might have missed some steps. I guess let's find out. So first, I go into play mode and everything isn't broken. Actually, we're going to speed this up by, instead of loading into this level, go back to my Sky Hub scene and, like, loading into it directly from here. This, no, we're here faster. Ooh, I don't love that the camera does that. Thing to come back to, of why the camera has to, like, climb all the way here. It shouldn't. Oh, actually, I have an idea of why. I'll come back to this, but I just want to test that. So, like, frame 1, the hub world's kind of merged with the level. And I thought this happens in a start function, but the fact that I'm seeing here, it might something somewhere that's, like, waits until the next frame to do it. But after a frame, then the hub world moves all the way up there, and the camera, I think, is stuck behind. Where's the camera? Or not? Or, wait. No, wait, what? The camera's there. It's... Okay, theory, throw out the window. Why does... I just want to see. In, like, a couple frames... The camera's, like, well, in the ground there, which it shouldn't be, but... At what point... Wait, what? Wait a minute. Oh, no, we've seen this before. Hold on. Right. For some reason, and I don't know why, if I have, like, it paused and I go into play mode, the camera does weird, funky stuff. Some weird Unity editor thing that's been happening recently, I guess. I don't know. It's weird, but whatever. It's fine. So, running it normally, yeah, then the camera tries to climb. Oh, wait, it, like, reset twice. Whoa. You know, weird, but... Oh, well, I guess we'll come back to it. Yeah, it's fine. It doesn't affect things that much. Okay, so, interacting with this. Does the camera... No. The camera isn't doing a weird jitter anymore, it looks like. That seems part of the thing fixed. With the level end thing, I more clearly remembered, like, what it should look like. With this, it should be looking straightforward, right? I don't know why it's wanting to lean up so heavily. Here, let me look at a thing. That might help me deduce what's going on here. We have this camera override thing that is what's currently being used. Oh, right, because it had an extra, like, rotation of, like, 10 or whatever, right? Yeah. Okay. So this camera pivot, -30, -20. If I put this to 0 or something, if I pause and put it to 0, then I think it's correct. Okay, that's... Yeah, a thing I can deal with. The way some of the old stuff on the camera was... Actually, is it right here? Is it going to be this 30 that... Plus 30 times vector 3 dot left. I think I can just get rid of that entirely. Yeah. I want it to look straight ahead. Actually, that -20, I don't know what's the problem. Actually, well, let's just see what happens. Yeah. Oh! He keeps moving. Yeah, that shouldn't happen. We'll come back to that. Is that... That looks more correct, I think. I want to say that it is. The -20 is to, like, you know, flip based on the easy mode, hard mode. Actually, I'm curious just if that's even going to work. Not exactly. Oh, no. Alright, well. Fun. Yeah, we'll come back to that one. Oh, boy. Okay, so... Why? I think the camera is in the correct position initially now. It's hard to tell with the player being in the right spot. So I might quickly deviate before I try to finalize the camera. I said we'd try to, like, finish camera stuff first and then do the player, but I think I need the player to be more where the player's supposed to be to, like, properly see where the camera's supposed to be relative to the player. The player's easier to know that it's correct. The player should be moving exactly on, like, the center spot of where the thing is. And currently, they're just going forward. Okay, so let's jump to player stuff then. Which looks something like over here. Override player. This should just be updating the turning. Oh, but then we have this that shouldn't be doing anything here. So instead of calling this, you're gonna copy a page out of the textbook of what this stuff does. Override the times da-da-da-da. So that part's the same. You're gonna start a coroutine that's gonna go in here. That's looking mighty similar. And then you're just gonna do this. But I don't know why you keep moving forward, but hopefully this... Is it really just enough to have that and then get rid of this bit? Is it? Just looking... well, tiny things to replace. This code means the same thing. It's just in less words. Player serve instance, transform position, player.body position. That's just a cleanup helper function thing that we have now. Okay. And it still does the same bits of counter velocity direction towards center velocity. I forget how much I had to update those public variables. But it shouldn't be causing it to just go forward always, I think. Okay. Oh, hey, I noticed that... Oh, the separate thing on the level manager. Yeah, this is a function that doesn't need to be here anymore. Because the camera itself already takes care of... Actually, I don't know if this gets enabled properly, but we'll see. That already takes care of... The camera itself basically has that function in it, so not an issue. And this reset, this currently isn't being run at all. We'll get to that. Actually, you know what? No, because it's just an easy one-liner, just putting that in there and getting rid of this. Where move player out of current velocity, yeah. Plus that times 4. Hypothetically, that's fine. So if it, I guess we're skipping ahead a quick bit. So first of all, this doesn't need to go into, yeah, having a saved coroutine thing. I think that's fine. Even stopping that, I'm not sure. We'll see. Well, actually, something needs to stop this. It's going to keep repeating till this and all. Never mind. So, sir, stop all coroutines. Let's say here and here. And then when you reset player position, you're going to be doing this until, like, wait to enable player, do your stuff, and then, I guess just having this do a stop all coroutines and then stop override should handle that. I guess so. So basically do this for a second and then stop. If even a second might be too much, we'll see. Okay, so I don't think I solved the problem, but here, let me just reset player coroutine. That go. This turn camera coroutine is being used by something. It should also go. Ah, okay, right, yes. Yeah, you're not working off of coroutine stuff anymore. It's fine. It should be wherever way it's moving. It should sort of fix itself. Like immediately just start moving the other direction by just updating the override stuff. I guess. I don't know. Here, let me just see. Oh, where did everything go? Let me just see if any changes I did have fixed this even slightly. You know, kinda. Or like the player isn't wildly going off into the distance. That is still an issue. Did the player go to the right spot? It looks like they might have. Wow, hey, wow, did you look at that? Somehow the player is fixed before the camera. So if I remember how I wanted this to behave before, which I don't know how it didn't just, you know, perfectly behave properly. Or I forget if, like, what I'm thinking of how I think this should behave, whether it is working... Where we left this off before, I don't remember if it was that way or if I'm just thinking of like an earlier state of how I wanted it that didn't quite work out or something. Oh yeah, it's not gonna follow that without help. Actually, if I unpause you, can I freely move this? I can, right? But I thought I had another code that was gonna be. No, it just messes it once, not every frame. Yeah. I thought that I had set this up that, like, the player is kind of, like, in frame, like, they're looking at the thing. Over... Was it really on that side? I think I tried having them on this side, and then they were kind of blocking the UI. Wait a minute, is this angle the right way? Oh, man, I'm trying to just remember how this was. if I want the player to be on that side, they have to be, like, over here, but not, like, blocking the thing. Hold on. And not, like, just barely their heads in frame. I think the direction might be the wrong way around now. Hold on. Where are you? This hard flip, where are you put in? If I even just make that effective theta up. I was gonna, like, make this negative. That does effectively the same thing. Okay. Yeah. Is that? I'm not sure anymore. Like, I'm half tempted to try to find an old VOD where I was, like, when my, old Twitch stream archive stuff, where I was working on this and cross-reference it with how it's currently looking. It doesn't have to be exactly how it was back then, but I remember it being at a point I was happy with, and I not exactly remembering, what exactly it was. Unless it's about to be this, what I'm about to currently have, this in the ground, and then... Was it something like this? Is this... What? Unsure. Like, I remember wanting it to kind of look like the player itself is, like, looking at the thing that also happens to be turned towards the screen. Is it this 20 degrees that seems too much? Oh, wait, is the field of view is changing, right? That would be a thing that'd be throwing this off if that wasn't the case. No, yeah, it is. Funky. With the, like, end level thing, it's kind of worked first try. But, like, I don't remember if I started with wanting to do this and then, like, changed it and it was fine with the player just being off screen. I don't know. But, like, something like this... I mean, them being, like, behind the text is fine. They're not in the way. If they're covering the image, it's like, oh, no, they're covering a bit of the image. Did I have it? Like, do I put this kind of thing at just a less of an angle? Maybe? Also, why it is resetting every time, that's a thing. Does start override reset previous overrides? I thought start override just kind of... Oh, wait a minute. No, wait, well, oh, right. No. Wait, don't I have an update override in here somewhere? Or I'm thinking of on the player how I override, update them. I don't have much of an update override, do I? Because the end level thing doesn't need it, and then the cannon doesn't need it. It sets it once, and then it's good. Huh. Or the cannon's just different, it has its own, like, cannon camera sort of state. The player has, if I over... Where are they? Player surface, yeah. Or no, it was on, like, just regular player dot... Whatever, if I just go into, like, here. Yeah, I have update, override, turn, update, override, move. Yeah, Right. Mainly just for the hard mode flip thing. Yeah, before we worry about that, let's just get, like, the one singular angle to work properly. I still actually don't know why updating this is, like, doing a weird funky thing. I'd almost expect that it would just be in one frame snapping from one side to the other, which it currently isn't even doing. But yeah, I might have to do more manual stuff. Well, actually, some of this code over here that I didn't delete, might have to actually use more of it to get the behavior that I want. Oh boy. Not oh, actually, I didn't even test, did I? Just to test a different thing real quick. When I press cancel, is that fine? Yeah, it is. Even, I decided to face that way last second. Ooh, that's... I want to say that's because the override thing is moving the player back, and then once it, like, turns off and normal player controls turn on, there's that, like, little bit of velocity, and the player starts to try to turn backwards, but doesn't make it all the way before they stop. I want to say that that's what that is. Possibly. So if I just increase or decrease the time even slightly, that might just fix that. Let me just try it just to see if that theory is correct. Let's make 0.5, just to see real quick. This, and then, yeah, there we go. Which, that I'm fine with. Sure. I would prefer the player didn't turn around at all, but nah. I mean, I could up the velocity threshold thing. I could, increase this time even further, but nah, it's probably fine. All right, so, or set, like, how far back they have to move to just be less of a distance, but for now, like, that's okay. It's working enough. In fact, it's enough working that I'm going to set up. Things fixed 1. I thought we'd fix the camera first, but I forgot that the camera has more complicated stuff going on. Especially just with the whole flip thing. So I guess I kind of just gotta find better positions with the camera than what I thought I would need. I mean, part of this is probably because of just how the camera had to be turned differently before. So I'm gonna try this, where I set this camera pivot, has this +1 on the Y. I'm gonna try not doing that, and not doing that means I can just kind of go, just set this to directly to transform dot position, and then this. So whether or not we're flipped times 0.8 to -1.4. Those are very specific numbers I had set up before. Where is the, and then this 20? I actually want to try making it a less of an angle and try having it just be 10. Now. Let's see what that looks like. Yeah, okay. So that, and then, yeah, I guess I just try to find better defaults with this and seeing whether it looks better just being on the other side. Yeah, override camera pivot is this. So that's, in theory, I don't touch this. I just now mess with the pivot direction. Oh, you're not gonna, oh, wait. That I can move, but not in terms of what my code is every frame trying to update. I can't as easily kind of get around that. I can do it while paused, and that's not gonna do what I want exactly. Just seeing if there's a quick way I can, well, I can temporarily do this, and then it should be all zeros. Yeah, just while paused, then I should be able to do this. The UI is not gonna move. Ugh. Well, like, okay, I put the camera back there. Can I just turn off? If I enable that, then I should be able to update it freely because that's the code that's doing it. But then the camera won't move, but then now I can parent the camera under here temporarily and now move the camera freely and have the UI follow. Yeah, okay. So, and then even the angle of, yeah, this thing's a thing that's turned 10 degrees. I can mess with that freely now. All right, finding a better angle where the player is looking at the camera. Or looking at the thing, sort of. It should be like, I mean, this is the thing I might have to, like, tinker around with more, is especially, like, once we have an actual proper player model in here of, like, do I want, you know, the whole player, or, like, just their head barely? This is more of a up to what I decide I personally thinks looks better. Now, actually, this almost looks like he's looking here. I kind of want it to be a little bit more like he's looking towards the thing. It doesn't have to be that perfect or anything. Let me now go back to the 20. Yeah, that's about better, I think. And, yeah, this could be something I continue to adjust and mess with. The player shouldn't be, like, the focal point of the scene. The focal point should be this, and then also there's the text that's there. But, I don't know. I just like the imagery of that. It's like he's looking at the same thing we're looking at, kind of, sort of. And then just fine-tune these numbers to be like that. So, even this, 7.5. And also, it can be up in the air a little bit. Let's try this, and I can always correct it later, but just having a decent sort of default. So, currently this is, I actually did go back up to 20. Just putting the numbers in now. Hold on, this is time, -0.5, okay. Which, I mean, yeah, I'm gonna put this back to, no, wait, no. That being up. Yeah, no, whatever, let's not do that. Okay, it's fine. -0.5, 1.75, F, I said F, and -2. Okay. Yes. Alright. Sure. So now then the test would be, if I go out of play mode and back in, will this go back to the thing that it was just in? Let's see. Okay. Gotta fix whatever's happening there. Ooh, I hate that it's going, like, through the player there. Why is that happening? And I don't know why it's going into the ground like that. Hold on, let's see if I can kind of see one, like, frame one. Why are you there, of all places? And is that the override that's there, or is that the camera that's doing that? Now, why would the parent camera override pivot have those numbers change at all to anything that's not being directly set to what it's supposed to be? This. Weird. Alright, so a couple issues. What I might have actually done... hold on, let me... The thing kind of like going through the player, that might be a reason why I, at some point, like, tried to have it be further from the player, and I might try to just quickly do that again. Okay, this. Wait a couple seconds for everything to be there. Turn this off. Parent new under here temporarily. And then, can I get away with moving this just a little bit more forward? No, not like that, I can't. Hold on. Move this forward a little bit more. Yeah, to 5. Yeah. Wait, no. You, not 5. You stay what you were. This, negative 2.5. Why are you not changing? Oh, this should be under here. Yep. So now this is all zeroed out. As it should be. And this, 2.5. No, the other way around. Negative 1.5. A little bit more. Oh, right, because going towards... Yeah. Hold on, I might have to adjust this a little bit more. Yeah, again, more... Is it going to more so be a thing that's hard to judge until I have an actual proper player in here? Well, let's just say that. So, okay, 0.6 maybe. This doesn't have to be exact numbers, but it's nice when it can be. Just messing around. Okay, 0.675, negative 1.3. Okay, let's try that. Okay. And then next thing to figure out is why is the parent like camera pivot being so wrong when it does the flip. So there, yeah, that was more fine. Then I go out of it and yeah. Actually, I guess there's always going to be a bit of an issue. It's going to be hard to not have an issue if I enter it from any side. Like, yeah, having it not clip through the player. I could, like, animation-wise, have something like this, like, shoots up and then comes back down or some weird thing like that. Yeah, I guess it's kind of, it's like, okay for now. It might be the thing I have to readdress more when we are in more of a polished phase rather than just get it programmatically work. It doesn't clip through the player too much at this stage. I suppose I could live with it. Wait, am I crazy? The player's now more off screen than they were before? Did I put in the wrong numbers? Hold on. Yeah, wait, are you going, wait, are you going more and more off screen every time? Or am I crazy? Wait, no, now you're closer. What? So is that the player going to a slightly off position? Ooh. Hold on here. Player is there. Oh, you are slightly off. That's not supposed to be a thing. You're supposed to be very exact of moving exactly where you're supposed to be in this particular instance. Yeah, you're being slightly off sometimes. Now, why is that? Well, I know part of why that is. That's because the level activate thing, its numbers for... Where are you? Hold on. Give me this. Over here. Wait, level info. Where is... Oh, no, this isn't what I'm looking for. I'm looking for the level maps. This level activate. We're in level activate B right now, I think. Yeah. This guy. These numbers here now are, they behave a bit differently on this player versus the, you know, the old one, where, you know, they were different. Although, I don't know how easily I can, it can just be a matter of upping that a lot more. It worked better for me if you could be exactly perfectly in the center. Oh, having that as 1. Ooh, it does not like that. I forget what exactly this handles. That. Obviously that's bad. I guess this needs to be 0 for this to hit. Is it supposed to go negative sometimes, or? I don't know. Keep that as negative. This velocity multiplier thing. I forget what. This is more of a slow down multiplier thing. Multiplier minimum, multiplier max distance. Yeah, I'm just trying to just make the variables I made work without having to make new ones or adjust them too much. So if you're far away, you're gonna, you're gonna get perfectly. No, you still stop too early. Oh no, sorry, no. This I don't want to be. This is like a, if we're going that fast, we slow down thing, which maybe should be there as a tiny value. But then, can I just up this? Move. Or maybe you actually are there, and I'm just okay. From this being this high, are you at exactly? Oh no, you were. Okay, fair enough. Me moving you away should be snapping to get back. Which means the numbers are still not good. Really? Wait, what happened? Hey, excuse me? Sorry, did I move the wrong thing? Why aren't you moving? You were before. I mean, I'm messing with a lot of things like in edit mode that should be messed with like in play mode or something, but other way around. I'm messing with a lot of things that I should be kind of like going back out and resetting possibly. So like 0 is like 0055. Maybe it's gonna work better for this. Do it in the prefab so they all change. We'll keep that 0.1, change this to 5. I guess. Go at the center more. I have to keep going back between things. 9.9, 4.4, like that's not 10. I mean, it's close. Let me just kind of come at it a few more angles again. I think could use a bit more polish, but maybe it's fine for now. And I guess it is. Never mind. I was just about to say it's being more consistent. That's not what consistency looks like. Is that right there happening right now? The player or the camera? It seems like it's the player. No. I see that wheel being off. I look at it actually like flattened. No, wait, what? Or actually now I'm not sure. Now it looks like the player should be forward a slight bit. No, sorry, that might still be correct. Player is his 4.5, is it? Yeah. I mean, that's so close. But I guess it's enough of a difference that I notice it. But even still, like that, I swear that we've had them closer before. Is the camera the problem? 10, 4.5, and then this is, yeah, basically the numbers I put in. By 0.0001, which is a different story. And then here, yeah, you're getting there. And then player over here is, yeah, more off than you should be. Why? How about don't? Let me see, what numbers did I put on the, like the end level thing was working fine, I thought. What numbers did I put on you? And level, Oh, you're not in this scene. Hold on. I go into play mode, it's gonna spawn the other thing. Level end. You where are you? This is a combination of things that aren't. Where are you? Or is it the target angle, speed, weight, time, smoothing, that's all the cannon stuff. Is it the level manager that has? Oh yeah, you do. 0.1035. Really? Those are the same there. That's fine for that, but not for me here. I mean, it's very close. I just would prefer if it was more exact, and I thought I was doing it in a way that would make it be pretty exact. And like, yeah, I can up this by a lot, but it doesn't. Here, let me just, I keep going in on play mode, but I can kind of just, if I'm just testing with this specific one, it doesn't need to be on all the prefabs at this moment. If I put this to like 10, yeah. I'm seeing like the top of his head is in a different place each time, slightly. I'd prefer if you weren't. Why is that mattering? I don't have a minimum. Here, I think I need to remind myself how these variables are actually being used rather than changing them as blindly as I currently am. Okay, these guys. Can I just pass them in and then the player handles that stuff? Or no, that's how I calculate this stuff. So. This is the multiplier that's more of the we're coming in at high speed, slow the player down so we will eventually stop kind of thing. But like I can't lower that because those will we can overshoot the platform and like that can be disastrous. Then this is like apply velocity towards the center. That uses get the distance between us and the player. Divides that by divides it by max distance, so we kind of get like a percentage. Multiplies it by a climb between 0 and 1, sure. And then we multiply it by go between the minimum and the maximum based on the percentage. So if the percentage is 0, then it's blah. If the percentage is its maximum, then it's blah. And then, yeah, then these exist. Then with that, we add them together. Okay. So, or this is like the distance of applying the max force. So actually making this larger is applying less force. Oh. Or no, that's this number. So this is applying more force. This is going to apply more force the closer we are to the center, I guess. Was that fine? Unsure. It's at least closer. No, how? Am I just misunderstanding something fundamental about how it's using those values? Didn't think this is what I'd be having to just hunt down. And of course, keep checking the wrong places. Yeah, player, get to the right spot. You're supposed to be there. And I can see that difference. It's significant enough. Why are you so... Wait, but... You're also... You seem off still, right? How is this... Oh, sorry, that's just the X. That's... Okay, yeah, no, that makes sense. Okay. Why do you overshoot so much and then don't correct it? You're supposed to keep correcting it. Why? Is it really just that this is more the issue? If I try temporarily, real quick, on this thing, making... let that be that, but just get rid of this counter velocity multiplier. I believe, to my understanding, this is going to have its own set of issues, but... might do the exact thing that I want better. No! Am I crazy? Is it still not? Why are you settling for being so low? Like, I guess it's because at some point I'm trying to apply too little velocity, but What's... Why? I think it's like 0.1 that's gonna keep trying to jitter back and forth, yeah. Can this be high enough to, like, stop it? No. No. It's gone. Player's gone. Oops. Player is long gone. Alright, this might be something I come back to another time. The player is just gone. It's very much gone. Oh, no. I didn't mean to move that. Oh, no. No, this over here. Yeah, player's falling into infinity. Yeah, no, they're just gone. Okay, whatever. Weird. Okay, we're just gonna revert, put it back to what it was. This. Had to be a little bit higher. And yeah, we'll just live with it for now. It's maybe fine. Okay. I might just need to, like, right now it's a flat, like, linear percentage thing. I might need to make it more sloped in some fashion. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Times equals that. Yeah, funky. Oh, well. Yeah, we'll come back to that. That's fine enough for now, I guess. Alright, next issue is this. Why is this doing this specifically? 1, why is it flipping weirdly? 2, why is that messing with the text? Oh, wait, oh, no, is the text fixed? It's not, like, completely fixed, but it's being consistent as it was before, where it's like, as soon as we flip, it doesn't immediately turn. So I'm gonna think that that's something like how it did look before. It's just, yeah, the camera flipping, yeah, obviously ain't helping. Also, just separate thing is that, like, oh, that's because the player isn't moving exactly where they should, but the player isn't as, it should be more linear, or like, it should be more symmetrical than it currently looks, which is part of the point of the flipping. Is just the, yeah, to have it be like symmetrically the other way, which it's currently not. I could do something where, I don't know, this doesn't have a good way to be like, hey, we got to the place, like, shut off and then perfectly match where we are. Because I don't, if we're going fast enough to overshoot the point, then we should kind of, you know, stop and turn around and go back, if need be. But I guess it's like a point where it's like, oh, if our velocity is too low, but like, if we shoot past it and start to turn around, there will be a point where our velocity gets low. So I could kind of sort of calculate our assumed direction and accelerate, like velocity and acceleration, and if those are 0, then that's kind of the point where we are done. Stop updating, maybe? Unsure. But yeah, it might be something I come back to. Anywho, because this end level spring also uses that. I don't want to break it right now. Okay, so camera, why? Why are you being weird? Weirder. We tell the pivot to just go to transfer deposition, which should be fine. And this rotation is what we put in for the rotation of the... well, no. Yeah, it's what we put in for the rotation of the camera pivot. But I don't know why it's, like, hard moving rather than, like, smoothly doing it. Override pivot, yeah, use that from... Oh, you're set to... Wait a minute, hold on. Override... The override pivot is set to look at... I have it set to look in the direction of override position minus transfer. Because of where the camera moves, it's sort of on top of its override position, right? So that's it. This is doing some weird thing, making it look down at the floor. I'm trying to remember why I have this. This is used for something on the regular camera pivot thing, like the end level spring that uses this rotation, and that I think is to Hold on. For the end level spring, it said it's like, you know, looking at the... Hold on a minute. Override position. What is that? Let me just double check. That is... Well, yeah, what we... What's the for position? I really set it to look from where we place it towards the player. Oh, hi, hello, Rotating Goddess. Welcome to the stream. And yeah, indeed, Chancellor. Right on time as we're dealing with rotational issues, where that slurp function is normally used, where it kind of comes from. We are trying to fix stuff with this, in our hub world, our level select, where the camera does this and the player moves there. And it's getting there, back to being more in the realm of fixed, as you can see. But currently this does this, which I'm understanding now kind of why that's happening, but now I'm having to comprehend. Now I'm almost having to comprehend, how did... this code here has to do with how the end level trigger, or the end level spring thing uses this. And I think that's flawed, and it needs to be corrected in a way that doesn't break the end level spring, but fixes how it's used here. So, okay, override. Oh wait, what? Override rotation versus override pivot position dot rotation. Those are two separate things. Why? I'm just like almost tempted. Like, what happens if I just? What happens if I just take this out? I know I have it there for kind of for a reason, but hold on. This is used where? Here. Certainly, yeah, this is turning the camera pivot. This should not say windscreen angle, because that's just from poorly copied comments. And just the one, I guess? Okay, but so okay. Hold on here. What I could do. What? No. Okay, we're just gonna do that. Actually, no. Here's what we're gonna do. Okay. What I'm gonna do is leave this code here. What I'm gonna do is, if we aren't already in override mode, then update those things. Otherwise, don't. Yeah, that'll handle that. It's fine to snap change these two values when we're going into the override mode. It's not good to do that when we're in the middle of doing it. And I should potentially separate, like, start override and then, like, update override, but that doesn't work so nice with the over here, how this function, if I don't want to have to write it like twice, how it gets repeatedly called here and gets initially called up wherever it is. Anyway, okay, in here and yeah, let's see if that works. Blam. Not broken right off the bat. And wait, what? Really? Oh wait, I'm a fool. Hold on. No, I'm a fool. I know what I did. It's just flipped. I didn't put in a knot. Right? That's... If we are not already overridden, then blarg. Yeah, okay. Right before we get up there. Okay, that's... Now could hopefully do what I want to. Whoosh. And then... Yeah, there we go. Look at that. No, that's glory. Woo! Yeah! And it can go back and forth as much as it wants. Woo! It has all the individual parts of it that were working before still working. The text does its cool flip. The title text does its flip and then changes from what's the frame it actually changes? It doesn't change immediately, right? It changes like, actually, what is the frame that it changes? Yeah, wait, does it change immediately? Hold on. Hard mode. Oh, it does change when it's mid flip, right? Yeah. Hold on. This is here we have Tesla will be, and then here we have hard mode. That's just random, like, you know, temporary thing. It doesn't say it yet, and then it updates, what, now? Which, I mean, technically the best place to update would be when it's, like, here, but it's in the middle of a, like, you don't see it change. It's fine. Well, in this case, it goes from being something, like, it goes to being two very similar things, but whatever, that's at this stage of polish, it's fine as it is. Then the text on the side, it probably moves up and over, and then the screenshot itself, it looks really bad. I gotta get it, like, it's a placeholder. It needs to be a better placeholder at some point. It's meant to be just a screenshot of a level. I happened to take a screenshot of a dark level, and I don't know how it's so dark, but whatever. Anyway, thing that will be fixed eventually. And also, right now, it looks like it's the same screenshot, but mirrored. That's also not a true, proper representation of what it'll eventually be. It's meant to be, you know, a screenshot of the normal level, and a screenshot of the hard mode level that is going to be, could be a completely different looking screenshot, right? So even for a placeholder, I should just have two, I mean, it is two different images that look similar. Actually, no, it's the same image that I did just flip, I think, in Photoshop. Anyway, that's not as important. It's functional, and that's cool and on. If I cancel, the player turning out of there is not terrific. The player's kind of clipping through that also isn't super terrific, but, you know, it is indeed getting there. It does look like the player is kind of looking at the thing, and that's what I wanted out of there. The fact that the player isn't perfectly moving to the symmetrical spot they're supposed to be moving to is not amazing. That, like, I can see that the symmetry's off. I mean, hey, asymmetry can be good sometimes, I suppose, but it's gonna be slightly different every time. They move almost all the way to where they should, and then they don't get the rest of the way there. I am curious. Let me just do a bit of actually printing out values to test something real quick. Over here, override player, blah blah blah, update override move is here. I just want to print these values and see if it actually still, like, is it just printing values that are so small that the drag is winning, or is it, that's the thing I don't know, I didn't think of until now to actually bother checking the drag. If I lower the drag, is it gonna properly do what it's supposed to do? Oh, yeah, yeah, no, buttons. Yeah, you are still printing values, you're just not being good enough. Player over here and here and here. Yeah, the drag is a lot higher than it used to be. That's maybe part of the issue. Or not. Really? Drag at 0 is... And there's no friction on the ground, I believe. On this particular ground, I think. Let me double check something real quick. Over in project settings, over in here and physics. Yeah, the default physics material and everything is a no friction thing because I kind of deal with all the friction stuff manually. So why is the player with this force not... I don't understand actually what's not having them move back and forth in the gerrymander. Like this is 10 point blah and 4 point blah. It should be exact 10, exact 4.5. Or like, you know, 9.99999. Like it should be like almost there. But there's like too much of it not being there. And I actually, yeah, I don't know why. What's doing that? First I thought it maybe wasn't applying enough of force, but it is trying to apply force, but it's just not being enough for the player. I update this. Let me just, well, I mean, just because I'm passing this value, maybe there's some code I'm completely forgetting about that has some minimum threshold of don't apply the force. There's a chance I have that in there. Let me just double check. Okay, what uses these? Ha! Ha ha! I do that exact thing, don't I? Oh, that's hilarious. Whoop! Okay, that answers some questions. Well, I had justifiable reason why before. I think of like, if you're trying to apply so little force that then the player's like doing a weird like jitter on the spot, like that shouldn't happen. But I think just the threshold was too high. Yeah, okay. It's more consistent now? Yeah, I think it is. That's hilarious. Wow, it was just my own... I shot myself in the foot there. Oh, well. Okay, so now one other thing I'd like to just correct a little bit more is... now that it's moving to the right spot, I can update the local position that it tries to have. By quickly doing... just disabling... camera, and then parenting it under here manually. And now I'm good to, like, update this manually and have it not, so if I want to now get to a better position, back to, like, let's see, 0.5. Just that the player's like slightly more in frame. I could even... Well, I can even like... So like I can do this, where like the player's whole body's in frame. The problem is that if the player's too close, they physically clip into it for now. I could... I can do what I do with the transition curtains, where this is on like a separate layer, so it's like always on top. But I almost don't want to do this because like it breaks the illusion a little bit if this goes on top of the player, because it's meant to be that the player's looking at it, and I prefer that illusion be kept. So yeah, it being further from the player. What I can do is make this thing physically further away from the camera and then make it bigger, and that would look about the same. So bunch of little things I could mess around with, but for now, just to get it to be like 2% better and being what I want it to be, and also the fact that like I gotta eventually make the player like be whatever they're actually gonna look like. Let's let me do that. Negative 0.5, 1.7, negative 1.2. That's a little bit better. Actually, wait. 0.4. 1.1. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Over activate level. Here. Siding on negative 0.4. Whoops. 0.7 and then 1.1. Yeesh. Alright, let's see what that looks like. Just going out of and then back into play mode to make sure that it's gonna still be what I want it to be. Yeah. Yeah, there we go. The player is, I mean, a lot closer to the camera, but they're not, like, the focus of the shot, necessarily. And them actually being kind of hiding behind the text works in my favor, I think. And, like, there's more that will probably eventually happen to make this look better. Let me get rid of the print statement. That's, yeah. Right? Even just a thing I mentioned before with the UI of... Once I figure out more of the more polished art style of the game, that might reflect itself more in the UI. I mean, even, like, this thing here in a more polished state is either gonna look like a big old map that you've torn into a bunch of pieces, and it's like each piece of map has flown around and is a thing that is a level entrance that you look at it and then it's that bit of the map zoomed in on and like, hey, look, there's a screenshot of the level. Or it's just some like tablet kind of thing that is a digital screenshot of an area. Those are kind of the ideas that I have. I kind of like the map one more, but I don't know how confident I can pull it off in a good, polished way that looks to the degree I'd want it to look. So I would like to try it looking like some kind of torn up piece of map. But then if I can't do that, then the tablet thing can be something to fall back on. But yeah, we'll see. And then, well, I mean, it would be, I guess, some weird map that has, like, the thing, and then on the other side has more, but don't worry about that, that's fine. Yeah. Anyway, it doesn't have to be completely realistic or whatever. But yeah, it's fine. Anyway. Yeah, oh, and then also these strikes down here. Right now, it's kind of nice in terms of, like, well, the sort of score thing of the level. Of you have the level, and then it's like, this is essentially the, have you beaten it, and have you 100%ed it? And then here is that same information, but for hard mode. And then also, if you don't have the hard mode unlocked, it doesn't show up. In fact, I can show that real quick. I believe I happen to have my fake save file thing set up that over here, this is a level that doesn't have a hard mode unlocked just yet. Actually, even this is what it looks like if you haven't beaten the level, I believe. Yeah. And then over here, it doesn't have the, like, even from the distance, that's a separate cool thing, is that you can tell from the distance if you've, beaten a level, if it has a hard mode unlocked, and whether you've beaten that. I think it could still be done a little bit better. The icons here of that it's like a wrench, and then it's either like a 0, 1, 2, 3, and it has like an X if you haven't done it, is kind of cool. But I think there could be a little bit more done to make it better communicated. And then even in terms of the wording of how I talk about it, because it's a little bit funky where it, like, I think it can make sense. It just needs to be described better. Where it's like, you go into a level, you have 3 strikes over there until you fail the level. If I don't repair these rides good, and, well, well, yeah. If I wait for those timers to go out and then, I get a strike, 3 strikes are out, that makes sense on its own. But then to communicate that in the hub world of, you beat a level and you had 3 strikes left, therefore you perfected the level or whatever, versus, I don't know, you haven't beat the level, so there's 0 of whatever this thing means, whether I continue to call it strikes or represent as some kind of, like, reputation points or whatever of the carnival itself, because like the more you get, you know, as you beat levels, then you unlock more areas, more whatever, and eventually unlock the hard modes of levels and do that. I don't know. I'll figure that out eventually. And then whether I decide to give it a different design that's somehow reflective of the branding of the carnival or whatever, or is more star-shaped or whatever, I don't know. We'll see, but that's something I don't have to worry about at this present moment. One additional thing, though, is having a better, clearer, you can tell from afar distinction of a level that you've, like a new level that you've never gone into, versus one that you've completed. Like right now, the only visual difference is that the green thing, it's there, or those ones in the distance have a big X, which is like, you know, that's kind of a thing, but I think it's not enough. I think like the tablet thingy itself should be like, or the map piece should be like more glowing or something. If it's like, ah, here's a new place that you can go or something like that. But, you know, we will get there eventually. Okay, well with that though, I guess like this and this is working. The player turn thing coming out of it. Actually, wait, no, I have a way I can make that better. Hold on. No, not yet. Hold on. I have a thing. I have an idea. Where is it? The part where this reset player position. Before I call that, i.e. down here, instead of player stop override, I can instead use, this player, like override player, but passing in facing the opposite way. So, or not there. Hold on, go here. Actually, it's not override player. I have like update override turn with negative transform dot forward, and then this same deal. Yeah, that should make that do better what it's supposed to do. I should also actually make sure that the times for things are correct, because I haven't. I put in kind of placeholder times a second ago. Like, how long until I can move again? Is that fine? So yeah, there we face that way. One thing that used to be a thing on the old player that hasn't been on this player, and I'd like to bring it back, but we'll see if, you know, when we get to that point, is right now, I mean, you move in the direction, you know, the player turns in the direction you're moving, as all players do, but the old player had a thing where, because being on a unicycle, and you can move backward on a unicycle, if you moved in the opposite way that you're facing, he would just lean backwards and pedal backwards, and that was a thing that was allowed. So actually in interacting with this, when you cancel out of it, he just wheeled backwards out of it. I'd like to bring back that bit of visual polish. It's entirely a visual thing, but you know, it looks a little bit cool. And if I do that, then I can, you know, undo that bit there of like having him lean backwards, which, yeah. But like on my priority list of things to get functional, it's a little bit lower. Anyways though, but that seems to be working, so I'm gonna add another one to number of things fixed. Woohoo. I mean, technically I said that to fix this thing, there were like 3 big things I had to fix, and then 2 of them kind of fixed themselves at the same time, where this text was like, oh wait, it's back to being, oh, when did that happen? Wait, is it, hold on, is it actually being weird based on how I enter it? Wasn't it? At the beginning of the stream, you went into it and it was flat. As soon as you switched from normal to hard mode, it like turned. And then now, like after we were like most of the way through fixing it, then it was just always being slightly on an angle. And now it's being perfectly straight. But like, I think it being perfectly straight is how it was initially intended to be when I was working on it before. Also, I can click all these with the mouse. I haven't been testing that, but that does still work, which is cool. And that controller, like doing it entirely through keyboard, mouse, controller, and all that, that all works. And like, you know, compress data. Oh, wait, what? Wait, excuse me? The errors, I guess. Wait, hold on. Doing this on this pressing left and right isn't causing me problems, but pressing space on it, which is supposed to do the same thing. What are you talking about? What? Wait, but I did the same thing. What do you mean? Is this a mouse thing? Wait. If I have the mouse here and then go up. No, hold on. Let's see if we can. I thought that was gonna be an easy to recreate thing. Ah, why did that happen? Excuse me? Stop strike, slide out screen. Whoa, why are you trying to run? This isn't a script that should be running, I believe. Hold on, let's track this down. Hold on. Is that stuff in the level that tried to, like, cause a strike and wasn't able to? Why are you not... What? Why is it being frozen now? Hold on, just because I put a breakpoint in. What? Excuse me. Okay, fine, we'll just, I'll follow it manually. Stop level. Yeah, stop level tried to run. Hold on, that's more the issue. I don't need a breakpoint to find that. Level manager, Win UI. Why did any of... mouse click button, select, restart button. In what world do you think that you... Oh, that, somehow the, like, off-screen Win UI thinks that it got called? Hold on, stop being frozen. Or relaunch, that works too. Okay, sure. Do as you want, Visual Studios. Oh, also just separate thing. I think I'm fine to put these back to, like, one big thing. I don't need to compare them anymore. Okay. I think somehow the off-screen... yeah, like this level complete and restart text there somehow thinks it got selected. Ooh, and even on this... Yeah, multiple bits of thing. Like, this should all be inactive. What made you think that you were active? Mouse clicked button. Whatever. Mouse did not click button. Oh, wait, is, like, the frame of clicking it, like, slightly on screen? Shouldn't be. And it would have been that text. It wouldn't have been what's down here, I think, unless it was this restart button. But the fact it's coming from the Win UI makes me think that it's that button. But then it started happening of me just pressing A. I don't know why. Hold on, let's... So go back in. So as of now, if I press A... No, now it's not happening. Why? Excuse me? Oh no, a bug I can't easily reproduce. That's not great. But why? I mean, in theory, there could just be more that's like, hey, we're not in the win state, so back out early, but it shouldn't have been able to get here in the first place, because trying to click something that's off screen. But, okay, do I have an easy, like, if statement, if has one? Yeah, we're just gonna... Yeah, that works good enough. It's just an easy, if... Make sure we can't click on off-screen stuff. That would be an insane level of, like, a speedrun strat to, like, break the game. If you could just enter a level and then somehow click the U1, like, go to back to the hub world text from, like, off-screen, do that for every level, and somehow that works. Just break the whole game. No, thank you. So if we have not won, then return. Where does this get called? Where does this, like, set up by event manager stuff? Well, okay, not where I was looking, but, like, this is also be a thing, that I want to just put a quick if has failed. Just same deal. If we are not in the have failed state, then return early. Don't do none of that. But I don't know if this is the same bug that happened a second ago, because I was pressing A on the controller and it was still doing it, and yeah, I don't know what that was about, but okay. Anyways, still looking for what is other uses of this. Level info UI. Yeah, this should have the same thing. Do I have a quick easy in update some same thing? This is a much longer function. Wow. In select mode, just, yeah. This is a better safe than sorry kind of thing. Just extra, making sure that this all will be fine. Okay. Blah. No. And then, return. And if not, make sure the not part is in there. It is here, and it is there. Yes. Any others that I'm forgetting about? Like the pause screen or something? Pause screen, there it is, okay. Same thing. Just might as well. If is paused, yep. Why are you out of here? Oh, this is that's to pause the game in the first place. Yeah, okay. But then this is to get it back. Yeah, and then blam. Bam. Oh, not that. Whatever. Okay. Blam, and then return. Bam. Okay. I guess to copy those, just random space between. So blah blah blah. Consistent. Okay. Any others that I'm forgetting about? You go through those again. Yep. That's all. I don't remember. Is this a built-in Unity function to just have mouse? Where? I forget. Like, what initially calls you? Do I have some other? Is that really a thing I get from something I import? I don't remember how I. That isn't. Unless I'm forgetting. Like, is this actually just a built-in Unity thing that I'm just forgetting that I implemented a long time ago? I don't believe that. Or. No, sorry, this is just UI. No, yeah, no, of course it's not. No, this is just from the button UI, and like, it just has a thing. It has an on-click event, that's all. Yeah, that's it. Yes, it just happens that I called it the same thing all those times. Mouse entered button is a thing that just affects, like, it, you know, changes color. I'm gonna hope I don't need to, I guess it's here. Should I, you know what, like, I might cause weird unintentional bugs if I don't do this now. If we're not in select mode, don't even do the tinting, whatever. And then what mouse entered this here. Yeah, just better safe than sorry. Don't want weird unexpected bugs to break this stuff to the degree that it could. Okay. Blarg and blarg over here. Okay. Alright, so I still don't know if that was the bug that just happened. Other than, like, right now, there it happened, but, like, what happened before might have been two separate bugs related to menu stuff. So let me just see if I can, through weird, like, mouse stuff, if I can happen to break this, even, like, with controller, moving up and down, press cancel, and, like, just do some. Like, it's maybe good if it's gone away, but there's always, like, the lingering fear that it could come back. But the issue, the error the first time was of it missing data, missing information related to, like, the strikes UI, the in-level strikes UI. So I believe it had to do with something weird going on with those buttons, and it maybe able to select them anyway, like slightly off screen or something. But okay, well, we're gonna hope that it doesn't show up again, and hope that is what fixed it, and that it's all good and fine. Cool. You know what? I'm going to say that's enough of a bug that it's a thing that's fixed. Not something I noticed was a problem until it happened there, but cool. Yeah, so what's next now? I'm going to say that, like, most of this stuff is done to a degree that I'm happy with it. It wasn't, like, that major of a thing. It was just the UI of this stuff that functionally it worked, but just the UI was bad. Oh, hey, the camera does. Yeah, I'm fine with that. The camera goes back to the direction it was before, and I think I'm okay with that being the case. I guess one thing to just quickly double check, make sure that it works, is that right now all of these level and interesting things face forward. I can turn it, and hypothetically it should go based on the angle that it's facing. Double check if it does that. Yeah. Cool. And nothing horrendously broken happened. Cool. I pressed. Oh, wait, what? Oh. That's a separate issue. I pressed. That confirm button is supposed to do stuff. It's supposed to do stuff that currently is a little bit broken, but it doing nothing is a bug I've just introduced. I think I know where to look for that, but, okay, let's see. Just confirm button. Current activated dot confirm is hard mode, deactivate level. This confirm is supposed to. Did I accidentally turn off that? Yeah, wait to load level there, and then it waits 2 whole seconds, which might be a lot. Let's put it down to 1, and then load level. So level's active, and then that should go through the whole hub world stuff. That coroutine isn't being, like, stopped too early, is it? Oh, wait, actually, I was going out and back into it very fast. Was I going into it so fast that then it was getting stopped? No. Oh, sorry, I didn't press confirm. Well, isn't that lovely? I was working earlier. You go back there, and it's, I don't know, it's calling this code in the first place, right? And then, okay, let me double check where all of my stop code, stop all code, that's what's doing it. Yeah, well, why do I have that there? That was to cut off this. Right. I mean, I could put these together. Just deciding if I should. I will, or I mean, even like this could be on the, like, cause then this calls a function that then goes up to the, where is it? Hold on. Where are you? Yeah, down here. Then this goes and, like, tells the hub manager to do stuff. The hub manager, like, in that could have a delay or whatever. Or I can, like bring back having an actual variable, like, telling it to stop this particular coroutine and whatever. It's just more clunky to do that, and I'd prefer not to if I can help it. Be the cleaner thing, especially if I add more coroutine stuff. Fine, we'll bring it back. Private, coroutine, player move routine or something like that. And then just down here go, only really in confirm do we need to do this. In confirm go this, sir, that equals this, and then specifically, no, wait, sorry, that's correct. That is wrong. It should be this one that does that. Like, that's the one that we're saving. And then stop coroutine, specifically that guy. And then, do I have to set this to null? I forget if I do. I mean, if I never touch it again until I reassign it, I technically don't have to, but probably just the cleaner thing is to make sure that it's null. And I don't need to, like, test that it's not null when I get here, because I'm specifically calling it here and then going in and doing that. Even down here, that'll stop that. So I guess that's good. Actually, it should. Otherwise, it's going to have problems. Actually, is it? Or I guess not, because when we stop override, it's going to be just setting information that's not being used. But still, that's actually cleaner that it does get stopped. Okay. Okay, so wait to load level, wait to enable player. Like, that should be good in theory. The times on those, we'll see if I need to change them. My worry is if you get back out of like the level entrance thing and then can go back up into it before it actually does the whole loading sequence, that might be an issue. But okay, backing out of it normally is, oh, okay, I was wrong on the thing I just said, because this needs to be down here and I didn't do that. Right? Yep. Down here. That's fine. All is good. Okay, and yeah, and backing of it is fine. Let me double check if I'm holding down a button. Am I fine with how long it takes to get movement again? I would like to be able to move slightly faster than that, I think. This is this. Let's put it down to like 0.3. And I'll come back to that weight load level thing, but it's gonna kind of be based on after we get the moving thing working properly, like the time we want. Yeah, that I'm fine with, I think. Yeah. Okay. And just test if I'm holding directly back into it. Oh, I pressed confirm. Ah. So we still got to work on the moving platform part of it. That's gonna be the next major thing we do. But no, don't leave without me. It just goes. It just goes. It is gone. Fair enough. That 1 second, like, I guess I'm fine with. But well, for now, I'm gonna lower it to be barely after this, or it should almost be the same time, really. I'm gonna put 0.4. You shouldn't be able to, in the time you're able to move again, go back into this. But do I? Oh no, I do immediately say we can't select any new levels. So actually is fine for this to be slightly raised. So you know what? Yeah, let me be like slightly longer. Because I imagine I might, rather than the thing immediately taking off, ideally, it has a little bit more like cool stuff going on of like, I don't know, maybe your like engine starting, that kind of thing. The ship itself could start to like lift up and then gradually build up speed and then go, rather than one frame full speed gone, right? But yeah, we'll get there. So this And it's gone. Okay. Yep. Cool. So that is another, that is a bug I just introduced this stream, but I'm gonna say it's another thing fixed. Yeah, whatever. My list, I make the rules. Also, I think I'm finding to be at a point that this code that I temporarily left to the side, like, oh, I might need to reference some of it. And there was like, I think one line that I did or something, but, this stuff that this related to is now working to a degree that this can go bye-bye. Yeah, okay, so cool. With that, I'd say that we're kind of done with these level entrances. I'm going to put that back to being facing forward. As a quick detour, as I said a second ago, the next thing, a major thing I want to work on is, well, moving platforms in general to then have the hub world that is a giant moving platform to also work on top of that. That's gonna be messy, dealing with more complicated player things we'll get to. But, I'm gonna see if I can quickly, as a minor thing, fix this issue, where when I go into play mode, the camera does that. It doesn't immediately, be where it should be. So let me go double check why that's happening. Actually, there's two steps of that. One, I want to see, player hub manager, or what do I call it? Something, or I think I call it just hub manager, or player spawn is actually the script I'm interested in. It seems like there is a 1 frame difference between, for like 1 frame of like the hub world and all that gets spawned, and then like frame 2 it actually moves into position. And I think that I gotta double check like what's handling that. So like Awake does this. So this player spawn from the hub world. And actually, this behaves slightly differently depending on whether we go into play mode in the hub world and then it has to spawn the associated level, or if we go into play mode in the a level and it has to spawn the hub world existing. From normal player experience stuff, whatever, the game will start at the main menu. I'm planning, I'd like to have the hub world be a part of the main menu of like you seeing it in the distance. So even if it was just the graphical part of it, may not all the scripts with all the level activating stuff needs to be running right away, but I think the hub world scene will to some degree be loaded like when the game starts. And so it'll start with that. You go from whatever main menu stuff that you go through to then be in the hub world, and then you go from hub world into levels. So you'll never, the player will never start the game from a level going into level stuff having to load the hub world. That's essentially just for me, if I go into play mode in a level, it hooks up the hub world stuff as it should be. But anyway, so that's why it's a little bit hard-coded of, in Awake, if, just wait, name? Oh. I really have the name of the thing. Right. If it's called player spawn, really, that's how I thought I looked at the active scene to do that. Really? Hold on. Oh, it's on the hub world here, right? No. Wait, no, where are you? What? Oh, player spawn hub. Yeah, right. Okay. So this says if it's called player spawn, that means it's one in the level. That means that we're a level instance of this thing. No. Sorry, this does other. Sorry, this has two jobs. Thing one, it does set the spawn, like where the player physically starts in the hub world, which should basically be at 0, probably. And then it also triggers everything to sort of start up and or does it? Wait, am I actually looking? Wait a minute. Yeah, I keep stack references to both, because this is a case where it's kind of a coroutine thing where the show is always be only one at a time. The level version sets the player spawn in the level, that then the hub world canon links up to of where to launch and land. But no, wait, this just moves player to spawn. Wait a minute. Hold on, wait, I might be mistaken in this. What spawns the hub world? Is it another script I'm forgetting the name of that's in a level? Hold on. Scenes, Skyhub testing, this. Player spawn, what? I am forgetting what in here. Is it this? Hub spawn. Oh, there it is. Hub offset. Okay, yeah, this is the script I was thinking of. Yes. This was hub part of demo do. Oh, that does stuff. Oh, right, because I temporarily, like, in the real game, there's only one hub world scene. Right now, in my own testing, I have technically 2 hub world things. The sky hub, that is what we're... Well, we went from just having a, like, on the ground, like, going between levels to it being the sky airship hub world thing in the first place. But then for my 3-level demo thing that's gonna have its own hub world, that's, yeah. Yeah, anyways. That's what that's doing. So, look, right now in the sky hub world scene that we're in, that is just this. So, that's also, yeah, that is why I have it just be editor-only code, because normally you'll start from the hub world, and this won't need to do anything. This is specifically saying, so if we are a part of the demo, no, if we're not a part of the demo, that's where we are right now, and the active scene that we're in is a level, then we load the scene Sky Hub World, and then wait to start level, and then that does... Then this immediately triggers level stuff starting rather than the hub world doing that. Yeah, okay. Loading the Sky Hub World scene then will... Over here... Right now I'm just basically reminding myself how code I wrote long ago actually works. Wait, why do you have a none thing? Are you not supposed to be this? Actually, let me just undo that. If I go into play mode, that's not like broken, is it? Does it automatically assign itself? Are you used by something? You should be that, right? Hold on. What are you used for? This. Whoa, wait. Really? You don't use this. Is that right? Alright, well, by you go. I'm guessing that you used to, and maybe you changed at some point, and yeah, okay. I think like some stuff in Hub Manager called stuff on that saving and loading thing, but now it just calls it itself or something like that. I don't know. We'll see about that later. Okay, so Hub Manager exists. It has the stuff whether it's in flight. It keeps track of its own... It did at some point keep track of its own velocity to act as a moving platform kind of thing. Okay. Yeah, so on Awake, this is the thing that can be a bit, different. If we get active scene and it's... this started for Hub. This is what can change depending on where we go into play mode. If we start in the hub world, we started from the hub, and then it loads whatever the active level is, and then that's the association there. Otherwise, if we started from a level, then that spawned the hub world. Start from hub is false, and then we just set the active level to the active scene will be whatever level that we were in. That doesn't have to be test level A or whatever. Yeah, okay. Cool. The hub world, interesting. I do have it start as being a kinematic rigid body. I would like, in a more polished version of this, for the things that are the hub world to be like, the airships were to be slowly like hovering up and down. They could just do that through, no. I was about to say they could do that through animation. That will not work well with a physics-y player. I think they will need to actually just, well, I don't know. Yeah, meshing how I would like that to look in polished animation stuff with having to do all the physics that it needs to do. We will see. We'll worry about that later, I guess. But for now, this is fine. Having it be perfectly still until we have it move, and then it goes. Okay, so set up new level. Yeah, this does stuff. Right. Also, it even just messes with skybox stuff that I currently is not as functional as it should be, and will eventually be more functional. Like each level can have its own different skybox in it. Ideally, we'll like nicely, smoothly transition between that stuff. Anyway, and then based on whether we start from the hub world or not, that affects where the player spawns. Yada yada. My concern, though, where's the code that like physically moves the hub world around? Oh, that's fun. This is a thing that I can clean up slightly, I believe, by going player.body. Player.transform. That's gonna be this, right? Does it need .parent? Did I have a player.parent? No, I maybe should. Obviously, this isn't ideal, but this, I believe, is the only bit of code that does this. So it's fine. Yeah. And And then this same thing here. Yeah. Yeah. Anyways, that's fine. So this is the bit that moves the player into the hub world. Oh, it's a destination hub world. Uh-huh. So my concern here... Why... Yeah, why is the camera being messed up? There's a weird editor thing that I put it last time. I have this to be paused, and then I press play. Well, maybe it's a thing I can actually figure it out, but it seems to do a weird thing where that behaves differently compared to, like, normal going to play mode stuff. It's like, one, I'm seeing that the hub world is not here. It should be first frame way up there. And maybe there's more I could do in awake rather than start, but still. And then I go next frame, and then I see I'm getting camera, weird, you know, camera stuff that, like, doesn't happen if I just go into play mode normally. So, like, that's a weird editor thing that I don't know why that's happening. But part of my guess is that I, in my game, do a weird thing of that I spawn the camera at runtime in the first frame, and that might be doing weird stuff. But, yeah, so this right here, for some reason, on the main camera, transform.position is, yes, saying that it's being invalid, and, like, that's a thing that shouldn't happen, of course, right? But let me just to double check stuff. And this is happening, yeah, in a fixed update, which is weird. Is it... Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I am doing this weird thing of, moving the camera in fixed update, but I have justifications for why I'm doing that. To better track the player and do certain stuff with it being a fast-moving player that is just it can be funky. If I'm to mess with this real quick, though, yeah, I believe, just to double-check, this is working the way that I think it is. If I go to play mode... Now, why has this been happening the last bit? I don't know why... Yeah... Me going into, like, debug mode in Visual Studios and placing a breakpoint is just making Unity freeze until or until it figured itself out. Never mind. Maybe. Weird. Okay. Before, it would seem to be just, like, frozen kind of permanently. Anyways, this is this. So this, for some reason... Or is it this? Let me, double check that, like... Well, no, you seem to have a value, but then you're zeros, you're zeros, and those are zeros. But for some reason... Or maybe not this time? Am I mistaken on what I thought was the problem? Oh, no. So apparently from here, if I go forward a frame, this is when it caused a weird issue. Or maybe not. Oh, it's this. Oh, you know what? Maybe I'm completely wrong. I mean, I was right about the exact line where the problem was happening, but I made a wrong assumption of something I was being to look into later. So why is this a bunch of null error stuff when it wasn't before? And no, what can I do about that? Ground camera position is a bunch of null things. Uh-huh. I mean, is it because, like, we're first frame in midair and then we go to switch to ground code or for some reason? Don't I give those default values? Where are you? Yeah, you get default values. You shouldn't be switching out of those default values. So why are you? Where is the non coming from? I'll just see if I can... But again, like, as I said before, this is a weird thing that's only happening when if I go to play mode normally... Oh, in a second, without the pausing. Then it doesn't happen. This is a weird quirk that's happening specifically if I have this first frame pause and then go into play mode, which, isn't, like, a real thing that's going to happen in normal gameplay. But it's still weird, and I'd like to solve it because it's going to make testing annoying. Alright, looks like Unity is just taking its time to do breakpoint stuff. If you could unfreeze in a second, that'd be great. I'll take a long extended drink of water. Hope that you're unfrozen by the time I'm here. Anytime? Oh, there you go. Okay, I don't know why I'm being so slow. Whatever. So at this point, is this ground thing already null? No, you have a value. What? And the air one's good? Or position's good? Okay, so apparently this frame, it should be set to some random null value thing. So I should be checking everything along the way. Anything could be poisoning the well. Anything with the player or the camera. kind of going through. No, you're all fine. Oh, is it, I can see it being some of this weirdness, maybe? This, if I go, just skip to this. Oh, horizontal angle is there? What do you mean? Do I not? You get an initial value of, you're a public variable of all things. What the heck? And the vertical one? No, why would that be the case? And this is before this line happens. Like, it wasn't something in any of this. That's weird. Like, of all the things, it's just two random public variables. So, actually, was it something in update that did that? Oh, this is horizontal. Something with the mouse input. Really? Is that what's doing this? That is weird. I guess I can see that, but no. If mouse input, like, what? Oh, it's unscaled delta time on the first frame weird, and it's messing with this, that because some dividing by zero thing. Oh, I can see that being the case, I guess, in some weird way. That is not. When I started looking into this is not at all what I thought would be the problem. I mean, I can throw in a check of, like, if this is not equal to 0, or even just up at the top here. If it's 0, then just return. Or blah is equal to 0. Don't even bother. It doesn't even need to check for the controller input. Just back away slowly. Okay. That, yeah, I guess I could see being a problem. Okay, so that's fine. How about this? That was it. Okay, cool. Just weird thing. You know, that is a thing that is fixed, but not at all the solution I thought it was. But, like, I guess I can kind of see it. But whatever. Okay. Anyways, so that's one thing. Second thing, the thing I actually wanted to look into, but now I can look into without weird camera issues making me question of, like, if it's related or not, is that first frame, the hub world is here. It needs to happen earlier, which is it's hard because some other level things need to set themselves up first, but the hub world needs to, I want first frame for it to be up there, because yeah, even here I can see that's there in the next frame, then it fixes itself, but then the camera also makes its way over. Can I see if it is going to play? Yeah, I can see that there. Yeah, it's totally an issue. Okay, so that shouldn't be happening, and to my understanding, like, the hub world positioning code is supposed to be moving in awake and whatnot, but I guess it's not. Okay, hub spawn. No, well, you and this ain't running. We are in the hub world scene, so this doesn't matter. But let me just go into, well, not there. Spawn, where's the hub manager? Over here. Blah. So this is the code that's causing all the issues. It might just be a matter of setting some of this awake stuff, or some of this stuff that's in start into awake, but then that can cause problems if I don't have other things from other update functions set up. Ugh, okay, so, and no, this is the issue, isn't it? Or part of it. Right. Oh, right. No, okay, so I get it, but also, right. So, if we start in the hub world, and we have to load whatever level that we have to load, it makes complete sense that, like, that's not going to happen instantly. I forgot about this. It has to, we have this, like, wait until that level over there is loaded, and then go and do stuff. I hypothetically, if I really wanted to have this be super uber duper polished, have that if you go into play mode in the Sky Hub world, it starts in the, like, transitionary, like, loading screen thing, loads the level cleanly, and then arrives in it. But for testing purposes, that would be a lot of unnecessary, like, waiting. As I said, like, the clean way that will, like, that'll happen in the more polished game is you'll go from main menu, that will, like, handle itself. Like, you'll be in whatever main menu scene, and then it can be loading and setting up all the hub world and stuff in the distance as it's going through whatever introductory stuff. And then it'll be fine. It'll have many, many frames to sort itself out. And then you go through whatever, you know, continue game, load game, whatever. You'll be dropped in the hub world, and then, like, everything will be fine and loaded. So this, I guess, is something that only really affects, me in the editor. Just trying to think if there's a quick, like, way that I can do something good enough. So, like, okay, this, two things I could do. One, first frame, have the camera fade-in thing that I've got, be, like, perfectly pure black. Have it be at least just, yeah, one frame before it starts fading in. That could be thing one. Thing two, better reposition the camera. The camera is having to play catch-up and make its way all the way back to the hub world. That's what's causing that. So, I think that I can do, and that'll be good enough of an in-between thing. So down here, where I actually move the player, this dot parent. This is supposed to move the player, but it doesn't. Or it moves the player, but it doesn't move the camera. Actually, no. If I do this and then immediately call, is it camera player follow dot reset camera? That function might actually do this for me easily. Because that, it repositions the camera back at the player in I think, the exact... Yeah, look at that. It does a slight zoom in that I don't know exactly where that's coming from, but I can live with that. That's significantly better. See, yeah, the player starting in the error state, that also doesn't help. But, like, if I just cover the first few frames with the black screen, that, like, fade in, it should mask itself in a way that is hopefully fine enough. I don't actually know why the player thinks that he's in the air first thing, but actually it might be... I could maybe have some, like, reset player function as well or something that cleans that up, but... the camera itself, though, I'm just curious of why do you start slightly further back and then feel the need to zoom in, but what's doing that? You have numbers there, and then... Is that a frame of it trying to do error camera stuff? Maybe? Let me double check what reset camera is, what it actually does. It resets the start, like, mainly this start position that was, putting it back to transfer position, that was the thing that helped. Reset angles... Reset that we're using the ground camera, reset the override stuff, field of view, camera overridden. Enable camera also does, what do you do? That's just, yeah, that you are set to go. Huh, so I'm not actually sure what moved the camera slightly back, but it's not the biggest issue. My guess would be the player thinking that they're in midair. Let me double check something. Over in our player testing scene, and like we have the player prefab, whatever. Did I ever, yeah, you're back on surface. Okay, what I'm gonna try is over here and Sky Hub, this one, no, over here. If I just, over where I do the things I was just doing, do this and then go player.like change state. Oh, hi, Hildan, hello. Welcome. Ramble about calculating the centroid of a non-self-intersecting closed polygon in 2D that got 4 vector values for the polygon points. Oh no. Alright everyone, time to derail the entire stream and spend the next 2 hours Googling whatever the heck that means. No. Well, math is complicated. Woo, a centroid. I'm blanking. I definitely know that word and have like had to use that word in math stuff in the past. I'm blanking on the specifics of what that means. Oh, with triangles. Yeah. Mean position of all points in the surface of a figure. Oh, so it's like, yeah. You add up all the points, centroid. Yeah, makes sense. Okay. Derailed my entire last night to that. Oh no. Calculating the center position of a self-intersecting closed polygons. That's a fancy, mathy way of a normal shape that's not doing weird, wonky, funky stuff. In 2D, so not a 3D shape. That got 4 vector values for the polygon points. For vector, like, oh, you get like a vector too. So you're saying that it's a square? Is that, it's basically finding the center of a square, or a square-like thing. You could have a rectangle, could have a parallelogram. Is that the demathed, decomplicated version of what that is? To some degree? Or am I misunderstanding the last bit of 4 vector values? Or something like along those lines. Anyway, yeah, fair enough. Once I remembered what a centroid was, it was all over from there. All right, what I was doing here? Player dot, try, or change state? No, player. Do I not have, or is it player? Do I have to actually player state controller dot try change state to player state dot ground dot on surface is the name of it? Yes. Perhaps. Usually it's things inside, like internally in the player that are meant to handle that stuff, but that's not what I wanted to mess with. Oh, it was going into play mode stuff, yes. It's still doing a slight zoom out, but I just want to see if I can see, does the player do a 1 frame thinking that it's in midair? Oh, no. You do, because it happens like a frame after for some reason. I don't know why. Nor do I know that that's the issue. Like, this is something I don't necessarily have to care about, but it'd be nice for it to be more clean. So, like, yeah, player is here. Does he, like, move over there and then, like, raycast down in some way that, like, doesn't think that there's a ground? That it's not real? I don't know. Over here. Yeah. Where are you? There. So, you currently... You look on the ground to me, on surface, crazy. That must mean that the ground check would have done this. Here, if I do this, find all references. Wait, what? This one maybe? Okay, grounded. Yeah. So I'm guessing it's this. So let's just see if I can quickly. If it's something quick and easy, that I can be like, oh, it's that thing. I can make tiny adjustment to one quick if statement. I could use, like, if time is equal to, like, timescale.0 or something, don't change, or something like that, but, I don't know. Okay, so in here, where are we? Player camera follow, why are we, oh, because I did put a breakpoint there, that's not what I wanted to check, though. 4 there. So here thought it was on the surface, and then here, calculate if grounded, why do you think that problems happened? Our magnitude is 0, and it's greater than, like, whatever. Ground check distance equals that. Oh, I do have a thing there that, yeah, it does stuff. Okay, stick to wall. Yep, ground check distance, yep, okay. Then we do this raycast based on the way that we're facing. That, yeah, makes sense. If it's true, then we're on the ground. So, like, this is where we should be. Or here. If we get down here, that's bad. So this should have succeeded. Is it an issue with the layers? And then if this one failed, this one's definitely gonna fail. Huh. Interesting. Wait. Transport position was... Yeah, you're moved over to where the hub world is. And then you hear fixed update, and then, yeah, problems. Huh. Okay, so I have a theory. A game theory. So... Is this stuff... No, you're on the environment. Okay, that was my best guess at what was causing that. Is, like, frame 1... Like, I have some script somewhere. I think it's in the regular level stuff that if... like... When I go into play mode, it takes everything under this environment game object and, like, sets it to being in the environment layer in case I forgot to... Because, like, everything here should be, basically. Or if I, you know, while I'm in the middle of building a level, it's just less I have to, like, remember to do that. But anyway. I'm missing messages. Oh, no, apologies. I would need it to spin objects in OpenSCAD through the correct axis. Oh, yeah, makes sense. And it can be square, but the points are modifiable, so the formula needs to work for all such shapes. Oh no, even as you're moving the points around, recalculate that every frame. Fun. first one has to use some shoelace formula for the polygon area, and then put the area to some other formula that was too math for me. Oh no. Yikes. Can't you so like, I'm assuming the problem is more complicated, that you can't just like, if you don't just have the position of the points, you can't just like add them together and get an average based on how many points there are and get a center that way, or that's, yeah, that ain't, I'm assuming there's a reason like that's not gonna work well enough or something. But yeah, good luck with, yeah, trying to figure that out, or unless you already have or whatever. But yeah, funky and complicated. I'm in my corner dealing with complicated physics stuff. So, well, right now, the reason of why in one frame, why is that fixed update fail? Why does this ray cast into the ground, into the floor that's right here? Why does it fail? It doesn't, like, really matter, but it would be nice if I could fix it. It, you know, could hypothetically be an issue later, but I don't know what's causing it. So, like, the ground right now here that it should be hitting it on is like that. Is it some weird, like, physics thing where, like, it moved, but it, like, took a frame to update that it moved, or some weird thing like that? I could, I don't know, put in some, like, some test that, like, oh, we're not in, like, the first frame, then you're allowed to go. But I worry of, like, if I'm in the middle of testing something with some level, like, in an actual level, and I want to start with the player in midair or something, I don't want to force the starting state too much, because that could cause just issues with testing later on. Yeah, I don't, I was hoping this would be an easy, like, oh, it's just, yeah, some weird thing I set up with the ground detection, but, see, ground detection is here. But it goes here, it doesn't, like, it's, like, in the ground, yeah, but it does a thing where it kind of goes up and then down, if I remember correctly. It's, yeah, transport position plus transport up times blah. It goes that direction, gets some hit value, like the thing that it hit, if it hit something. Ground layers, this is just a public thing, yeah. It's weird, yeah, I don't know why it's messing up. So, like, at this point, it didn't do. I don't know why. But then next frame, then it fixes itself. Which, like, yeah, it would be nice if it didn't do that. Here, let me see if I can learn anything else going into play mode with it again. In a second, what's it? Why does it do this every time now? I don't know why. Just, you like to take a minute to, like, do the breakpoint stuff. I thought it would be easy to calculate the midpoint if it was, I thought it would be easy to calculate the midpoint. It was not, and actually needed some long formula to calculate for variable shapes, for basically calculate the center of mass. Oh, yeah. Yikes. Yeah, fun. To be that, yeah, precise with that definitely seems complicated. Yikes. Cool. Alright, so here, back here again. It gets here. Are these other variables, like, wrong in some way? I'm not... 128, I think that's what that should be. Definitely should be a multiple, too. Ground checks distance. Yeah, you haven't done anything yet. You're... Yep. This stuff is all, like, correct. It's not some weird first frame. It's not proper. Oh! Wait, this is 0.0.5. Whoa, wait, what? What? Excuse me? I have an idea. I think I might know what the problem is. Okay. Over in... Where'd Hub Manager go? Did I accidentally close it? What? Where are you? I guess I did. I have an idea. The problem might be here. I'm not moving a rigid body. I'm moving just the transform. And then, like, I think then the rigid body stuff underneath is taking time to update because I'm not moving the rigid body part of it. But I need to move this parent as well because it moves stuff with the camera and the canvases and all that. So if after that, then I go transform dot, or player dot RB dot... I mean, if I go, like, RB dot, was it move position to transform dot position? Which takes from where it was, it moves it to the same spot, but this might, like, update the physics stuff enough. Is there some, actually, I just want to see, is there, like, any, like, built-in, like, thing that I'm unaware of, like, update, something like, I didn't move you, but please update yourself faster than you are. No, maybe not. I don't know. We'll see. Why are you not, this on, yep. Out and back in. So see if that does what I need it to do. Or not. If it doesn't, then, like, then it might be out of ideas, and, like, it's not a thing that hurts things that much, so, you know, we'll see. It'd be cool if this could fix it, because it's just one little bit of thing working more as it should, as intended. What I could do, like, other than that, is just set a, in the first couple frames, don't change states at all, or something, but that feels more like admitting defeat. And I needed it doing level design, though. Now I settled for an easier shape before I get proper game code to happen. Ha, yeah, makes sense, fair enough. Go with the easy stuff, yeah. In OpenSCAD, one can swap parameters to get the same thing in different geometry. Oh, fascinating. The whole to start from different spot or make it different size or make the size dependent on some other variable. Interesting. Neat. Why? Oh, it's going up. Ah, there. Okay, is this gonna please? Yes. Okay, being in there is good. That is a good sign, I think. Are you don't have to worry with these other breakpoints? Okay, I did not see what happened, but based on how that breakpoint went, it looked good. No, wait. Oh no. Was it? Oh, sorry. Was it being first frame fine, next frame not fine? Oh. Well, that's not ideal. I still also don't know why the camera is first frame being further back than it should be. Unless... Wait, is the... I have an idea. Is the hub thing... No, you're at all 0. Okay, I was gonna say if that wasn't, then something related, but... No. Weird. Alright, that's unfortunate, though. Yeah, you're here. Next frame. You're moved away up there. Spawn player hub manager. You did the things there. Where is player surface check? Ah, too many script open. Player surface check. Find it, please. Oh, it's hunting. What do you mean? Did I misspell it? I didn't. Player surface. Just C should be enough for it to. Did I? Oh no, I did rename it. Player is like on surface check, right, or something, or maybe it's something else completely. Or player surface gets a reference to it somewhere, I think. Or there it is. Okay, yeah, fine. And then you get back over here. Okay, back to did all that. Just now place another breakpoint here. Okay. Go forward. Find that. Whew. There's an example of candle holder where you can just tell it how many candles you will need and how tall you want it to be. Oh, interesting. So how? Huh. Oh, certain different sizes. Oh, like so you can have different candles and have like just one variable to like make all the candles X tall. Interesting. That sounds useful to like change one, change them all kind of a thing. So cool that is. Okay, this, you're normal, this, one, this. Yeah, see, it is way out there, as it should be. Is it that... Oh, I have another idea, going the other direction. Is it that the hub world is a rigid body that moved, that didn't properly update how it moved? Could that be the issue? Where do I... where... Oh, also just that I just see a separate thing that this can be another thing that's replaced for player.body is my like shorthand thing for player.transform at this point. I might at this point make a separate one for player parent or something, but oh well, for now it's fine. That's like a less commonly grabbed thing. Oh, whoops. That not what I was looking for, but thing I noticed that I could just swap now while I'm here. One less thing to swap out later. And I already even did it there. Where, not there, where is my setup stuff? Where do I move the hub world? Where does that happen? Where do I do this? Oh, is part of the issue that I set the this rigid body to kinematic and then I move it? The like one time on start that it's supposed to move. That's probably what's doing funky physics stuff. It's like, hey, that wasn't supposed to happen. What are you doing? I mean, kinematic rigid bodies can move, but I think it's more, yeah, the physics does not like it. Or something along those lines. So I'm gonna keep this here, but where do I move the, even this, transform dot position, these transform dot, or it should be RB dot move position. But this is, actually, I guess this is the code that, yeah, no, I guess set up new level, yeah. Huh. Okay, actually, that might be it. I was looking for something else, but, yeah, it does have to wait until the level loads before it can move. It can't do that on awake necessarily, but okay. Sure. Let me back in. Cool. I could like make game swords with the same system, just swapping around thickness and length, etc. Ah, very cool, very cool. Could he even be like race has hand size of X and something Y, then it puts the parameters into the weapon formula? Very, very good. Very, very cool. And then goblin made swords are like certain size, etc. That does sound cool to have that level of customizability. Very neat for sure. I guess I can quickly see. So this first frame, it's bad, but it should detect the ground that was underneath it. Next frame, it's in the position. Oh, no, it still hasn't moved. Next frame. Wait, what? Now it has, that didn't seem right. That was, oh, bad things. Okay, fair enough. I did something bad. I'm sorry. What happened to the player? It looks like they're launching in the air based on how the... Where are you in time and space? Why? What did I change to cause that? Hold on. This was moving... Whoa. This was a transform dot position equals hub offset, a one-time thing. Excuse me? I made another small change. Let me confirm that that was the change that did that, and not something like I thought I did another change that. No, that's fine. Let me just see it going frame by frame. No, frame by frame in here. Yeah, still the weird one frame camera and player stuff. I think the camera goes wonky because of the one frame player being in the air, I think. I'm not 100% sure on that. So this is the hub manager, which the rigid body is a thing of thereof. So why would changes to move position? Should be doing it the better rigid body way. Does it matter? Does it matter if I do this first? Unsure. It is, I am doing the wonky thing of, parenting the hub world and the, yeah, but parenting a rigid body to another rigid body. Maybe because I do move the player manually there, maybe I can actually get away with not doing what I used to do and not actually needing to parent the player like that at all. Let's see. No, really? Why? Now, why would that do that? Exactly. Huh. Alright, so my theories are wrong. The player's not going under that properly. Below the map. No, sorry, that's the transition curtain stuff. That's fine. You go there. Camera's still there. But player. Is it because I moved you in one frame, do you just think that you have that velocity as if you move like that? With velocity? Is that some weird thing that's happening? I can try to just go dot velocity equals vector 3 dot. Well, but it's kinematic first frame, I thought, but maybe it's not actually. Let's just try this. Okay, blarg. Maybe. So much for this being a quick, easy side tangent thing. Yeah, no, that's... Up and away he goes. Okay, so it wasn't that. I actually wasn't checking for errors. Yeah, setting linear velocity, kinematic right body is not supported. Exactly, that's what I thought. Well, actually, it's the velocity of this that is kinematic. The player isn't. So why are you doing any of that you are doing? Oh wait, goblin doors where humans do not fit in. Oh yeah, you got doors that, yeah. Cool, the applications of such things. That's still an issue. Why is the camera spinning? I don't know. Those doors would probably be, size the strongest goblin that is bigger, most likely. That is how Godot physics works. Gotta disable physics, then re-enable, after transform. Like, yeah, I guess, but I am... I guess I don't usually... I mean, I don't usually do this. Like, I'm essentially doing a sort of teleport, first frame teleport of the player. But, like, yeah, in a way that's doing weird things. Let me, for a second, go back to just going transform dot... oh, this was... Yeah. Or, player dot body dot transform equals... nope, dot position equals blah. Just go back in time a sec to that thing that like I didn't think was working properly before, but it might have been for a different reason. So first of all, actually, player launching now. What do you mean the player's still launching? What? Now that has me perplexed and starting to make me think that the problem is something else entirely, because this is how it was a couple moments ago, and it was fine. I thought me changing it to being moving based on rigid body stuff was the issue. How about if I do this? Hold on, this and then take this out. Both of those. Hold on 1 minute. Still? Okay, hold on. Just take out this line as well. This is going to have the hub world is going to be merged with the level again, but just to confirm that it is that chunk of code. Yeah, okay, well there's that, but now the hub world is having problems. And then if I go back to just... Well, no. If I then do nothing else but turn off the parenting and just move the hub world rigid body way up over there, is it because it... Oh, I have a new theory. Is it possible... is it possibly the case that the hub world is in one frame moving from here to up there, but because it's like, I thought, move position with one frame here, next frame there, is it almost active as like, woo, I moved over here and I launched the player up at the same time? Is that what's happening? That's super weird. Or it's not how I thought that would work, or how it's supposed to work for a kinematic rigid body. But it might be doing that. But then why is setting the velocity to 0 not, like, counteracting that? Like, weird all around, but, like, okay. Let me try something a bit different that might clean this up. If I, So ideally I would move it frame 1, but I don't know the position it needs to move until after this thing here is done. So what might work as just a better temporary thing is to go like first frame, just move it like sky high out of being intersecting with the level, even if we don't know where it's gonna be just yet, and then move it a second time once we know. That might be, yeah, the better thing. So we go RB dot move position RB dot, or not that I meant to go vector 3 dot up times 100. Just go 100 feet in the sky, meters in the sky technically. We'll see if that just. That could also just have me narrow down that this is what the problem is. Or not? Excuse me. What? So the thing, okay, if that's not the... Let me just see if I get rid of this and just have that, is the player still... Oh, it is. What? Excuse me? Hold on, isn't RB.sleep a thing, or... Oh, that's... I mean... Like, I guess. Okay. I thought this was enough. This is the thing that more so, like, completely turns off rigid body. I just didn't think with this... I didn't think it was necessary, but, like... Maybe it is. I guess there's no point turning it back on until after here. Weird. Like, this seems like it should be unnecessary, but whatever. It's I guess, fine. And then... wake. I've never had to use this ever until right here, right now. I guess, like, would I do the same thing with the player? I potentially. Okay, let's just do just this on its own and just see, does that stop the weird launch? No? What do you mean, no? Okay, but I keep having theories of like, okay, this is why it's happening. No, this is why it's happening. And this continues to prove me wrong over and over again. Oh, wait, no, is it a thing that any movement that happens turns on the rigid body? Actually, if I'm using RB.sleep, then I should be not using RB.move position, right? I should be using just normal transform.position equals whatever. Equals that. But, like, I thought, like, oh, if I'm moving a rigid body, I should just move it through the stuff that's there. I feel like it shouldn't be doing this. Even despite what I'm doing here. Normally, if you set a rigid body schematic and then you want to kind of, like, teleport move it, it doesn't usually push things along the way. I don't think that it's supposed to do that, but, you know, I could be wrong. Yeah. Okay, that, I guess, did it. The camera isn't, moving properly again. Well, because the, well, no, reset camera is there. Okay, I don't move the player. Wait, what's moving the player now? Wait, whoa, wait a minute. Hold up. Do I have other code? Oh, it's the, oh, wait. Wait, what? Hold the phone. No, well, hold on here. I may have found more of it. This is a thing that does some moving player stuff. Why is it here specifically? It shouldn't be here, right? Hold on, set up new level. I gotta double check other stuff that calls this. Unless, wait, is this only being called here? If it's only being called here, then that makes sense, but hold on. I believe other stuff can call this, unless I'm mistaken. Final references. No, I'm thinking of, oh, really? Oh, that answers more of my questions. Okay, I forgot that this code existed. I thought that this code was called by this first entering play mode setup first level, and that it was called, when we go from one level to another, it did this to, like, set up being the new level. I'm wrong on that. I had incorrect assumptions that was causing me more issues. Actually, okay. Technically, uncommenting that is not what I want to do either. But it means that some of this should be moving over there. Okay. Hold on. Let me double check though. This move player spawn is equals transfer position of the thing that moved. Okay. Huh. So because I have that reset the camera thing, I shouldn't need this here. Right? Well, actually, no. Almost. Well, I mean, this should just call, like, camera.main. No, camera player follow dot reset camera. It should just do that, and that's close enough, I think. Or, like, it does that and more proper full resetting that's different. Okay, but this gets called by other things. Anything, like, that restarts the player, including, like, respawning code when you fall off the level and stuff like that. So this does want to stick around, but specifically the started from hub thing might need to do special different stuff. Or more specifically, I don't know, have this be after this. And then reset camera doesn't need to be there. And this try change state thing might not need to exist at all, but I'm also going to put it afterwards, just because. What is that going to do? Any crazy launching? No object reference. Really? Which of these? Last player facing direction, or it was player.forward. Player.forward goes into here, and you should have a rotation. Wait, oh, sorry, that's transform.forward, not my custom thing with that. The player's, like, just instance in general should... Okay, let's just... It's either this or this. Let me find out for sure by just going to play mode and testing. Hold on. Yeah. Oh, that was fast. Which thing is null? Oh! Main camera dot player dot forward. That is a different thing. Hold on. You happen to start... Oh, no, you don't. No, you don't. Not anymore. Or, actually, hold on. Am I mistaken on that? Does this have a... You have a thing that happens in start, so... Actually, about that. I only... hold on. Nah, actually, I'm gonna make a change real quick over it. Player over... You over here. That camera code I was just in, over here. These are only references because these get used frequently enough, but... I think just to better use static stuff, I'm just going to actually get rid of these and use my, the code that really should be used in place of this, where the replace all instances of lowercase player with capital player.body. It's slightly longer, but it's how it really should be. And then it saves me not having to do other shuffling around of, like, the order of certain functions getting called. Whoa. This, and this. It doesn't make it that much longer. Is that all of them? No. Wow, okay, actually, there's a lot here. I mean, actually, I should just be doing a search and replace. But I just want to make sure I'm not replacing things I shouldn't be replacing. Like that, which is... Oh, that was a comment, so, well. That's annoying. Oh, and, sorry, capitalization. I guess player dot and then player dot forward dot should be better, yeah. That... Good. That, there, this. God, there's so many of them, but, you know, fair enough. Okay. That's there. Actually, wait, that last one I changed actually was a problem. Reset camera, where are you? Not Canon. Oh, you do that, you do that, but a little bit differently. I think. Hold on. Over here, this one, just get rid of the word instance. Yeah. And then the rigid body one, like this one, is now going to be just player.rb, which that one is about the same number of letters. That's also fine. Okay. The camera was just a special case at one point because it's, like, more directly tied to the player, so it, yeah, had the reference more manually, but it does not need to. Okay, you're there, and there's not as many of those to replace. Okay, code compiling now. Aha. Okay. How about not erroring now? Okay. No errors, but it's still doing that wrong. But the player's not randomly launching off into infinity. So I guess that's good. Still weird to have to have had that, but oh well, I suppose. So why now is the camera not going where it should? Because I don't move the player. Now I'm gonna put that code back, which was this, play.body transfer position equals same thing, and see if it's now more fine with that. Well, that might also require a funky velocity thing. Oh, wait, that didn't... Well, one, the player didn't launch off into infinity. Or, sorry, no, I already... hold on, I don't need this because I specifically do it down here. Started from hub world, yes we did. That goes into this, which does this. So why is that not... Why is this not good enough here? Because you're supposed to, yeah, do this stuff. What? Excuse me? And now you're going all the way up the world. Why do you feel the need to do that? It was even grazing on the floor a little bit. If reset camera is getting called, that should be resetting... Oh! Wait. Oh, no, sorry, this is a bit different than I think. No, this does need extra steps. This instance of transfer opposition. Why are you... Wait, no. Wait. Camera start position equaling where it is. That's not good enough. Not transfer... Well, no, this should just start with a instance.transform.position. Well, this gets a little bit ugly where having it be equal, like, right where the camera was is not great. Or having it be on top of the player isn't great because we don't immediately get the offset. Or no, maybe we'll... Or hold on, okay. Instance.transform.position equals just player.body.position. Should be maybe good enough. Should it copy its rotation as well? Yes, I questionably say yes, but I'm not sure if that might get immediately overridden by some of this stuff, but whatever, we're gonna try it. Okay. That might mean it kind of like zooms out from the player. Let's see if that happens. I mean, So technically, that is ever so slightly better. It doesn't whoosh anymore. We still have the thing I have not fixed. That was my initial, like, a thing I was trying to fix. This weird one frame that's happening. So now that more of the other stuff around it is better. Let me go back to trying to, instead of transform.position, do more, I don't know, rb.move. So yeah, we're going to sleep, and then that, and then... After all these changes, let me double check. Like, this is still necessary, right? If I take those out, it's gonna launch to the skies again. Is that correct? Or is that another wrong assumption? Alright. Why? Why? See, I thought I didn't need this, and that is kinematic was good enough. Okay, it also essentially disables the rigid body, kind of, sort of. Why is that fine? Oh, because, well, before I had this combined with RB dot move position, which, to my understanding before, was also a thing that was not a problem, but maybe it is, or whatever. Let me just further test things that might confirm or deny what I think I know. Will this launch the player? It will. Okay. But, okay. So, what happens if here, then I go, like... Well, to my understanding, this, like, force, like, wakes... Like, doing any rigid body thing like this, force, like, wakes it up, I think. And I can't move the player first. Can I move the player first? No, I don't think so. Now I got issues with, math not being infinitely accurate in computers and float points being floaty. Oh, no. Yikes, that's... Yeah, definitely not good. And that's also not good. Let me just quickly double check, like, I don't know, Unity... teleporting, rigid body. Am I, like, fundamentally doing this wrong? Is there some way that this should be done better? That, like, I think I'm, like, let's see what use. Yeah, move position method. Yeah. Just real quick. But why is it? Hey! Yep. While I'm quickly reading a thing, I can quickly drink. Ha 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 ha. Okay. Yeah. This is gonna be behind. But is it because they're directly colliding? That might be a thing. Hold on. Let me just because this is partially me trying to fix a problem and partially me learning more of some fundamental stuff about how rigid bodies work in the first place. Because they're like physically on each other and touching, I don't know if that's like a thing that's messing with stuff, because basically what I'm trying to like figure out is like if I had any physicsy stuff around the base of like the start of the level that isn't the player, will that stuff also get launched into infinity? I'm trying to make sure that like hypothetically that's not also going to happen. And I can kind of partially determine that by player spawn. If I just move that up into the air so the player isn't physically touching the hub world, is that going to affect this? Let me just double check that. Wait, what? Oh, right, in Awake you're up there, which is what I wanted because it is slightly better. Where is the player? There you are. Yeah. I think I might have found it. I mean, I potentially want the player to be on the hub world, but that was more the issue. Also, wait, why is the camera doing this? Because it thinks that it's in ground mode, but it's like not, and once we hit the ground, then things like fix themselves. Because it's not meant to start in midair using the ground code or something like that. Still though, okay, so that's a part of it. I mean, preferably the player would be touching level, but some weird thing of like, let me just see, like, how much can I get away with it? Is 0.1 fine? Seems like it. Interesting. Oh, so wait, why did that time the player fell properly? Wait, is this some weird thing that if I do this and then... I don't have answers. Okay, so now let me go back up and see how much of this, like, I don't need to sleep and wake up, because, like, I didn't think that I did, because, yeah. I guess it's some weird thing of, like, it's trying to physically, yeah, moving a thing that's touching it. It doesn't like that. Yeah, okay, obviously, right there, what's happening there is not what we want, but, cool. It's progress. Which then, even this, I'm gonna use rb.move position up to, like, whoa. This and this. Just see, is that gonna still do what I think that it should do? Potentially. Yeah, okay, that is wrong, but it's right, but it's wrong. So now if I go rb.move position blarg, and then that's already the case. Then this should always actually just use move player spawn, just use player.rb.move position is the more correct way to move rigid bodies that isn't gonna do funky stuff. Rotation, kind of, I'll come back to that. That's less of an issue, kind of, sort of. Oh, wait, you didn't move. You didn't move at all there. Wait, what? I just realized that... Yeah, no, because from that code being there, you should be moving. Excuse me? Excuse me? Yeah, move position. Wait, why are you not moving now? Now that I think about it, RB.move position should be like it shouldn't matter. Is it moving in a way where that's not like updating properly right away? Let me just try a different thing, just to bring back a separate old thing. Back to like when I just did this. Hold on. Yeah. I'm here now. That is further not correct. What? What? Is it really the case if I go back to just transform.position equals blarg? I'm trying to do things the physically correct proper way. It's not wanting to work in my favor. How about now? Where were you that time? That was like wildly in the air. Is that in spitting distance of the hover world that you're going? You are there. You're under the hub world. Oh, because you're taking in that offset. Yeah. I mean, like, okay, I get that, but also, no. I mean, like, I could put this to, or not there. Well, I mean, I could actually, wait, deciding. No, it shouldn't do that every time, because that could cause issues. Well, actually, will it? But then counter move them back? Unsure. Thinking. If I put this actually up here before I move the player the first time, I'm like, will that cause problems? Or will it be fine? That doesn't look fine to me. Why can't this just work? I mean, well, then I could go back to being transfer. But this brings back to the original problem. I thought that if I just used, if I used proper, rigid body dot move, then I wouldn't have a weirdly failed raycast in the first 2 frames. That was the original thing I was trying to prevent. Let's see, is it still happening? This one frame of failing a raycast into the floor, thinking he's in midair, but he's not, because I thought that by using transfer position, like the rigid body underlying stuff wasn't updating properly. But then it's, well, what then, like, the underlying rigid body stuff of, wait, what if I have a weird idea. What if I use, instead of transform.position, use RB, or, player.rb.position. Is it possible at all that, like, that is gonna update itself better and more properly? Didn't think to do that until now. Because if there is this, like, weird one frame, like, visual versus physics difference, is it possible that that will... No, what's your problem? Why? Missed the messages. Apologies. I need to add, like 0101 to the value that is the actual value I would really need to avoid getting 2D, the actual I really get to avoid getting 2D, surface after difference. Probably because value divided by 3 does not actually give, does not give accurate results due to computers being non-accurate. Yeah, like 1/3 being 0.3, yep. And the computer does the following math incorrectly because adding 3 times 0.3 does not equal to 1. Yeah, computers not being able to round infinitely. It is funky, I guess. You can try representing everything as a fraction, and then it could be pure and perfect. But don't think you're able to do all the math you need to that way. Okay, so this was not enough, but it still actually, I think, is this didn't fix the problem, but I think I still want to leave this like this anyway. One, it helps me narrow down the issue. Are there other transfer dot positions in here? The transfer dot up thing, that shouldn't matter. Same with the factor 3 down there. Shouldn't matter. No. Should be all good. Even, now that I actually think about it, this and this, what do I want to replace that? For now, it's fine. Okay, again, I thought this would be a quick, simple thing. Now there's a lot of things I've changed. I need to, like, clean up before I, like, if I want to move on, can't leave it like this. So, first frame, I make the hub world rigid body kinematic, and I parent the player to it, and I move it up, just up and out of the way of the level so it's not intersecting first frame. And then I wait till it loads the real level that it's in. The real level that it's in has, like, where the hub world should really be in, like, offset of the level itself. And then the hub world, like, now, like, as soon as it has that information, it then goes and uses it. And transfer dot position equals hub offset dot position. And then it does that while the player is parented underneath. And then it can unparent the player. But then down here, it, actually, I don't get why this... down here then looks at, like, if we started from the hub world, like, went into play mode from the hub world scene, we then need to move towards where our spawn is supposed to be in the hub world. Otherwise, if we started from the level, then we go to where we're supposed to start in the level. And in here... yeah, this is a RB.move position. Again, I thought was more how it should be, but I'll change this back to transfer dot position, I guess. But, yeah, this doesn't solve my other problem. Player dot position equals... To my understanding, it all had to work nicely and cleanly with it being all RB.move positions for it to not have this issue. What? What do you mean? What? What are you talking about? What do you mean it's not happening now? What combination of baloney did I put in that made it actually do what I need to do? Okay. Okay, I'll take it. I was... What? Okay, so we set the just normal transform there. We set the transform here. What are you talking about? As one additional thing I want to test. Like, now it's like, okay, it's working. Maybe don't touch it. I want to try one additional thing. See if I can get away with it. If not, then I will undo. I might not need that parenting step. Gotta check VOD of, oh yeah, how I made, like, this happen and work. Maybe. Like, we've gone between a lot of just random changes. And see, even now it's fine. Huh, yeah. Like, I mean, I can look at how the code is now and kind of comprehend, like, how what's currently here is working. But how we got here is a mess. I guess I don't need any of that. Huh. Let me combine that together. Okay, so now that we're through all the mess, somehow, some way, the combination of... actually, even this part, I just want to test one other thing. This line is not 100% needed, but it helps a separate problem. Let me just see, does that... Without that line... So this is that with that line, first frame, the hub world is intersecting with the level in an ugly way, right? By having it start like 100 feet off the ground, that just has this first frame be, you know, better. But then next frame, it's already solved, and then, but that's also fine. That's just to like that have that first frame be better off the ground, whatever. But first frame, it moves the hub world, and then it loads the level that it should be in, and then moves itself Do I use this anywhere else? Like, I could have this be a one-line thing, but whatever, it's fine. It just does transform top position, it just moves it. And apparently that's fine if I make the rigid body kinematic, which is what I thought from first place. Alright, I did think it at some points, I didn't think it at other points. I don't know, whatever. It just moves that, it's fine. And then down here we call the regular, move player to spawn stuff. Then this also is just normal non-rigid body movement thing, despite the fact that this is on a player that has an active rigid body that is not made kinematic. But whatever. Do I still have that one line? Oh, this. I want to see if I can get rid of this line and also have it still work. That would be, it'd be better to have that not be there for other issues. Okay. Yeah. Looks fine. There are still other small issues with this, but it's the specific issue of the one frame, the player thinking they're in midair and then thinking they're on the ground. That's also not happening. So that's good. That's better. So somehow the combination of, like, really, what changed from how we started with this? This was just, like, a thing that fixes that first frame. We used to parent the player to the rigid... parent the player to the hub world, move it, and then unparent it. We don't do that now, but, like, that's fine, I guess. This stuff is still happening regardless. We moved the spawn of the hub ever so slightly on the ground, off the ground, because for some reason them perfectly touching being weird was causing the weird fling. And then in the ground check, where we do these ray casts, this goes off of the rigid body's position, which even then I'm not sure. Okay, as one additional test, I just want to, like, does this still matter? I'm assuming that that change is going to put it back to how it was before. I'm going to undo it. I want to double check. And if this currently doesn't have the issue, I'm going to be very confused. Yeah, there it is. Okay, good. Not good, but good in that, like, I was correct in understanding that that's how that should be. And I did not need the rigid body dot sleep and dot wake up. I wasn't crazy in that, like, I've never had to use that ever and not think I needed it there. So good, cool. That's for, like, different uses in different scenarios, not here. All right, if I'm to do more cleanup, the next thing of what looks weird in the first frame, technically this, when I reset the camera, it's harder to put it back where it's actually supposed to be. It was easier to have a one line, put it on top of the player, and then let it sort itself out in the next frames. And normally, in the other cases where that's relevant, actually, let me just double check something. When we fall off here, behind the mask of the curtain, it does that same thing. And you see the camera move a little bit, but it would be nicer if it, like, as just a separate thing. Actually, you know what? I'm also going to add one to my, the things fixed. That was something in all of that mess. There were little things that we fixed. Whatever. Anyway, there's probably multiple things, but whatever. It's fine. I don't need to count individually. When we reset the camera, it would be nice if it more properly went to the exact position it's supposed to be in, which I could maybe calculate through a cut down version of this. Let me just see if I am to steal this and not have just copy and pasted code. Let's see, just put it all before here. And see what is the bare minimum that I need to keep here. Oh, why? Wait, you have what? Oh, because you're static. You need a bunch of instance dot blah. Okay, fine. Instance dot blah. Hold on. Let me just... I mean, a lot of this is probably about to cut out in a second, but I just want to have it not have all the red. Oh, actually, that's a lot. Well, let me start with obvious. I know for sure everything with horizontal angle, I don't need here. Do I? Wait. No. And here, this is just to calculate a thing for this. That can go... come back to this. Wait. Wait a minute. I'll come back to this, but this is another thing that should... This is... If we're in the on-surface state, then this should be true. Like, these go hand in hand. Before they didn't. Before this was like, if we're on surface or we're in midair, do stuff. That's... Yeah, that's a separate thing I should just clean up. That... Yeah, just code that shouldn't be there to my understanding. Anyway... let me also skip down here that this slider line does not need to be there. This update in the last forward-facing direction doesn't need to be there. Okay, so what else can I cut out? That are just obvious things. I'm running this with the assumption that, so this is 10, this is 0. So, like, I mean, I can put just 20 in here. But, well, if I'm using it, I guess I'll keep it there. That being 0 means that this line's going to do nothing. Get rid of it. Zoom camera if necessary. I would like to think that out of a camera reset, no zooming would need to be done. But whatever, I'll keep it just in case. It's out of a respawn, it hypothetically could be needed. So, yeah. Okay, let me just steal all this. Or did I put the instance stuff that I need because this is a static function calling non-static stuff. It's fine. I mean, I could have just stuck this. I'm about to cut out more of this in a second. This flattened camera direction I also don't need. That's something that's calculated here for the player code to use. That it's actually, is it only the mid-air code that uses it? I don't know. Anyway, either way, not important, I believe. Okay. Okay. Did that bit. Now, what else can I cut out here? What else do I not need? Based on stuff that gets reset here anyways. We reset camera start position. Well, yeah, basically just it doesn't need to do this smoothing stuff that it does for this first frame. It starts at the player's position and then adds based on the look height. We can assume that when we respawn and when we reset the camera for like for this, that we're gonna be on flat ground or on like a mild slope. So I'm totally fine to just use well, actually, I guess it's surface normal if we have it there, I guess. Actually, well, yeah, it's just gonna be that, so. This equals this, add to it, set it immediately, no middleman. And then on surface, which we are, just do that. And then protect, you protect players forward on smooth ground normal. That should be fine. Smooth ground normal should be... Do I reset that here? Or this will be first frame, so it's going to be vector theta up. That should be fine. It should be, anyway. Then turn it the, like, 20 degrees based on player.right. Yeah, that's fine. And then zoom if necessary. It most of the time shouldn't do anything, but I guess better safe than sorry. Move the camera is this stuff, that. So instead of... I mean, it could do this. Then I would like to then go, instead of any of this, use this. And same here. With the word instance that I was cutting out. Okay. So do that, but then the order of some of this is going to have to change as well. Mainly that this is going to be up before, I guess before any of this. Thing 1. Thing 2, I have a line here that resets camera start position. That is now also, yeah, that's just the same thing there. Transfer to, oh, that's because, well, that's before when it moved on top. That's different. So that also can go, because it's done right there. We're just gonna, yeah, I want to condense this more. Reset this. What else can I trim out? This needs to be reset. The field of view, reset that. Reset that we're not being overridden. Reset also stuff related to that we're not overridden. Put this to a better default value. Yeah, okay. And then the rest is just this. Now, on top of that, what more can I cut out of this? So... reset those. I reset that for when it goes back around to like doing the normal camera stuff. And this essentially makes it be right behind the player to reset that to 0. Target camera position, start that. Surface normal. I am almost fine to just actually one-line this. Plus, vector 3 dot up times instance dot look camera height. For here, yeah, I think I'm just gonna... and then stick this directly into here, and that saves 2 lines. Yeah. And then this camera direction, start as... I mean, even then I could, like, put this here. Yeah. This tri-zoom. You know what? We're also just gonna yeah and yeah. Just cut this down. This technically. You know what? Yeah, no, this also can, yeah, doesn't need to go into, like, a in-between variable to then go down to the lower bit. It's fine just setting it directly, I think. Or target rotation, you know what? Yeah. And even this, actually, do I even need, hold on. If we're assuming that we're on flat ground, do I need this? Well, this being the up. Well, this can be, actually, it should be vector3.up, coming out of like a respawn or whatever. So that should be more specifically said there, I think. This can go away. This can go away. Yeah, that's significantly less lines of code. Oh, that doesn't need the instant part. Sure. Okay. Does, I forget if a look rotation needs to be normalized, but I'm also, to just cut this down more, this does not need, just, yeah, do that, whatever. Okay, now that is 4 lines instead of however many it was before. Okay. And if I didn't want to turn the camera at, like, 10 degrees, that could, this line could be cut out. Well, just this part of it. I guess this line will need to be there. Anyway. I'm just, okay, let's, before I go any further, test that this is working in the first place, and then I can mess around with more cutting out of that if I really want to just shrink that even further. Hey, would you look at that? I noticed there's a tiny drop in the player falling, but at this point, that's okay. Well, let's see if I can push it a little bit. This is at 0.1. Can I get it like 0.01 and still have it be fine? Yeah, so, okay, fair enough. Errors? What do you mean errors? An error at reset camera. Well, let's not have that, shall we? What line was the problem? This one? Well, that's fascinating. What line was the issue? Well, alright. Not working as... I mean, it's funny that it looks visually fine, and yet it errored and had problems. Like, that's almost a sign that there's more that I can cut out, but I'm gonna, before I do any more cutting out, just get it to not error at me. What part specifically was null? It was this line, right? So, or let me just go forward till it, like, gets there. Actually, I don't know if first frame, if the error happened, or if it was, like, a frame after for some reason. What was the problem? So that has a value. That has a value. Oh, was it inside of tri-zoom? Oh, no. Wait. Oh, did it not have a... Does a first frame trying to zoom the camera not do it properly? Because it's happening inside a wake or something? It's trying to do a sphere cast, maybe an issue? I'm thinking that maybe I... Wait, it already had the error, right? Yeah. Like, yeah, I was saying that the zoom isn't completely necessary here, I think. I think I can get away with not having it. Yes. The hub world spawn will always be without it being up against a wall. And I'd like to think any start position of a level won't be starting that cramped, like, whatever initial camera angle. Oh, wait, no, why was that? Hold on, what? Oh, it should be times max distance, which is 8. I don't love it. I don't like it being a hard-coded thing. Do I put in a max zoom distance here, or is that inside? Let's see, this equals tri-zoom. I mean, I could go public, static, max zoom, I don't know. Or, float, max zoom, and just return it so it can just get this. It's less of a magic number, I guess. I mean, I could just get the variable, but this feels cleaner, and if I, like, change anything with it later or whatever, it's fine. And, I don't know, hypothetically, there could be other situations later on where I want to... Well, there's not really many situations where I want to force a max zoom, but I could. Magic numbers? Exactly, yeah, it's bad. And there we go. I mean, technically this 10... It's maybe a problem, but that has other reasons for being there. It's like an always constant, like 10-degree offset on the vertical angle. It just saves so much headaches in other parts of code. It like has better transitions between the ground camera and the air camera and stuff like that. Also, what was the thing to call it? It was like camera zoom dot max. But eventually I might. Part of my issue is like, wait, yeah, I can see there's more. I'm juggling between, like, yeah, not having too many magic numbers, but also not having an overwhelming amount of public variables and, like, stuff in the inspector to change. Or even, like, private variables, just, like, having it be, like, too much. Oh, this was instance dot. But it is cleanup I will try to do at some point. There is also the degree that magic number police have arrived. Yeah. We're still in the stage of lots of cleanup. We're working on it. There we go. The first frame there will, like, as it's loading the level, will forever be, like, I mean, actually, I don't know why this first frame is looking down. It should be hypothetically looking at the player from the normal angle, but, like, I don't know. Either way, then next frame, it's, like, I can't load the level frame 1, I don't think, and then, I mean, like, can I? Can I? Actually, I want to try something weird. No, I can't, like, This, I have this, like, wait until to do this. I can't, like, delay an awake function to, like, do that. That would just lock up everything, and it wouldn't get to the point of loading this, right? My understanding? Probably not. Anyway, like, that's the thing that 100% only affects me in the editor doing stuff. What I can do to, like, clean that up is the, like, black fade-in, I can just make it be a frame or two, like, longer of being purely black. What controls that, actually? Is that... here, this... Is it the pause fade that I have do that on start? I don't remember. What does this? The canvas thing that's used is... Actually... Is it the pause UI, or do I take it from the, like, the win or fail screen or something? Let me just double check. This first frame, this black, where does it come from? Specifically. You are here. Why are you like any of that? Yeah, it's the pause fade background that has this going on. Start color, destination color. You're all zeroed out, and start one was... Well, it would have, like, it very quickly... Oh, wait, does it start? Oh, whoa, hold on. I just realized that it might start not fully, blacked out in the first place. I assume that just first frame it was doing a move. Hold on, fade background, blah. Over here, this, start, do this. On start, it sets to be at start color, which start color on start should be a pure black, is it not that? Over... Where are you? Wait, I thought you were buried under here. What, where are you? If not there. Excuse me? Where did you go? Is it... It's not under... Oh, it's there. Oh, and it, yeah, this start does... It's at an 87. Yeah, start at full 100 and then... Aha, I think it masked the problems. I gotta double check that that's not gonna mess with Hey, look, as far as the game's concerned, it loaded into being fine. That's not messing with the pause screen. No, the pause screen doesn't... Like, it uses that, but it doesn't use... Actually, wait, does it even use it? Hold on. Or I think it uses it, but then it immediately, like, overrides those values or something. Oh, right, it just always goes towards the destination color, and that just gets set by the pause screen. Oh, okay, yeah, fair enough. Woo, all right. Cool. I need to add 0.02 to one value to not get 0 thick wall, but only when I set another parameter 3. So I also need a magic number. Woo, yeah, huzzah. As long as it works and doesn't cause a lot of pain and suffering later, then all is good. All right, so that was a side deviation that did take a lot longer than I thought it would, but hey, it's a little thing that's cleaned up, mostly for me testing in the editor, but now when I go into play mode, it's there. There's no weird whoosh of the camera. There's no weird being launched out into space. I don't know, was cleaning up that was, I don't know, I was fine investing some time into. It looks slightly nicer, and, I mean, oh. No. Don't tell me. Wait a minute. Whoa. What was that, Cannon? Did I speak too early? What was that? No. No, what are you talking about? At some point, did I break something with that? Was it the reset camera function? Excuse me? That's fine. Hold on. I gotta test my 3 cannons. Is it just that one? That at least narrows down the problem. What about this one? That also has issues. I'm gonna take a stab in the dark and say that I underestimated where I currently use that reset camera function and might need to, like, do better things with it. Hold on. Where is reset camera? Let me start by doing nothing and just return immediately, temporarily. And if that changes the behavior after those cannons, that'll confirm that that's that. Hey, rebel about, Minkowski, son of a polyhedra. Oh no. Strangely enough, I want to say I slightly recognize that name, Minkowski. Some of polyhedra, I do not, but I can take a stab in the dark as to what that's referring to. Is a German mathematician and professor in Kensberg. Apology for the pronunciation of that, but interesting, yeah. So, some of polyhedra, so what? So, well, I imagine it's taking some information about polygons and adding up some information about some polygons in some complicated formula that you probably uses the funky big E symbol that is sum of, would be my guess. Anyway, yeah, neato, interesting. Oh, ha, right, yes, that calls reset camera, and yeah, that makes sense that that would do that. Let me just, is, after we land, funky camera things? No. That, oh no, that's a problem. Oh, come on, I thought it was, oh no. I thought that the stuff I did here was, like, fine for... Alright, well... No. I'm gonna hope this is... What did I change like, that thing, like, what did I change today that... Like, yeah, we've been messing with camera stuff. I get that. I didn't think I would have broken just that specific thing. What is that in? That's gonna be in... Is that in Level Manager? And... No, what starts... Where's our starting level stuff? In here. Setup level, start level. Yeah, that's part of it. No. No. Actually, before I go, like, looking to hunt this down, let me just look at some variables in the inspector that's going to help me narrow this down of what's going on with these values and what of these values is resetting in a way that's doing weird things. I think part of it, actually, right now, let me double check. The player is correctly in cannon mode. Oh, wait, why is the player down there? That would probably happen if... Oh, no, because the player got parried through the cannon. Never mind, that's totally fine. That's acceptable behavior. That is correct behavior. All good. Mashing 2 polygons together somehow with getting blend of both. Oh, no. Somehow. There's a function for it. Gotta try it out. Oh, boy. So just... Yeah, sum of polyhedra. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Combining 2 stuff and making one thing that... Yeah, funky, but also cool. Okay, so as camera is player's about to land, camera information is looking like vertical angle is doing stuff, horizontal angle is doing stuff. Ground to air slider being 1 is correct. Player to override camera slider being 0 is correct. The rest of these numbers shouldn't really change. Camera start position. Okay. Eyes glued for, like, these are going to change slightly as it's going down, but what number massive, there's a weird massive jump is what I'm on the lookout for. Yeah. Wait. No, what? That looked fine. Am I crazy that didn't jump, or was I just not looking closely enough? Whoops, don't close the game. Not that actually in the editor that function does nothing. That button does nothing. It only quits the game if it's actually in a thing. But excuse me. Well, let me just look. Playing it full time. Huh. I have questions. So wait, just see this again. I was in play mode. I went forward step by step, and it seemed like it didn't, and then it did. But I got a good pause of what's happening in this frame that is causing me issues. So, vertical angle being down, horizontal angle being that. Okay, so the problem wasn't those. I was hoping it was gonna be this got randomly set to 1, because that would have been an easy fix. The player's in the ground state, right? Or on surface. It used to be called ground for the longest time. Why? And then these, like, these values being weird, like, it shouldn't be turning the camera like that. Is it the... I have a theory. I have a guess at what could be it. The, smooth ground normal, or whatever it's called, is it that is something that should be getting reset and isn't? Yeah, but it's gonna turn this from theory into fact. Let me go, actually, I need to go see the code that's actually doing this stuff. I just don't know, like, where specifically, because it's, not in, the canon, it's gonna be in the canon code, hold on, let me find canon specifically, that's, yeah, over here. Probably, it's likely in here, I guess, it's not a guarantee. So, this is normal canon code, but some of this thing's behavior affects stuff in, actually, let me double check, sorry, player interact also, sets off some behavior for starting levels. So, both of those are going to be relevant. Here, close you. I really gotta close more of the scripts at the top that I'm not actually doing anything with, but we'll get there. So, just starting this from the top, we touch a cannon, we interact with the cannon, we do use cannon player, and we also use wait to start level. I forgot that this should not happen in here. This function should be in, like, either in level manager directly or in... Well, no, actually, it waits time and then calls level manager stuff. So this should just be in level manager, but we'll get there. Yeah. Anyway, so but just following the path. We just look at the start level from here. Start strikes shouldn't matter. Start objectives, start end level trigger. That's stuff that's all not relating to the camera. Okay, so hopefully narrowed down that it wasn't to do with that. Don't know what is specifically causing this. When it was working earlier, that's the weirder thing, is that it was... I didn't, like, in the course of this stream, I don't think I changed any code in this function. But, I mean, this calls stuff on the camera that I could have changed. Like, that's entirely possible. What would that have been? Cannon pivot, da-da-da. Disable player... I mean, it's when the player lands that the problems happen. So let me just see if I can quickly skip to down there and see that. When land, we give control back to the player. We change state to on surface. Yeah. We enable the player. This true thing means that we re-enable physics stuff. What does stuff with the camera? Pass camera info, or pass cannon info. Where's the part that resets the camera? It gets reset because it goes back to normal camera movement. Where is... Oh, here it is. Stop cannon, lean down. So it must be that I changed something in... No, what the... No, sorry, that was start. Back to cannon. That was start. Where's stap? Where are you? Start camera, lean down. Enable player does not reset the camera. No, they're two separate things. I believe I made them separate. Launch setup, drop path, do the launch. Click point on path. On surface, enable player, true. Where's... It has to be in here somewhere. Where's the code that... Oh! No, it's not here. Right, we, where's camera code? Where's this? This doesn't have like a boolean that it's in the cannon state. It looks at the player being in the states it can be in. It's either in surface, underwater, midair. We have cannon as its own state. So what happens is it goes from running this code to running the code up there. But why would that, like, that shouldn't cause an issue. It wasn't before. We didn't change any of this code here. I said this is a thing that I need to eventually, I think I need to eventually cut out, but I didn't do that yet. I think I'm gonna need some breakpoints just to quickly... Some part of the camera stuff isn't changing over properly. I gotta find out what that is. What is it? Yeah, and then... Yeah. And it could be something... Is it something I'm setting right when we get in the cannon that then that, effect isn't causing problems until we land? Like, that's possible. But what would that be? So if I attach to Unity and now start running this from the top. I could try manually, like in the editor, setting setting the player's state from cannon to on surface, and that might break stuff or it might not. We'll see. Anyway, so here we're in the cannon state. Well, would you look at that? Well, I kind of want to just skip ahead. Like, we know that this part is doing what it's supposed to. So I kind of want to just skip forward until the frame when we're, like, on the ground. So let me just go forward, forward, forward. Actually, why don't I just... The first frame of being in surface. So go like this. Now we're here. It didn't, like, update in Unity yet, but, like, when it goes back, I think this will be a frame that we're actually properly on the ground. So what thing here is not correct? The first thing I want to check is it ground normal? What is it? Oh, no. Okay, my hope was that was... So what's causing a weird turn? The position was correct, right? And it was the rotation that was wrong. So this the position, that is correct, I think. Or, and then it changes to, wait, -6? That's just based on where the player is. Yeah, it is. Oh, the player does, actually, the player should be at 0, 0, 0, but I guess did I not move the player spawn back to 0? But, yeah, whatever. So camera start position, that number seems like it makes sense. But, and I don't think that that's the issue. The horizontal angle's fine, da-da-da-da-da. The part where we actually turn the camera, so here. Camera direction to start is those numbers. You have 0.1 in the z-axis. Is that fine? Unsure, but it's not a massive number, so. Okay, you turn based on player.right. Yeah, and now you... That's fine. And And then smooth grind normal is that. So this should also not affect it. That 0.31. Wait, it did affect it in... If I... Wait, hold on. Why? No, why though? Because... What did this start? Oh, it was down here maybe. That, if I get forward... Surface, plays up by it forward was those numbers. If the players turn me slightly, but not an amount that should be a problem. Why? Excuse me? Why is that what's happening here? Why do you think that that's what you should be doing? Went 30 degrees up, plus the 10, 40 degrees up. And then she was going just 30 along the normal axis. That shouldn't turn... Sorry, no, wait, no, I'm a fool. Hold on. I'm looking at the wrong number. This is not the number that I think it is. Sorry, this number is fine and is correct. Never mind, I'm a fool. This is just, it's a vector that's pointing down. I was treating this like it was the Z rotation. That's not even at all correct. Never mind, that's correct behavior. Okay. Then zoom distance is 8, yeah. Okay, camera position. You decided to be... As I said, the position seemed like it was fine. It's the rotation that's the problem. So, skip to that part. Yeah. So, okay. Target direction equals take the direction and normalize it. Yeah. That's fine. That looks like it's good. Aluska, hello, hi, hello, welcome. Chrome, please don't break Unity again. I don't want it to update. I don't want to update it every week. I'll try. Oh no. But have a lot of funky physics issues in today's stream. Going well. We're getting through them. One by one, crushing all these bugs. Right now, we're dealing with an issue where after fixing something that seemed unrelated, a thing that was previously fixed randomly broke, and I don't know why. So we're currently trying to decipher what changed in the code that I supposedly didn't touch at all, but... You know, somehow it broke. So, yeah, this is fun. Fun. Okay, so, okay, so, this, and then this, what was I doing? This being 0, 1, the rotation that is spit out here should not have a significant Z rotation. Yeah, it doesn't, it's 0. Oh, wait, is the problem the last, one of these? No, what the... excuse me? Canon, or was it, yeah, mid-air rotation? Where is it getting a significant Z rotation? That's my problem. Unless it's not getting it this frame, it's like next frame it's getting it or something. By the way, how did you end up with the Rubik's Cube game? It is down there and is fully functional. I might eventually, like, add... We have a bit of a list of wish list sort of things that we, want to continue to add to it. Even just polishing it up and giving it a better, like, model that looks more like this and... like the pieces being more like rounded on the ends. But it reached a point where I'm like happy enough with it that I wanted to invest more time in other things like this game. Because we went from working on this game once every 4 streams to now once every 2 streams. So, yo, we're hopefully gonna be making more progress on this. And yeah. So if you type down there !cube commands, there'll be a link to my a paste bit, basically a giant notepad thing that is all the commands for it. But in short, ! and then a Rubik's Cube notationed turn will make that, yeah, do turns. So ! like F, ! R apostrophes, like R prime, or U2. Yeah, we'll make that turn in different ways. And, you know, 'tis cool and whatnot. You can even do multiple turns. You can go ! R prime space D2 space B space F, and all that in one message, and it'll do all those turns sequentially. There's like an extra thing where at the end of whatever turns you can put in a number, and that'll affect the speed. That, I think in the document I say what, like, the default is like, I forget what the defaults are, but it's just like 2 won't, it has to be like 200 to like 1,000 or something like that. But I think the document says stuff. And then funky Rubik's Cube's turns, like, so you have all the basic turns that are, like, individual, like, turning faces like this. There are funkier turns, like, turn the middle like this. This is M, and then like this is E, and this is S. I don't know if I had the directions right for which way is clockwise or counterclockwise, but whatever. And then there's turns for turning the whole cube that are X, Y, and Z for different directions of turning the whole cube. And those also go clockwise and counterclockwise and double and all that sort of stuff. And then wide moves where instead of turning like right, turning right in the middle is like a wide turn. That's also supported. That has two different notations that are commonly used. Either it's like capital R to do this, lowercase r to do this, or capital R, lowercase w to do this. So it's like 2 letters. Both of those are supported because, yeah. And then on top of that, then there's a special function that's like exclamation mark scramble. Will do like 20 random turns. It does between 15 and 25 random turns, I believe. But then you can put in like exclamation mark scramble and then a number between like 1 and 100, I think. And yeah, I haven't actually like touched it in a while. I hope it's still actually working and we're not going to find out that it's completely broken. It's running over here in all of its glory. Yeah, and then I only know oh, hold on, missing messages. Let me catch up. You made it then, congrats, thank you. Yeah, and I want to continue to add more to it. Just, yeah, for now I want to put more time in Handyman with the Unicycle. What I would really like to do eventually that I think would be cool is to I don't know where this do like an auto solve kind of a thing, but do it in steps where like the 4 common like things to do with solving a Rubik's Cube, doing those 4 things like you know, there's like solving the cross, solving F2L, OLL, and then PLL, doing those as like separate like auto solve things. Oh, it broke. Oh no, wait a minute. Uh-oh. Well, here's what we're gonna try. I'm gonna relaunch the program and see if that we have had a weird mystery bug where occasionally it just cuts out on all inputs, but usually it happens like while it's in the middle of actually running. Oh, why did it not relaunch? Hold on. It's launching now. Why did I have to press that twice? My button for relaunching it might not be hooked up properly. Anyway, it's there now. I'm gonna try this myself real quick. Hey, there it goes. Yeah, okay. See, that's what it's supposed to do. And look at how fast it's going. Yeah. Yeah, that's what it's supposed to do. And yeah, look, it's all scrambled. But yeah. And I have, on stream, multiple times solved that, like had it be scrambled and then manually typed out all the commands to fully solve it. It takes a long time, but I have technically done that, well, like I want to say like 3 times, but back in when it wasn't fully functional, I've also did it and it was way more painful because it didn't have all the moves that I needed. I had to just work around them. Even the whole like having full algorithms, that was a huge help. If you put in commonly when you search up algorithms online, there'll be like brackets and stuff. My program will automatically cut out brackets from input as well. So, yeah. Okay, let me finish catching up on messages. Yeah, there's the oh wait. Did you need to use quaternions for it? I did in only one spot. I did how I managed the whole Rubik's Cube program. I did it in a way that I didn't have to touch quaternions that much other than right at the beginning. The clever-ish thing that I do that made this not a monstrous nightmare to turn all the pieces is that whenever I do a turn, to keep it simple, just looking at if I'm turning this white face clockwise, all I do, well, I do many things, but some of the things I do is just see, hey, this piece is turning, look at the pieces around it, parent them to the piece that's turning, and then just turn the piece that's turning, and then they'll all turn with it. Because when you, in Unity, when you parent something to other thing, like you move the parent thing, and all the children will just move with it, regardless of what you do. So just take all the surrounding things, parent them, turn the thing, unparent. And then everything moves with it, and it's all nice and awesome. And then there's a, like, hidden core piece that you don't see in the middle that I use for, like, doing slice moves. And like, that was a lot more complicated, but, yeah. The other complicated thing was, okay, if I want to turn this, grab all the pieces that are around it. Well, okay, what pieces are all around this one piece? That was where the code got more complicated, but then that was more of a logic thing rather than a dealing with physics thing. So, yeah. Anyways, so there's a lot of it was quite hard, but not that bad in terms of like the physics or whatever. And then, and then scramble. Too bad, no 10,000 points. Yeah, we'll see if I come to regret that I did put a channel point redeem. It's expensive for a reason, because I don't want to be doing it every stream or whatever. That will make me have to solve this guy, the virtual cube. And I prefer not to do that right now. But it's there, hypothetically. Just like the redeem of making me play horror games, which is also super expensive for a reason. Anyway. Then, yeah, then, you did need to use a quaternion. So I did, but not that much. Like, there's like one line in the whole thing, I think. If I remember correctly, there's like one quaternion dot... I don't even think it's an S-lerp. I think it's just a rotate towards. And like, that's it. And then the rest is just logical stuff, if I remember correctly. I was, concerned that if that idea didn't work, I'd have to more manually, meticulously calculate, like, the pieces that's not what's being rotated around, how they'd have to, like, rotate around in some orbit thing, but thankfully, didn't have to worry about that to that degree. I would look for any way I could, avoid use quaternions. I don't believe in dark magic. Yeah, I get ya. Yeah, use a ray of 3 dimensions, lol. No. Outside of, like, the turning, I tried to, with other parts of the cube, like, handle it in a more logical way than a Unity way. So, like, if I'm looking at this piece, and I'm like, what pieces are around it? It's dead. I could have maybe done it in a way of, look at the physical, like, in Unity, the positions of the pieces, and, like, this is at position, based on the center, like, 0, 1, 0, and, like, find the other pieces that are at position, like, 0, like 1, and then something else, or like, some weird thing like that. Like, has an X position of 1 or -1. I wanted to avoid doing that, and I was able to avoid doing that. Now, I wanted to do it in more of a way that looked at just like, I don't know, of the cube, like each piece has internal stuff that says like, this piece is yellow, blue, and red for its colors, and its current direction is front, up, right. And I use that stuff instead. So then, like, this white piece is like, I'm a white piece, and my direction is to the right. And this orange, its direction is up. And this edge piece, its direction is up and front. So, like, then it, like, a lot of stuff that just uses those directions. Which, some parts it uses it in a very funky way. So I do it in enum. Like, the directions are stored in an enum, which is a glorified, like, just an int, but with words for easier understanding. It's the actual, like, part where I turn, the turning is fine, right? The turning, it wasn't that bad. The after a turn, taking all the pieces and now updating them, being like, here's where you were, here's where you moved to, update that you moved here now. That's extra complicated. And, like, for one, it was complicated for regular turns, but then dealing with, like, counterclockwise turns and double turns, making sure that was all fine. And then when we had to deal with middle turns, it got extra complicated. And then somehow, like, once that was all done, doing full cube rotations wasn't that bad, because then it was just copying a lot of the code that was already there. Yeah, anyway, complicated. But by not looking at it as, like, one massive thing, like, cutting it down into, like, bite-sized pieces and tackling them one at a time wasn't as bad, hypothetically. Which is, if I hypothetically were to make an auto-solver thing at some point, which I'd like to do, I think it would be cool to try, just for the fun of trying. I also have ideas of how I would break it down into smaller bits and try to do them one by one. Anyways, let me catch up on more messages. You guys are going fast. You knew how to use quaternions. One line is, yeah, that's fair. In this game, I'm having to deal with quaternion stuff in a way that's extra complicated. Everything to do with the camera and the player. So much rotational stuff involved. It's complicated. Anyway, let me quickly catch some messages, and then we'll get to continuing on this. I am getting low on time, I noticed, but I'm not out of time just yet. I'd like to finish this before I go, at the very least. I was hoping we'd get to moving platform stuff today. That didn't happen, but oh well. We cleaned up more other stuff, so I'm more okay with that, I guess. Just did more work in different areas than how I thought we were gonna at the start of the stream, but oh well. It's getting there. So, like, next stream will probably be a big focus on moving platforms, which is gonna be a huge pain in terms of more complicated physics stuff. But we'll see. Anyways, let me catch up on messages. Okay. So can you tell me how to calculate the centroid of a non-self-intersecting closed polygon that got 4 vector values for the polygon points? Oh no! The mad physics returns. Then physics are physics. Yeah, 2024. Then yeah. How much time do I have to How much time do I have to code it? I will avoid quaternions. Just never rotate anything ever, and if you do it in 2D. For 2D games, you don't have to worry about quaternions. You just have to worry about one number, 0 to 360 degrees. There's only one axis that you gotta worry about, and everything is fine. Not in the land of 3D. Yeah, and technically, like, you kind of sometimes can rotate stuff with only 3 numbers. You have, in Unity, you have, an X, a Y, and a Z, and sometimes you can get away with just changing those, but there's reasons why quaternions exist that, like, just trying to manipulate those values doesn't always work super well and causes a bunch of problems that are complicated. Anyway, I need it in open as cat. You have 420 minutes. Alright, I'm too lazy for a free challenge. My brain got it last night. I've had headache and fever due to it. Oh boy, oh no. Next time I'll attempt to read code of, here, let me just go into play mode while I'm reading. Now, look at that player go. Woo! Next time I'll attempt to read code of same issue in other programming language. Working on next version will be from 0.3.4 to 0.3.5. Can we chat in TM? I make my 3D models with open as CAD, and then I use FreeCAD CAD mode activated. I've used AutoCAD back in like grade 10 for some projects, but not at all since. Anyways, to like, we got very sidetracked. To recap the thing we're in the middle of trying to fix. First of all, actually, let me just side tangent. Look, I made some 3D model stuff over here. This is very much a work in progress, very much not done yet, but look at it go anyway. Okay, wham, camera stuff. We're looking at some of the stuff that's like, we've been fixing over the last couple streams. Oh, even there is broken. Interesting. So, earlier today, we had the problem where this interaction, the camera was going all wonky, the player was going all wonky, and whatever. When we did this motion, it was going all wonky. All cattywampus. And then even the getting out of it also being funky. This is stuff that we just fixed today. In fixing this, somehow this broke. We get into cannon, we launch, everything's fine. We land. Why didn't you do it that time? Right when I'm deliberately being like, let me show you the problem. Is it a mouse thing? Wait, let me not press anything. No, it did it that time. So that was what was usually happening, is it every time is like, when you land, the camera's being funky for a couple seconds, and then it corrects itself. And I'm trying to figure out why that's happening, when I didn't think I touched any of the code that would make this happen. But somehow it is, because why not? Yeah, and okay, so also we have 3 types of cannons in this test level. Over here, we have an in-level, like, normal cannon that just launches you from point A to point B, and that's all it does. Ignore this cube here. That's just a test that, like, other things can launch out of cannons. But hold on, here, though, the camera doesn't... So the camera doesn't break with that. Okay. Why? Whoa, wait, I have a separate thing to test. Hold on. If I move the camera up and down while we're midair, that doesn't break it? I'm perplexed of... Like, in theory, it helps narrow it down of what could be causing the issue, but I don't know why... To my understanding, all the cannons should be breaking equally or not at all, but whatever. Game does as it does, I guess. This is us. That end level spring, it launches back to our hub world. It's a glorified cannon. It uses a lot of the cannon code. And we land, and then the camera freaks out a little bit. This is a cannon that launches us into our levels. This hub world also, by the way, is a giant moving object. It moves from level to level, and it's awesome. It'll be more awesome when it's working, but we'll get there. This, we land, and also camera go funky. I don't understand why, though. I have guesses. So, okay, back to, like, what we were doing before I went on big tangents. So, I don't know. As I'm flying through the air, I want to just test something. Just narrow that stuff down. Player over here. Player is here. Camera. If while flying through the air, if I reset this to 0 and 0 and... just to test something else, put that at 0 as well. That will make a 1-frame camera turn, but it should, rather than turning down at the ground and correcting itself, I believe this being at 0 will make it like, just 1 frame be at normal ground camera. Oh. Or not at all. That's good too. Never mind, that's a separate issue. I think, oh wait, is it? Unsure. Well, anyway, wait, the player is about to hit the ground now? Why? 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 Okay, so, threw some of my theories out the window of why that's happening. Okay, so, okay, yeah, like, I'm not sure. We're gonna have to figure this out. So it's not related to, when you turn the camera in midair from, like, mouse input, some of the stuff with that I thought would be affecting it. I don't know what part. Let me continue to try to narrow this down. Let me go back to what I was doing when we deviated to the Rubik's Cube stuff, where I actually had some breakpoints in place. That were doing stuff. Then try FreeCAD, Cry Me a River. We only had Maya, Inventor, 3ds Max, and some other from Autodesk in school. Neato, interesting. I've never used Maya. I use Blender commonly with, as I was building this earlier today. Yeah, I'd like to try like other programs of that sort, like Maya, at some point, but you know, we'll get there. At some point, I will find the time. Okay, so you're there doing that. Yeah. Well, okay, you landed, but... Wait, breakpoint, okay, just waiting a second, there be the breakpoint, okay. So, where and why and how do you go so wrong? Ground camera is... No, that's fine, it's gonna get updated this frame. I was like, wait a minute, that seems way off. Okay, just quickly skip forward a bit. Okay, you are there. That position seems totally fine, but it's the rotation that seems more incorrect, to my understanding. This was from before, 0. Like, where's it getting the Z rotation from? Or I guess it's not just... In some times where the camera seemed like it was going wrong, it seemed like there was a random significant Z rotation. That might not be the case. Okay, this override slider is 0, so this shouldn't... I skipped ahead a bit further than I meant to, but past some of the important stuff, possibly. That position is that. This rotation is... 45, 58, 0. That is looking down significantly, but it's not looking like the straight down, like, 90 degrees that it's... seems like it was doing. But it could be a... let's see, actually, what did you actually dump in there? 45... Is it, like, next frame, then it's a problem? Maybe that, like, takes a frame to explode. My best bet is that Windows is doing its thing. It was working earlier in the stream. And we did change camera code, and it's probably some camera code that I changed that is doing this. I just didn't think that I had significantly changed any camera code. Ooh. Why are you... trying to jump between that X there, that is the -6 to 0.2. Why are you doing that? That is... Wait, or no, I don't know if that's related to the issue. That might be just a separate other thing, but it is a 1-frame jump that I notice. Player's position... 0, 1.3, -6. Did that just change massively in 1 frame? Hold on, I'm gonna come back to that. It's... Played it on surface. Yeah. Skip down to the rotation stuff. Did the position that you got seem fine? Those are numbers. -9, 13. Like, that seems not that bad. Again, it's the rotation that's even more the issue. Target. Oh, no, let's get this from here. Yeah, then you use that to decide where to look. Yeah. What did you spit out? 45.58. That doesn't seem that bad. So what's going on? What gives? Okay, down to like here. Camera is not overridden. Is it something in this? So you're. Is it this? Hold on. Mid-air camera rotation. You think that you are 58. That is what that was. Like probably that's close. The grounding 45. Those are correct numbers that seem very close to each other. And then you spit out 58. That's fine. It's high, but like because the camera is looking down like that significantly. The problem is it's seeming like it just jumps to 90 and then corrects itself over the course of like too many frames. Oh, why are you? Wait, why are you? You seem all normal now. What gives? Okay, skip ahead. Quickly see. Is it actually? It didn't seem like it was delayed by this many frames to do what it needed to do. Position. That's position. 45. What? Excuse me? I'm just skipping forward a couple frames. Oh, right. I forgot that Unity likes to, for some reason, when I'm skipping forward by breakpoints, it likes to not update the game view nicely. This might be something I need to test with like, just print statements or whatever. But let me just test this again. Just like what frame do I land? Does the camera turn all wonky? Does it take a frame or two, or is it the frame that I land? Excuse me, sir. What do you mean you're not happening now? What? Don't tell me randomly fix it. No, I don't believe you. I have a theory. Whoa, I have a theory. I have a guess. Is it something that uses like unscaled delta time or something like that, or the mouse code that I messed with earlier? Hold on. I have somewhere to guess, but I'm not confident in it helping. But let me just, looking in places I changed earlier today. Hold on, I do this on screen. You guys can actually see what I'm doing. Short version, commenting out this line that shouldn't, like, that code should be there, but let me just test, like, a thing that I changed that shouldn't have affected this in this way, but let's find out if it decided to anyway. So, pressing nothing, no mouse stuff. No, okay. That's good in that I didn't think it would be that. Can you debug it? That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to do all the debugging I can. But for some reason, like, a weird thing that's making this extra hard to, like, just... How come if I pause it and I go forward frame by frame, that's supposed to have the same behavior? Oh, it did. Okay. Why? Why is it being inconsistent? The worst kind of a bug is an inconsistent bug that doesn't seem to want to happen every time. It's so much easier to solve a bug if it's happening every time. Why did it happen this time? This Z value of... Oh, no, I guess you would have. You decided to do what exactly? Actually, now might be a time where I can actually make a breakpoint and have it see what I want it to see. Wait for it to do that. This slider is a fine number. Actually, here's another thing I'm gonna do. When I make the breakpoint and go to think it likes to take its time to like give me back control. Anyway, this 32 is a fine number. Oh, there we go. This 30 is a fine number. It shouldn't. What is this angle that it thinks that it's having, and why? Camera start position. Okay, is this correct? Is this what this should be? This camera start position should have been hard set onto where the player is the second that we landed. Maybe that it's not doing that. Oh, it's definitely not doing that. 0, 0, -5. -6. Okay, it might just be that. Yeah, if I one frame, just go... Oh. Excuse me? Reset this all to 0. Well, technically, it'll be 0, 0, and then plus, like, 2. Technically, like, I guess, like... no, sorry, and to copy that, -6. Player's position plus roughly 2 in the air. Maybe a little bit if they're turned. I go forward 1 frame, even without the breakpoint. No, that's not it. Okay. I very much thought it would be. 32. Okay, we're going to put in breakpoint again, which means he's going to lock up for a second. Then, yeah, life of a developer. Why doesn't it work? Life of a developer. Why did it work? Yeah, because, I mean, if it doesn't happen consistently, like, it just... Like, what changed? What changed between the times when it's working and the times when it's not? -6, that's what... Alright. But, yeah, why? Why is my question. Why is the camera turned at this weird angle right now? Where does it think that it's going between? Alright, waiting for it to... Go yellow. Okay. What value here is so disastrously wrong? Is my question. This ground rotation is 42, 40, 60, 0. That is correct numbers. If I skip all the way down to, like, in here, 60. So, like, well, like, okay, 60, roughly 360, which is, like, 0, and 287, that, like, to just... was it 287, is roughly, like, -73 degrees. Yeah, that seems like that's not correct, right? The 60 seems a little high. So, okay, where are you getting that from? You would have got this from... This is, like, numbers from last frame. So when did that become that? Ground camera rotation there? That's fine. Mid-air camera rotation... Yeah, that's the funky one. That's what I thought, but that's what it was. It wasn't like that before. Okay. Question answered, kind of, sort of. Like, we know where it's getting that information, but... Well, I mean, the start of it. It's coming from here, but it shouldn't be. So, I guess somehow... The last frame of... Actually, I have a theory. I have a thing to try. When we transition between cannon and ground, this should never run. I have a theory. Oh, no way. No way, no way, no way. I have a guess. I have a guess as to what's doing it. I'm gonna blindly test this. My guess is it's coming from player, like, check if on surface or whatever it's called. I changed that code earlier to do better ground detection. I'm guessing we hit the ground and there is a single frame where it thinks we're in midair. If it stops the code, yeah. It is. Why, though? No. I didn't, of course I wouldn't. Ah, no. Alright, I know the cause of the problem. I don't have a quick fix. I know the root cause. And I know something that masked it. That, if I... In a different scenario, I would have found this sooner. Earlier, we had the issue of when we first go into play mode, the player is standing up, frame of them being upside down because they think they're in midair and they're doing the midair animation stuff, and then a frame of them being fine. That's technically happening here, but when we're in midair from the cannon, it uses the same animation thing. So we go from being frame of in cannon mode to frame of being in midair, being upside down, to frame of being on the ground. Now, even despite that being the case, the camera still shouldn't technically freak out that much, but it is. But I kind of get why. But anyways, it should not do a single frame of being in midair. And my guess as to why is because over, where was it? Over, where's player on, like, surface check? Over here. We use player.rb.position because we're doing physics stuff, and that's better for the physics rather than transform.position. But my guess is that the last time that we update the player's position in the canon, it's a transform.position equals blarg. And that is a problem. Should this really... Is this going to cause problems? We're going to find out if this causes problems. If I instead change this to, like, player.rb.position instead. This is my, like, shorthand that I've custom made to just get the player's rigid body. Hold on, before I make... let me, scan for other... Is this the only line where I do this? Aligning cannon doesn't count. I'm not even super confident that the thing I just did is going to fix it. This also doesn't count. I'm not super uber duper confident that this is going to fix it, but it might. Please do. Please just give me this win. Yes! If people joined 2 seconds ago, you have no idea why I'm so celebratory that nothing happened. That's because nothing happening is the correct thing to have happen. Rather than have the camera wildly go off in whatever direction it decides to. It's so mean. It's so mean. It is entirely my own self-inflicted problem. Oh, I didn't change any code that should have to relate to that stuff. Well, surprise, surprise, I did, but not at all in the way that I thought that I did. I was right in that it wasn't any code on the camera itself that I had to fix. And it wasn't some code in, like, the activate levels stuff. But no, it was changing the ground detection to be better for physics. And then not... I'm thinking this other code that relates to it. So actually, I gotta change one more thing. In the level end spring, I have to make the same change. Otherwise, that's gonna still have this problem. Level end spring. Level end spring is, in a lot of ways, like a cannon, but it has special stuff. It looks like it has some copied code, but it has enough different here that it... a lot of just minor slight differences. That it looks similar, but trust me, it's different enough that we combined some of the code together, but not all of it. All right, please tell me that that's also just gonna work for free and not have new other funky issues. Oh, please be so kind. Okay. Woo! And when we land, no camera funkiness. Yes! Woo! Never have I been so happy to see nothing happen. Yaha! Cool. I'm gonna do it a few more times just to really break it in. And I can move the... Oh, right, that's a thing. Actually, that's a thing I remember being a thing I gotta... Yeah, that's a whole separate thing. A thing I can clean up next real quick. I believe if we're looking, like, straight up while some of the cannon stuff is happening, it can, like, right? Or no? Or wait, are my eyes deceiving me? That it, did a tiny jitter of, like, kind of going under, like, this sort of 90 degrees would make the camera sort of mess up? Or, I'm unsure of... I mean, if it's a 1 in a million thing, it's not the worst issue, but like... I mean, it's almost worse to debug if it's a 1 in a million issue. What I'm trying to do is just... Or was it just a sudden, like, that I moved the mouse too hard at once? I'm unsure now. Hang on. Let me just... Unsure. Oh, well, okay. Until it happens again, we'll say it's probably fine. And hopefully it'll never happen again. Actually, well, as a separate thing, I just want to double check. How high can I look out of a cannon? Basically straight up. Which... Fair. What controls that again? Hold on. Actually, yeah, that'd be a tricky thing to, like... update. But no, like, it should basically... It has the same clamping as normal on the ground. Like, we should be able to look as high as when we're just on normal ground, but just... It's the same in the cannon, but there's, like, a slight thing where... as we're going the cannon, it, like, slightly leans down in a way that looks cool. So, like, me not touching anything, it's up, and then slowly leaning down, and it's cool, and was a pain, but not that much of a pain to make that happen. Like, could be cleaner, but would be more of a pain to get that to happen. And then this all works. Yeah, look at it in all its glory. It's beautiful. Whew. All right, so am I gonna chime in, or like I want to keep going, attempt to do stuff. So like, if I'm to move on to like the next, I think 3-4 big things. The next couple big things that I want to get working is, well, start working towards this, not doing that. Having the hub world be properly, fully operational again. And that's, to do that, I just need moving platforms to work again. Which they did on the old player system. And, like, if I copy some code from the old player stuff, it might not be that bad. Maybe. One thing I'm just realizing is that, in theory, hypothetically, I only need, oh, actually, no, actually, I was about to say something that might have been disastrously wrong. I was about to say that, like, I only need to do, camera, or moving platform code on the ground code, because if we're in midair, then we're not on a moving platform. But I just realized that, like, if the hub world's in motion and we get slightly airborne, we don't want to get, like, left behind. So, I mean, well, if we inherit the velocity of a moving platform that we're on, and then we get separated from the moving platform, we should get that, like, let that velocity continue until drag air resistance slows us down. The hub world might have special rules where it, like, we don't get, like, always, like, override, assume that we're, like, move with the hub world always. That might have some special stuff, but we'll see. We'll come back to that. Okay, so player, actually, wait, I'm getting ahead of myself. One thing I meant to test ages ago when we got this other stuff working that I didn't, we did some cleanup on the behavior that happens when we go into play mode from the hub world, and it, oh, what the heck? Excuse me? Oh, that was me. I was like, oh, what's happening? I accidentally pressed, I have debug buttons set up to, like, limit the frame rate on purpose. That was for testing stuff, that things were frame rate independent. I accidentally pressed that button. It was like, oh no, what's going on with the performance? 'Twas my doing. Anyways, I want to double check that when I go into play mode straight from a level, that this works. It did! I clicked the wrong scene. I was so confused for an instant. This one. There we go. All right. I was so confused. Like, that's not the right level. That's not the right area. I expected to see yellow, not white. All right. We're here. Everything worked fine. Cool. Let me double check that first frame, like, loading in. Yeah, it looked totally fine, which is great. It, you know, there was, like, before there was, like, a frame of the camera, like, correcting itself, moving into position, yada, yada. That's not the case anymore. Cool. Now, I wanted to go over here and move the player spawn all the way over these moving platforms. You know what? I'll move it all the way on top of this. And double check that that's gonna work. Yeah, look, there we are. I can even, something we haven't really tested in a while, that I guess I could test. I am capable of rotating the spawn. I don't have to face that way always. You know what? Because I noticed that as soon as I start, the platform runs away. We're gonna go over here. I could change the timings of these platforms, but also, nah. If I just am here, then I just go to play mode. Wait a second. Platform comes over. Well, actually, I could change the spawn point to be on top of the moving platform, but whatever. Anyways, so currently, moving platforms do not, you know, it's like being on ice, kind of, sort of. We don't stick to it in any way. For simple games, sometimes it can be enough to just parent the player to a moving platform, and then we'll move with it, and then all is well. With my game, that doesn't necessarily work as well as I would like it to, because rigid bodies under rigid bodies, yeah, it can do funky stuff. So the better thing, I think, we're gonna hopefully that, you know, have work is, if we're moving with a, you know, a thing, just inherent have it, it's gonna have a rigid body, so get its velocity. We don't have to calculate it manually. If it was like a manual non-rigid body moving thing, we'd have to get its velocity, but just get its velocity and then add that to whatever our current velocity is. Well, adding to it directly might actually have, we don't want it to be a pushing force. I had ways of doing this before. If I just go in as like player lean, like or not that. Hold on. Our old player code, we had moving platforms kind of working. I think there was a little bit of funkiness to it, but there was some stuff that we're like, I can steal a lot of this code. And hello, that onion. Hi, hello, welcome to the stream. Hello, everyone. Hope you are doing well. Hello, right back at ya. Yeah, I am doing well. We are making good progress with my game here. This is the Handyman with a unicycle. A lot of temporary, like, placeholder-y code stuff still around, but, and also this is just like a very blank test level of just different level things strewn left to right, but it is coming together quite well. So we got a unicycle guy that can move around. We got hazards where we spin out and stuff like that. We got cannons that can launch you and do camera stuff that works well. This is more of a test thing. I don't think you'd really be pushing cubes around like this, but just to quickly showcase that, if I can go into it right. This cannon can launch objects as well, but that's, yeah, ignore that. These are tests. These are things that might be gotten rid of at a later point in time. Power-ups that might not be a thing. Speed boosts. That one launched me off the level, which don't worry about that. It's fine. We do have a whole respawning thing. Yaha. It does that, and it's cool. Still in progress. Tight ropes that you can, like, lean and bounce across. They also were working. Right now, they are completely and utterly broken and will be made functional at a later point in time. The main point of this game is that you repair circus rides, but, like, in a very chaotic environment where you're going back and forth between hazards and obstacles of different kinds to, like, get to rides to repair them before they break. Over there is a, like, 3 strikes you're out sort of rule. All the massive wall of text of those objectives, outside of this test level, it won't be that massive. It'll be like a couple words. Just for the sake of this test level, every, like, possible option is there, and yeah, so that's, like, the objectives for the level. There can be get to the thing for just, like, beating the level, repairing rides that looks like this, that all of this still needs to be made better in terms of just, like, the polish of better animations, all that, getting collectibles. Technically there's 3 different types of repairing rides that have slightly different stuff going on to them that just in this test level, I just have them all next to each other. And yeah, then over here, once you have done all of the objectives of a level, I have a cheat button to that if I press plus. Like, whoa, I did all the things, wow. Then I touch this and hey, we beat the level. And yeah, wow, you're high energy compliment. Thank you. I try to be, and yeah. This is our end level screen thing where it's like, oh, here's how many strikes you had left, because there's like a thing to, like, you can just barely scrape by and beat a level, or you can beat it perfectly getting no strikes, and that's to unlock, like, a hard mode. I press continue, then, ha-ha, launch away. Cool, awesome, giant cannon thing that launches us all the way over here to our hub world. That is also, like, temporary and, like, you know, looks bad because placeholder-y stuff as we're just trying to get the programming of it working. But here, then there's, like, each of these things is a level in our hub world where you'd go up to it, interact with it. Ignore that, like, this is a placeholder, like, screenshot thing. Ignore that it's so dark you can't even tell what it is. It's a screenshot of a level, hypothetically. You'd see it, it has the name, information about it, and you press confirm, and the hub world flies away to that level, and then you can go into it and whatnot. Except right now that's broken, so I can't really show. If I press confirm, then this happens. That's, you know, not what's supposed to happen. I go out and back into play mode. I move the. In fact, I have a pause menu as well. I can go back to my hub world. Quata. Then yeah. So those exist. This is a cannon that, like, when you're near a level, like over there, you get in it, it launches you into it. Oh, shoot. I've just realized something that is broken. When did that happen? Tiny thing that those objectives and stuff that, like, that sliding on screen, that's supposed to happen when you land, not beforehand, right? Am I mistaken on it? Huh. That's a thing I gotta, like, get back to being, clean that up at some point, but not super important right now. It's still functional. I'm not getting errors in the console, right? No. Fair enough. So this is all, like, a lot of the game mechanics all around existing. A much cooler thing exists over here. In a second. This sort of skate park thing that we got going on. It looks definitely a lot more going on visually in terms of just stuff. So this is the player can do more here. Also, it has controller input, because that's a thing where then it's kind of smoother, not being limited to 8 directions. Anyway, what's over there? So the player, what am I trying to say? Let me start over. We recently completely remade the player from the ground up to have a lot more physicsy movement, including, like, just better doing cooler stuff with slopes and whatnot. It's basically a thing where as long as you have speed, you can be upside down and on walls and all that kind of stuff. By going downhill, by moving in the same direction for a while from like speed boosts and whatnot, you can gain a lot of speed, as you can see. I'm still tinkering with the exact values of like how fast is too fast and all that kind of stuff, but you know, we're getting there. And yeah, even like things like loop-to-loops and whatnot, you can launch off at high speeds and then you fly through the air like that. It's cool. Definitely still like a lot of small things to clean up, but yeah. Considering, like, a couple weeks ago, this was not functional at all. It was super, mega, extremely broken. It is so nice to be at this stage where it just is more so working. It's great. Yeah, so it's still still have long ways to go, but it is making cool progress. There is also kind of an underwater mode that's kind of just the midair code, but always on, sort of, and you can lean around, but there's nothing in here to properly, like, transition into that mode at the moment, but it exists. Yeah. And so with remaking our player, there's a lot of like old game mechanics that are now broken that for the last many streams we've just been fixing a lot of that up. Does this, oh, the pause screen does work in this scene. Interesting. Yeah, no, it makes sense that it does. Sure, whatever. I was like, it shouldn't. It should completely break in this test level, but no, I guess it's fine that it doesn't. Anyway, yeah, so this, cool with player stuff. And then our other scene over here, not this, no, not this. Well, this is a separate just beast of complicatedness. This will eventually be our first real level, and all of this stuff is planning of different kinds. It's complicated and also not as complicated as all the spiderwebs of lines makes it look. It's essentially, each of these points is like a point of interest to me in the level, and then like the things that connect it. This will eventually be a giant submarine. That is the plan, but we'll get there. Okay, back over to here. This is where we just were. In our quest to get everything that was once functional again, what we're currently just starting to work on is moving platforms, where they worked with our old player once upon a time, currently not at all. So I'm going to go and steal some code from this old player move, which very complicated. Not deleting this code just yet because it still has uses of me looking up how old things worked. Yeah, anyway, so I want to find where in here I dealt with moving platforms, which I forget my wording. Oh yeah, this. So yeah, we just had this. We stored this current. Actually, right? Yeah. Yeah, so we store this current moving platform, and then I think just, like, get its velocity. Yeah. Oh, and then just sort of add to it. This is a... Wait. Hold on. Oh, yeah. This is, the wheel of the unicycle spins, and this is, like... It subtracts some of the speed to, like, you know, not... If we're moving with a platform, the wheel shouldn't turn as if we were moving. That's not the important part. That's entirely a visual thing. This thing, move with platform. I believe... I did... Whoa! Oh! Really? I am surprised that Past Me did this in this way, but I understand. I did not think I had a RB.move position. I thought I did a, you know... RB.velocity equals and like added on. The other is this gonna be a problem with the current player stuff? It might be. We're gonna find out. So what I'm gonna do is just copy this function point blank, go back to our main modern day player code that is this guy, just as complicated. Both more and less complicated in different ways. Yeah, fun. And we're just gonna put this here. Current moving platform is a thing I made up here. Wacha. I'm gonna have to have code that sets that up properly, but we'll get there. Whatever. No, we're gonna put this like after. That is not a visual thing. Why are you there? Not that important, but because of that. Or, never mind. Okay, yeah, that's not important. No, a bit of a cleanup thing I thought I did, but never mind. It's fine. All good. Okay, so, move with platforms. This, I don't, what's the order that I called this? I did all this moving. It was the last thing I did? Okay. Just yep, I'm gonna assume that what past me did work. In theory, I don't need... So this is code that actually moves the player, and this is entirely purely visual stuff. So I'm gonna lump it with the stuff that actually does physical stuff. Move with platforms. Okay. Now that's not all. I'm not gonna just have that couple things and then have it work. Even though this is a visual thing, I'm gonna put this back in while it's on my mind. It should be an easy thing. And I had it commented out here from when I copied this code a couple streams ago. Okay, to do that. Oh! Flat and velocity is not a thing you have as a thing anymore. No, you have a different variable now. What is it? It's like, something about like surface normal, or the surface normal is that, not that. What's the other thing? I have something that's similar to that. Is it desired direction? It might be. I'm just gonna throw that in, and it's fine. If it's not, it'll like it'll slightly throw off our it make the wheel turn like slightly wrong, but like when we're like going uphill or something. Flatten camera direction, that's not an issue. I'm just double checking if there actually is if I do a better thing that should be used here. Apply force in all those directions. You're probably fine. It's the well, that direction is essentially the direction of input. Yeah, I'm thinking about it. It may not actually be what I want to use. No, just RB velocity actually might be fine on its own. The non-flattened velocity. Yeah, we're gonna use this. Yeah. Yep. Blah. Oh, ooh, don't do that. Wait, what? Okay. You're gonna do this. Just make these swaps. It's fine. Okay, this is not the important part. I thought I'd just do a quick uncomment and move on. It's fine. We'll come back to that. That's not that important. Anyways. So, back to the old player code. Apologies if me scrolling through all of this makes no sense whatsoever. Usually I try to, as I'm coding stuff, very, like, almost too much sometimes in-depth explain the ins and outs of exactly what I'm doing. But in this case, I mean, the short version is that we're making moving platforms work. But rather than, normally I would be coding this from scratch and go through it piece by piece of, you know, what we need to do to get different parts of it to work. But in this particular case, we did this on stream a long time ago. I just, in theory, need to copy this code and put it in, and it won't work immediately. We're gonna have to then adjust it, but, you know, we'll get to that part when we get there. So what I'm looking for now is, some of this code that's like, decides that, hey, we've interacted with a new moving platform, save information with such things. My only issue with hold on. This stuff up here, is that necessary? I don't think so. This floor contact point, that's stuff from the old player that's not needed anymore. Oh, I have a coroutine here that's when we just leave a moving platform, this is like keep inheriting its velocity for an extra, like, 0.1 seconds. That helped with stuff, I believe. Also, if we're on a moving platform that we're meant to stake on and we get slightly bumped from it, that helps to just not suddenly, you know, fly away. So I'm going to start by copying this over here, but this is something that's going to change. Also, I'm just going to... down here is purely visual code. I will want it to be separated for now. Eventually, when this is more cleaned up, it'll just be in its own script, probably. Why is all this erroring immediately? What? Do I... Oh, don't do that. Oh, I don't have a, using, is it like system.collections? Usually, this is a thing that's normally at the top of scripts. By default, I happen to delete that when I didn't think I needed it. That was wrong. Actually, well, sort of. In a second, this might move to my player ground check code. Having that handle that, hey, we're on a moving platform or something like that. But for now, I just want to get this to function. So, I have it on collision stay if we touched something Best, hold on. I look at this best contact point. Yeah. No, yeah, all of this. Actually, this will be faster if I just cut this out and immediately go to my, it's like just surface check. If I go straight to this code, it'd be just, I said a second ago I was gonna do it later. It's gonna be, I think, faster if I just do it right here, right now, because this has our new and improved for our new player that needs different stuff going on. Yeah, things that matter for our ground check stuff. So, I think anyway. Okay, so let's see. Here and here. No. Here and here. These are the two states that say, hey, we're on a moving platform ground stuff. So do stuff with that. The fact that it's in two places, I think... Actually, wait, is all this the same? Why is this the exact same? I can put this in an and, but why were these ever separate? I want to say that a while ago these had different things in them, but right now they are the exact same, so... We're just gonna kind of... I'll put that there for a second. This is gonna be a longer line, but... So, yeah, okay. And then, like, this can go away... I'm just looking to make sure that I'm not leaving something wrong, right? This is exactly, the top part and that bottom part are exactly the same. So, what this should do is, actually, this should be an OR. And this isn't a big performance drain either because of how physics does if statement stuff. Basically, this goes, if shoot a ray, so the player can be on a wall, right? The player's on a wall. If shoot a raycast at the feet, at the wheel of the player, out. If we hit something, it doesn't bother with any of this and immediately goes into here. If we failed to like go out in the direction of the player, we did not hit a wall, do a bit of a safety check straight down from the wheel and see if there's ground there. Just this stops a situation where like we're sideways but against floor. Just we're on floor. Just orient yourself back downwards. Deal with that. It's all good. But if this raycast succeeds, it doesn't do this one because this is an OR. Only one of these needs to be true. If this is true, it doesn't matter whether this is true or false. It's gonna be good. So yeah. Anywho, and then if both of these are false, then it goes down to here. Yes. So this bit though, it doesn't like collision is not. Well, instead of that, it's gonna be what hit dot game object hit dot what. Rigid body? The rigid body of the class? Can I not? I mean, I can go hit dot rigid body dot game object. Is there like a that transform? I mean, sure, whatever. Get component moving platform, and then that's the same, right? Yeah. Weird that. Hold on, let me just double check that. Like, oh, back to here. I go hit dot transform, but I can't go hit dot game object. Dot object dot name dot. Is there just something under some different name? Dot point is a thing. Dot collider, like all that is not stuff I need. Whatever. Anyway, okay. Get the new moving platform. Kerr moving platform. Yeah, I guess I am. And I would. Hold on. Yeah, it should be the job of the ground check to store this. Except instead of being private, it's gonna be now. Actually, just like these, where it's a public hidden inspector thing. Yeah. Okay, so... this, you have that. What is this? A coroutine reference. Is that right? That is this guy? Alright, in it goes. I know why I have that there, but... like, okay, yep. I just copy, paste, and it's good. Now that's not all though. That was me just copying the, where was it? I copied the part from On Collision Stay that I think I need. I think I'm good to get rid of the rest of this. On collision exit is equivalently the, hey, we're in the air now. So I should be able to steal directly this. Delete that. Go back here. This is the code that says, hey, we're going in midair now. Put that there. Instead of collision.gameObject, we've been at this point before. Oh, wait, why? Wait. This is unnecessary now. This was something, I think, at some point to try to handle if we were, like, on multiple moving platforms at the same time or something like that. Thinking... We do... hold on. Okay, that actually might be more of an issue to this than I initially thought. Just that... Well, okay, every frame we do these raycasts, and if... Okay, this might be... Okay, for now, this will work. 2 moving platforms next to each other is going to have other problems, but we're going to come back to that, just to let this be simple for now and complicate it later. So this... Don't need this, and instead... If... I'm just trying to think of the best way to simplify this. Isn't going to be simplifying it too much. I think I'm just going to go if... Kerr moving platform. Yeah, and then get rid of this line. We'll come back to that. If we had a moving platform that we were on, then we leave the moving platform. That's the plan there. And that's going to use... or copy this coroutine. Whoa. To here. That's like, wait just a second. Hold your horses. I think I left a... Bracket's fine here? Yeah. Stray bracket. And same thing where this needs the thing that was at the top. And this one doesn't need it anymore. How about that? Okay. Alright. Bam. And player surface. Blah. Now, all of this stuff that use the moving platform stuff should now use reference to that script that is player on surface check. Where did my autocomplete go? There it is. Dot instance dot this. This I'd like to clean up to be like player dot current moving platform, just shorter and with better static reference, but we'll get there. It's fine for now. Just want to get to the, like, to see that this is going to actually work with the moving platform stuff. Also, the hub world, I already had from before that it has its own special stuff. It's its own special moving platform. Yeah. Yes. Okay. So, is that all? Is that enough to make this work? I'm a little doubtful. Oh, this bracket's weird. Yeah, it's fine. Okay. Let's find out. That was a lot of changes. Errors immediately. That's not a good sign. Spin wheel. Oh, I didn't put the thing there. Yeah. So, blah, and blah, and blah. Okay. Will this work first try? Place your bets now. I'm guessing a big resounding no. I'll be surprised if it does. Yeah. Oh my god. Alright. That is... Really? You're not pulling my leg? There's no, like, I don't hit the side and then just launch off wildly or something like that? Oh, there it is. There it is. Okay. I'll admit, it's working better than I thought it would. I know exactly why this is happening. If I go in midair and then land, it's... Yeah, that's... Yeah. I very much assumed that we'd go from platform to in midair. That's not the same thing. I can... So I think I'm just gonna have to tech every frame, do a raycast down, and if... Well, the raycasts that we normally do. Let's see here. If it hits, do I just like check if what we hit is not the platform that we're on? Thinking if this didn't get this, if it didn't get one, then that means that we're on the ground. We're moving along the surface of something that isn't a moving platform. That means that... Is that a good call to then do this separation? But then also do it if we go in midair. That's a fine other case to do that. I worry that that seems like too simple. It seems too easy. Oh, this doesn't have a stop all coroutines. That should also be there. Just if we were like leaving and then we get back on, leaving, get back on, or whatever. Oh no, I already handled that there. I do handle that there. Never mind. Okay, I retract that statement. I'm hesitant. I can think of one issue that this might potentially cause, but we'll get there. Okay, just see that, hey, we're moving, and if I get to the other side, the wheel also isn't turning. That's good. And yeah, that, like, okay, there is part of the problem. That's one issue. It's such a minor graphical issue, but it could still be a pain to solve regardless. That's because I do the flattened velocity thing. Oh, ooh, that, ooh. Well, actually, wait, let me just double check real quick. Is this an easy fix of just, down here? And let me get rid of this. Just, eventually this will be in its own script, I think. Just haven't gotten around to that yet. This code here, I get the velocity. Oh, wait. That's why I flattened the velocity. All right, well, we're just gonna go, vector 3, flattened velocity, equals, blah, and then blah, and then, just take that, and then this dot y equals 0. And it should be as simple as that, I think. Putting that just in there. Make sure it has magnitude after making it 0, and then hold on that. Just make sure I'm replacing the right things. Blah. Do I need to normalize you if I? No, I worry about your magnitude there. Okay. Well, not anymore. You're gonna be flattened velocity. No, that should not be flattened velocity. Okay, flat velocity, and here. Okay. Yes. Alright. That should fix that minor issue, hopefully, hypothetically. I think there's gonna be a lot of weird edge cases that cause us issues. Such as like, well, first of all, just moving along a platform that's in motion. Is the wheel turning the right amount? I think so. It doesn't turn that much when we're... Actually, I'm not 100% sure if it was or not, but... it might have been. That'd be easier to test if I just made a massive moving platform. Such as the hub world. It counts, kind of. I want to say that's actually kind of how it should be, maybe? Oh, moving parallel to it. That seemed like it was fine, or at least close enough. If it was off, it wasn't off by a lot. And this isn't moving, but, like, moving here is normal. Falling, I don't like... I don't like... Oh, ooh, what happened at the end there? That last frame there looked like something funky may have happened. Is that an issue with the platform itself or the player? If it does that as it just goes down, that is an issue with just the platform. What? Why is it doing that? It does like a weird like stop and then go. Is it like because it's like grazing on the edge of the platform or something, or is that something that I just ages ago when I set up this thing? I don't want to mess too much with the like moving platform code right here, right now. If I can help it. Left that moving platform. You have a list of target infos, and then you go back and forth to them. Let me just, as a test. I'll go out of play mode, and if I move this over so there's no like gap, I want to see is that related to the issue or is it something completely different? I think it might have done it. Hold on. Or no, it didn't, did it? I don't think it did. So minor issue, and I guess it's from where these things are placed. They should be placed very exactly. I don't want to have a gap between them. Oh, let me double check the actual. Where's your target positions? Are they slightly off? Because they're the ones that actually matter. Let's go point. You know, 0, 0, 1. No, not that one. It's gonna be. Oh no, it will be that. Okay, let me go this point. That. I don't want to have to do that, but I will for now, just to if it's gonna make it work nicely. I don't have to correct the one on the actual moving platform itself, I don't think, but just to be safe. Oh, it corrected itself. Why? Did it grab the right one? I did not. That would do it. Blah, and then it was this up-down one. I was fooled by the also having a 0.5. Oh, that. 0.1 might not be enough. We're gonna find out. Ideally, it's not noticeable. That looked fine, I think. Testing it with the player. Hooray for easy fixes. Okay, cool. That's good enough for me. Okay, now the grandiose challenge that I'm not super confident will work. Part of that code that we put in there was a special thing for the hub world that has its own stuff going on, and we only need to worry about when it's in motion, so that's easy to test for. Moment of truth. I'm expecting this to have issues. Both when it... I think once it's in the middle of moving, it might be fine, but when it starts moving, for the frame of jitter, when it loads from one level to another, and then maybe when it stops, but that might be fine. Is this gonna massively freak out, or are we gonna have a functional hub world yet again? Oh, the camera's... Okay, camera's behind. And we are on it, kind of. Wait. No, I think we fell off. We got snapped to the center. Why are there 2 audio listeners? There's 2 players. Oh, no. I specifically have code that's supposed to not have that happen. Oh, no. Buddy, seems like you have a twin. What? How are you there in... That's interesting. That's fascinating information. Now, why is that the case? It's this player spawn that's going crazy. You're supposed to specifically say, has spawned. Yeah, you have this thing that you're supposed to set to true that, yay, you've spawned the thing. Why? So, like, that's a whole separate issue. And just real quick, I'm gonna move, I'm just gonna move the spawn back to, like, where it's kind of supposed to be over there before I forget to do that entirely. And then the 1. Okay, let me just, I don't know, test this again. I have to turn it back. I'll do that in a second. Go back to the hub world. Is it... And I'm trying to think of, like, little things of, like, why it would have thought that that was a good idea. Let me just double check in here. In Awake, the level instance thing will get, like, reset or whatever. Has spawned is gonna be false. So it shouldn't spawn the player. This is entirely against the point of what it's supposed to do. Oh wait, has spawned is a reference to oh. Wait, what? Whoa, wait, sorry, what? Don't mind me trying to comprehend old code that was working, I'm pretty sure. Okay, if the name of this object is player spawn, then we're the level instance rather than the hub instance. Unless the hub instance did funky things. I don't think it did. Oh, I have a theory. Whoa. Oh, I have a theory. hold on, let me try something real quick. On the hub manager, hold on, let me just go hub manager. In here. A thing that we changed earlier in this stream. I'm gonna do a line, a code that's gonna look weird, and then we'll see if it does what I want it to do. Not even here. Up at like the top of here, something. Go player.body.parent. Yes, it double. Equals transform, and then immediately follow that with player.body.parent equals null. I am parenting the player to the hub world and then immediately unparenting them just to match some behavior that we did that was there before, but it needed to be there was code between it that was doing stuff that no longer is. My theory is because the player was in its own, like, don't destroy unload. I think that only lasts for one scene or something. I forget. Not 100% sure. So I think the player was getting destroyed, and then it was going into the new scene and then spawning 2 players or something weird like that. I'm not 100% sure. I'm making that part's a bit of a wild guess, but that is a thing that I changed. That let me just see if that's going to do the same. It's going to have the same problem. No, that was not it at all. Okay, well, fair enough. Oh no, the player's still under don't destroy unload. What? Like that's like that's a change. But I swear it didn't used to be the thing. It used to be a thing. Dot parent. Actually, that's supposed to be transfer dot parent, but still. I want to pay more attention to what's going on at on the side here. No, yes, no, this didn't do the thing that I thought it was gonna do this, and then unparent them, but have them still like be here. That's how it behaved before, and me doing that manually, I'm curious if that's gonna do something different. No. No, there are. It made 2 players. This is the one that I physically moved, so we know that that's the same player, but it tried to make a new one when it wasn't supposed to. Interesting. Now, why would it do that? One, and yeah, I guess this. I don't need it. Hub manager, or no, you shouldn't have been transferred up. Whatever. Anyway, so like that seemed to not be the issue, I think. Just go back. So my theory was wrong. But I was like, oh, something that we changed recently. No, was not the case. Let me go back to player spawn. It's got to be something in here, but like the question is not like, oh, why is this broken, but why did it work before? For the longest time. I mean, the hub world's been broken for so long that I haven't tested in a really long time. So it's not necessarily the case that it broke in this stream. So the name of this game object is player spawn. Then level instance is now this thing. And then if, yeah, not spawned is null. Should I change that back to like being a, like actually like if not spawned is equal to null? Shouldn't necessarily be necessary. Well, yeah, this isn't even like, it doesn't matter if it's this or not. Is this actually going back to null before it's supposed to? Oh, I guess it is going back to null because we're destroying the previous one. No, but it's a static thing. Why do I, wait, okay, better question. Why is this a bool? Or why is this static and not a bool? It's just setting it to true. Because I need to know. Oh, in start, I need to know. Does the hub? Is it up to the hub manager to position the player or the level one? Doesn't the hub manager already do that? Oh, this is just this should only run if it's the level manager one or the level instance one. So I get why I did this. But why did it work before but not now? Now I'm almost like wondering how this ever worked. Unless is it possible that I don't know, when the hub world was loading before, there was a frame where it was like so two scenes exist. The hub world and level A. what's supposed to happen is deload level A and then load level B when ready. Is it possible that, like, I don't know, there was a frame of level B exists and level A is gone, and because they both exist, that this wasn't being null? I mean, rather than like a missing reference or something? I don't know. Because, yeah, it shouldn't be spawning a second player, but, like, now I'm almost wondering, like, how it ever was. That was what was happening, maybe. Okay, so to fix this, what do I do? So only one player should ever be spawned ever. So once a player has been spawned, this should never run again for any new thing that happens. Although, actually, even the start function doesn't need to run. Well, sorry, this object is important to later down here. Move the player to spawn. It is the, this happens when we, like, restart the level and stuff like that. Or go back to hub. The hub world uses this, so this is important. But on start, this should only ever happen, you know, once. The first start, or whatever. Spawn is equal to this. Just, level instance is equal to this. If has spawned, I think I was trying to think of, like, I could, you know, do it without routing this through another bool, but I think using a bool is gonna be the best. Yeah, bool. Player spawned. I don't like that those two names are the same, but I'll see if I can think of something to separate them in a second. You know, equals false. Oh! I'm just realizing that there is the... Oh, is that an issue? Nah. There is the thing of, oh no. Because, okay, in Unity... Static variables, there's like an optional setting you can turn on to, like, go in and out of play mode faster in the editor, but one of many consequences is that static variables don't reset every time you go in and out of play mode. You have to make sure to reset them manually, which is normally fine to just, like, in awake do this. But that I need, like, the first one that exists to set these variables, and then never again. Is that gonna cause me issues? Oh no, I thought, like, oh, it's just easy, do this solution. And now I'm realizing it might also have issues that only affect me in the editor, which I guess is a step in the right direction, but it's not enough steps. So, okay, like, let's see. I'm trying to think of a way I can, like, cheat this enough. Here's the thing. Here's the thing, maybe. If we start from the hub world, we'll get the hub instance first and then launch the level. If the hub instance exists when the level instance goes to see, hey, should I be spawning a player? Then we know we won't need to spawn a player. Okay, weird thing that might work. Might just work bare enough. Barely. If we have not spawned and hub instance is null, then we know that we can spawn the player. And this won't get set to true, and this won't get set to true down there. That actually might be it. I'm not 100% sure. But it might. Let's find out. I need to test, like, all sides of what can happen. We're here. Okay. Like, nothing immediately freaked out. I could just use the back to hub button that would do this faster, but look at the cool animation. It's awesome. Okay, please work. Gotta fix the camera, but I'm surprised that it's even doing that in the first place. Ah? That looks like a good sign to me. No random twin player down there. That is a fantastic sign. All right, awesome. Cool. And if I go back to test level A, also I can move around while I'm on here. There is that one frame of jitter. I'm 100% aware of that. That is a thing that we're working on. I need to do more dynamic, slower, gradual level loading over the course of multiple frames, and that will help that. Hey, Chroma, I will leave for today. Good luck with the bugs and the buggies. See you next time. Thank you. Yeah, thanks for dropping by, Luzka, and best of luck with the stuff that you're working on and all that. You mean a bull or a bool? Yeah, I'm pronouncing it weird with my accent. It's a Boolean named after a guy. What's the rest of his name? I don't even know. Origin or something. Yeah. Or, oh, his name was George Boole. Alright, his last name wasn't Boolean. Okay, fair enough. George Boole, an English mathematician in the 19th century, developed Boolean logic. Yeah. Alright. In the 19th century. Yeah, okay. Fair enough. So Boolean logic was a thing before computers and bools. I guess that makes sense. Why not? Sure. Anyways, okay, so we tested that this scenario works. I gotta test the other half. From the... where is it? Over in... not there... Not there. This thing. I gotta separate out more of these scenes eventually. Like, there's a lot of, like, code... Oh! Well, that's a problem. Uh-oh. But there was a player there. I saw him... Why do I see a player has been destroyed? What do you mean destroyed? That implies that it got made and then got destroyed. Or is that a weird compilation thing? Hold on, let me double check that. Just make one random change so that the code compiles, and if it works the first time and then doesn't work on repeat times, that could be a thing. A weird thing, but a thing. No. But it weirdly broke differently in that I don't even see anything. That's interesting. So why? It's not an instant, not reference to an object. Okay, so it's difference. That more implies that the player never got spawned in the first place, which is kind of what I thought. I thought I specifically, but I cracked the answers that that this was gonna work. Player spawn. I really gotta close the rest of the scripts I'm not using. Yeah. So why? So okay. So when we're from the hub world, we should get here. Our name is not player spawn. Our name is hub instant. Or it's player spawn hub or whatever. So hub instance will equal this, and then not spawned. We have not spawned, and oh wait, and is whoops. Wait a minute. Yeah, of course this isn't gonna work. Sorry, wait a minute. Yeah, if there is no hub instance, that makes the level instance work. I guess, and I guess it has to be these combined or something. Hold on. Wait, okay, hold on. So if we haven't spawned yet, or anything, then, nothing has been the thing to spawn the thing, and, actually, I don't even know if I'll need this. No, I need this for down here. If hub instance is true, hold on here. No, because then it'll have the problem that happened before. If hub instance is true... oh no. If... Hold on. Well, if hub instance is true, and hub instance is the thing that spawned, then it will always equal this. Has spawned will be equal to hub instance. How does that help me? If... How do... dang it. Okay, this is being hard to, like, differentiate the old level instance versus the new one. And it should basically... I mean, I could be like, if... Could I just be like, if time equals, like, time scale, time equals 0? Could I just do that? Okay, so this is basically meant to be like a singleton, but a slightly different special singleton. Yeah, in a way that's weird, because we delete the old one, but the hub world one still exists. So there's like, okay, so there's like 3 situations I have to solve. The situation where we start in a level, and so the level spawn player thing should do the spawning. Then the hub world will be generated, and the hub world will not do that. The hub world won't do that because it'll see something already did. I guess it could do it more specific. Actually, I mean, I guess it could just do a more direct, if there is a player, if player.instance exists, maybe it could actually be that simple. And I don't have to worry about, like, the complicated of, like, oh, which one should spawn based on previous one that did spawn or whatever. I feel like this is crackable, but maybe unnecessary. If there is no player.instance, and frankly, then I don't even need this check. And then has spawn equals this. Like, this is the thing that spawned the player, and then on start, then that should move the player to the spawn. And frankly, this is basically editor-only code based on how normal gameplay stuff will start us in the hub world. Okay, that works. And just to test from here, if I go into a level, what I should do is, that shouldn't happen. We got forcefully, actually, I think that's code I temporarily put in, isn't it? When we were wildly getting launched up off the hub world, didn't I put in? Yeah, no, sorry, not here. What is the code that makes us load a new level? I think at the end activates a move player to spawn. That shouldn't. I want to say that's a temporary thing we put in. Level transition. This guy. Yeah. This. Yeah. This 100%, or not 100%, but I'm pretty sure this was actually I'm gonna delete it. I'm that confident. When the player was not sticking with the hub world, that was a thing that made sure that they didn't. Okay. How about now? Do this, yeah, we, and then we don't run to get snapped in center. Okay, good, that makes more sense, cool. So now to quickly just test, I gotta test all the scenarios. If we are starting in a level, and then we go back to the hub world, first of all, this worked. There is only one. We go back to the hub world, and then I go into a new level, it shouldn't freak out. Is it possible that I've never tested starting in a level and going to another level? Is it possible that I've only, like, tested that particular code by starting in the hub world and messing around in a level, going back to the hub world, and then going to another level? Because I could see that maybe being possible, but likely, but maybe possible. Either way, yeah, okay, it turns out it can just be that simple. If a player doesn't exist, spawn one. Didn't need all that other stuff. I do need this specifically here to say, hey, we're the thing that did just spawn the player just now. So move the player, and we have to know whether or not that was the hub or the player. Technically, that could just be a bool. More than that, if we're in the hub world, this doesn't need to run, right? Let me double check something. I might be able to make this just a little bit more optimized. I do need these two hub instance, level instance, because that's used by other code, but maybe I can not have to use, like, has spawned could potentially just be a boolean. That's like, did we spawn in a level, yes or no? Rather than rather than it need to be checking other places. Sorry, what was I just testing? That worked. That I showed up. Wait, I am here. How am I here? Wait. Oh, wait a minute. The hub manager manages that now, doesn't it? That's what this does. Sort of. Kind of. Actually, I would prefer this doesn't do that. This does it, because then frame one we're in the right spot, as opposed to that other code happens after the level and like everything's all like set up and it has to wait. It looked like the same stuff happened, but it was slightly different. And the more big and complicated and taking longer to load that a level gets, then that issue would have been more apparent. Doing it here is better. So this should only happen though when we're in a level. This does not need to happen for the hub world doing this. So like that should wait as it does. Okay, so I think I can change this to a bool. Or no, yeah, do you mean to be static? Yeah, static bool has spawned that. Oh wait, well darn, this has the issue of being reset actually. sorry, well, actually, player spawned from level. That's level, player spawned in level, whatever, something like this. If I then were to go like this, actually, wait, no, how would I know? Wait a minute. If we got here and then like if level instance is equal to this, which is like a 50-50 kind of equals true. Actually, this will fix the issue of static stuff resetting. If I then go false, if the hub world just spawned us, then this be false, and then if this if we spawn from level, then make this true, and then immediately make it false afterwards. So it'll never be true again. In fact, to make that more, just spawned in level or something. Well, that it, like, you know, we get to, like, 5 levels down the line, doesn't matter. It's like right here, right now, the beginning of the game, we just spawned in a level, do that stuff. That actually makes me almost tempted to, this needed to be in start because of things with the hub manager moving the player around. Can I actually now get away with this actually just being in Awake now? I couldn't before. I might be able to now, actually, and you know that simplifies things a lot, but I'm not 100% sure it's gonna work. Yeah, that would obviously would. Well, I deleted a lot there that like actually might be a problem. Hold on. No, oh no, we did not go there. We should have been exactly right here. We just went to normal 0, 0, 0. Why? Oh, wait, where did I... Oh, I deleted... Wait, I didn't mean to delete that. That was a mistake. Okay. Where is... Wait. Oh, wait, I missed a bracket somewhere. Over here. Yep, that. Okay. So it might work. I guess good to be able to simplify some more code. Cool. I saw that frame of being in midair. I thought we were a long path. Oh, no. You know what? That's actually okay because this... I, at some point, moved this spawn off the ground. So it is in midair to start for a couple frames. Or for a single frame, because there's a threshold of when we're, like, close enough to the ground, we just let it happen. Like, we can be slightly off the ground, but still in the ground state, and that's just allowed. This should be 0. Yeah. And then be fine. Wait, no, I saw, I think, a frame of being in there that... Or not? Or no, maybe I'm mistaken? Hold on. Is that just from... I don't know. Is that because this... Let's change this also to a player .rb.move position. Even though I don't think that should matter, but whatever. It's, I guess it's better on the physics. I'll come back to the rotation part. That shouldn't affect a raycast. That is what can cause this issue. Why is the camera doing that? Oh, boy, because we're doing reset camera in Awake. That might have issues. Yeah, no, that'll have issues. Yeah, that's a strong enough argument that I actually will just go back to moving the player on start. So that everything else that the player is going to be doing from now to, like, stuff will eventually do. Like, let all the Awake functions run, let the player set up its all default values or whatever, and then first frame move it. Yeah, okay. It's going to be better that way. It's going to be better in the long term, I think. Next thing is, what? This player don't destroy. Oh, that's a prefab. Never mind. Yep. Wait, can I actually go prefab as a thing? I almost want to... Nah, that's fine. I was going to rename it to prefab. It's fine. Okay, you're back to how you were. Did I undo to the right amount? No, I did not. What the heck was that? Hold on here. If there's no player instance... Oh, I said that... Well, this should then be set to... false. Oh, wait, I just realized I didn't at all... I missed a step. That if level instance equals this, and only the level instance should be doing this as an extra step. But then, like... Yes. But it also has to be player spawned from level... Or did I say it was like player... I went back on the rename. Just spawned player in level equals false, but like whatever. Okay. So no player instance, spawn them. If this level instance just spawned it, set it to true, otherwise set it to false. Move. Come back to doing the move position in a second. Just okay, that's good. And then put this back to rb.move. I guess actually this can be a one-line thing. I'm so used to doing it like 2 lines, but I guess technically I can go move that, and then rotation is... Oh yeah, this... Fair enough. I think there's other places in code where I've done that, but oh well. All good. Okay, how about now? We good? There is a tiny bit of the camera... like spawn, like backs up in a couple frames. I don't think it used to do that. Let me double check. Is it happening in the SkyHub world? What do you mean that's happening? Excuse me. I thought we just went on a many-hour-long venture to stop that from happening before we even did the moving platform stuff. Is that... That wouldn't be because I took that out. That would affect the spawning in a level. Excuse me? Did I change something else super recently? This... Oh, no. Oh, wait, no, I'm a fool, because, no, I think I know why, because I just changed this, the code that, like, this can be that. Let me just try something that might be weird, but might do something good for me. Go, body.transform equals. Let me do both. Move the body and the rigid body, and even though, to my understanding, that shouldn't be necessary, but let me do both anyway and see what it might do. Oh, dot rotation equals and dot position equals. I don't know which I should do first. Try doing this first. Perhaps. And see if that's what's gonna do stuff correctly. I should, well, I guess, what are we doing? I intended to change it throughout the stream of like, now we're fixing moving platforms or whatever. Technically, everything we've been doing has happened to be tangentially related to, fixing the act of selecting levels and then transitioning between them in the hub world. Technically, that is correct. Sort of. But we've been doing so much more than just that. Oh, you're still falling onto the... It's not wacky camera thing anymore, but... Why? Why? Let me undo this part again. Put it back to how it was a second ago. I thought... I don't know. I don't know anymore. Huh. Oh, okay, if that's gonna fix that part. But whatever, okay, fine. Be that way. And this. I don't understand. Why would that affect the camera, though? Because the camera does some of its movement stuff based on where the player is, I guess. But why can't I do both? Let me just test something. If I do this after, what does that do? Curious. That looks the same. I want to test. Oh, wait, whoa. Did I see a frame of upside down? Or maybe I didn't. I'm on to you. If I fall off, does that... I do notice that this is still a mild issue. Actually, a mild issue I might be capable of fixing now. Wait a minute. That looks like the timing is off. That, like, the player is... Yeah, that looks like the curtains start opening before the player is actually back at, Actually, let me double check before I... At this frame, is the player, like, back when it hasn't been told to... Oh, the camera is back. So, no, the camera goes back fast. Or the player goes back fast enough. The camera is still off doing its own thing. And the curtain is opening. It also should take from the better reset code now. Yeah, it looked like the player was doing a blink. Okay, we're gonna quickly hop into that thing. And you know, we've been fixing a few things. We fixed, like, moving platforms in general, working. We fixed, I think, the hub world moving between levels, working. We're gonna add more to that counter. There's definitely stuff I've missed, but whatever. Transition curtain. Why? Wait to restart. Actually, hold on. Or is... Let me start at the top of the chain of player stun. Okay, blam. Do a stun. Okay. Hit, being stunned. Yeah, disable input. Wait for the stun time. No. Sorry, it's not stun at all that I'm caring about. It's player fall respawn. That I should just rename to just, you know what? It's just rename to player respawn. It's player only respawns from falling, and if that ever becomes not the case, I will deal with it then. And I could more so just differentiate the two. Okay, let me first double check that, like, that name change didn't break anything weird, did it? I can still do this and have it look like it did before. How have I never, like, noticed this before now? Did it change? The player infinite fall respawn, that's a thing. We don't need to touch right now. Okay, you disable the camera. You wait, so you disable second, let the player fall, disable player input, close curtain, about 0.8 seconds, more fun magic numbers, how long the curtain takes to close, roughly enough, and be closed for like a second or so, but not a full second, a little bit, a couple frames. Move the player. This uses an RB.move position, and that was fine, apparently. It also makes sure to reset velocity so we don't, like, show up with velocity when we respawn. Move the camera. So, okay, this is a thing that... Place to respawn. Yeah, reset camera better handles this on its own, supposedly. So this shouldn't be necessary? Hypothetically. I'm going to comment it out for a second. But reset camera happens here, and then there's a 0.1. Why? Before the... Oh, like, it resets, and then there's this. So why is the camera not going back immediately? Or were these two lines messing with it somehow, some way? Reset camera. This stuff we've been over. This stuff is... Oh, is this going off the old player stuff? Oh. But it's been like this forever. Let me try. Wait. Yeah, wait an extra 0.1. And then reset the camera. And then open the curtain. And then this starts... Okay, that means transition is going to be slightly longer. I might, like, I can make both 0.05 or whatever. But yeah, I didn't need to press the my cheat objective button, but whatever. Hey, look at that! It looks like it's proper again. That doesn't even feel like it's that much longer, but yeah. I mean, to some degree, like, I might, when we get more to, like, having all the mechanics together and start having actual level stuff that we're playing around with, I might need to mess around with how punishing hazards are, like how much time you lose from them, and I might find it beneficial to make respawn take longer so that it's more of a consequence. Like, that could be a thing. So right now it is slightly longer. Although if I'm gonna add time anywhere, I don't want to add time on how long the curtain's closed. I'd want to add time like here on how long the player is just falling as you're watching them fall. So such as putting this to I'm not leaving it at 2 seconds, but I just want to double check that that is the part that I think it is. That waiting on that. Oh no, actually it's not. It's that's gonna. Yeah, the curtain's so close. That's just gonna stay close longer. That's the wrong time. It's this one that if I made a long 2 seconds or whatever, that would make the player take longer to respawn by a lot. But you still see them falling. So, oh no, that looks like a problem. And then yeah, so that's if I want to make it more of a consequence, which maybe I do. I will come back to that. Yeah, we'll leave that as is. Anyways, that's separate issue fixed, which I don't know what it broke. But you know, somehow, some way, someplace, I'm gonna get rid of that, and yeah, I'll leave that. It's an extra 0.1 seconds longer. I'm fine with that. It does give, I guess, slightly more time if, you know, the curtain is also, it's to hide, you know, things in the level resetting themselves. If there's anything with that needs to take slightly more time, then it gets to do that, I guess. Whew. Okay, so that is another thing fixed. Cool. It is 2:30. I want to keep fixing bugs. We're, like, making a lot of good progress in a lot of different areas. But I think, unfortunately, soon I am going to have to, yeah, wrap things up. Let's double check. Is this still working? Yeah. Can I, really quick, get the camera to behave there? Oh, wait, wait, what's hiding the mouse? That's not supposed to do that. Or, like, it is, but it isn't. I temporarily have a thing that's, you know, is activate level or active. I have a public, not activation, that's not what it is. I have a thing that, like, temporarily is turning off the the mouse hiding itself while I'm, you know, to test things easier. Where is, no, where is it? Activate level, activate level, there you are, okay. Yeah. Activate level has a mouse hide somewhere that's not in an if statement. Mouse, just mouse. Not that. Wait, wait, or is it not activate level specifically? Is it the hub manager? Let me just find it out. Or here, a thing that can narrow it down is does pressing, like, I hadn't noticed until now, does canceling out of it also hide the mouse? It does, okay. So both buttons do it. Here and here. So what do you do? That would do that. Wait to enable player, reset player position. Cancel doesn't do a whole lot. I get that confirm starts the whole load level process. What is cancel doing that's not... that's doing anything with the mouse? Well, okay, a faster way of narrowing this down is finding the line that in the pause code that I know does it. This unhides the mouse. Cursor.visible. Setting it to false. When's that happening? It happens here, inside of a debug don't lock mouse. It happens here, inside of a debug don't lock mouse. Wait, or no, that true, false. Yeah, okay, yeah. It happens there. Deactivate level info. There you are. What are you doing outside of the if statement cage? What is the exact thing that I over here and then in pause UI. Here. This is like this. It sets it to true. Like that. I don't need an if statement on that. Okay, this. Blah. Blah. There we go. But you're not. Sorry. You have to be pause UI dot instance dot blah. Blah. Okay. Cool. All right. Bam. And no, I don't need to go back to hub world that way. I can do it from here. Okay. Yeah, and then look, the mouse is here, and look, it continues to be there. So last thing I'd like to do real quick is I want to say I can really quickly have the camera move with the player, unlike moving platforms do. Well, like when the player's on a normal moving platform, I'm fine with having that extra, like, camera, you know, faded, like, delayed following thing. But the hub world is too much. If we have a super fast moving platform, like, that's not in the hub world, we'll worry about when we get that. But I'm fine with, I think, the entire hub world, like, yeah, it bypassing that camera stuff. So, to do that, player camera follows here. Put that over there. And the other code that's going to be relevant is I want to see the, where's player surface, that code that has this extra thing here. In theory, it might just literally take this exact code, but without RB stuff. Next update. So just, well, you're going to do this, and then you're going to decide this is where you want to be. Am I fine to just kind of like, after this, do an extra? I mean, in theory, I should combine it into one, but for now, as a test. Transfer depth position equals, do I want to use plus equals? Wait, what is this? I just realized that, no, you're that, yeah. It might be fine. Okay, so we'll try that. If it works, then I'll, like, combine it properly. Also, it can be a plus equals, but don't worry about it. Not there. Hold on. Well, I guess actually continue to find it. Whatever. This. Will it now move? Yeah. Wow. Oh. No. What? It didn't. And it's also, like, it's not orbiting properly. What gives player camera follow? I thought that you would kind of just do that. Why is it working on the player, but on it? So hub manager instance, yeah, in flight should be true. Get the hub manager's velocity. Get rid of the Y component. And then, yeah, add it. It just didn't. At all. Why? It would have done this stuff. Unless, do I need to, like, add this offset onto, like, everything up here? All the in-between calculations? I really don't wanna. Oh, no. Siding. Did I not copy this correctly? This is the only bit that does this. Uses an RB.move position. The camera doesn't have a rigid body. Is that part of the problem? Is it like a frame behind kind of thing? But it's so far, I mean, it's far behind, but it is moving very fast. Move position, RB position. I could just, if we're in flight, a temporary thing. Well, no, you know what? I guess no, like, this should be working. I'm like, oh, I think I have ideas of why it's not, but, like, I'm like, oh, it could be this thing. It's like, no, that part should be working. I could try here. Maybe I try, like, actually adding it into the stuff up and around all this. So, like, this is, like, the camera start position. I don't know if this is going to do what I want it to, but let's find out. If I take this and then add it to here, again, this could be a plus equals in a second. Just do that and then add, and then it should, like, do the rest of its orbiting based on that, or something. I don't know. Okay. Yeah. Or not that. Or yes, this, but confirm. I don't understand why that's being that. Making that much of a difference. But okay. I'm, like, more surprised that, like, what I thought would do the same thing and fail in the same way is working, and I'm confused. That one frame of, like, when it actually loads between, we'll get there. But cool. Yeah, that's working. That's great. Change this to a plus equals. I'm debating on whether I want to, like, add this onto the end of this, but, like, this is such a rare thing. Yeah. I guess, okay, well, the separate thing I should do is, in case we go in midair in the hub world, it should be here. I don't like having the copied code, but, like, all of this stuff around it needs to be all separated. I don't I don't think we're ever gonna be like in a cannon in the hub world when it's in motion. Even, I don't know, will I ever have underwater parts in the hub world? I could. It's possible. I'm gonna assume that I'm not gonna have, there's so many other things that would go wrong with like, you know, getting in a cannon in the hub world while it's in motion. I do think that when the hub world is in motion, you know, for realsies and more polished version of this, some mechanics of the hub world will sort of turn off. Like, a cannon will like, look like it's like, it'll fold over in like a, you know, idle, not ready to be interacted with kind of position. I might have like things like this, bridges like retract or whatever, so like you can still move around but like limit a little bit where you can go in the hub world while it's in motion, ideally, maybe, hypothetically. But yeah, we'll see. We'll, you know, worry about that when we get there. Cool, so that's a thing. Yeah, that bit is, it could be a bit more polished hypothetically, but it is working, you know, good, great, so fantastic. Okay, last thing. Oh, let's add to our counter of things fixed or whatever. Wait, there was one last thing I was gonna do, and I just blanked on what it was. Oh, the hub world thing. Hold on. Just on. Hub manager. The transition stuff. I just wanna. Yeah. What we might start to. What might be the next thing that we work on, like next stream. In our transition level thing, we do this. I want to make this wait a little more. Wait, new. Only wait 4 seconds. Wait 1. Separating this would be a thing that we'd like to have. So when we load level, when we load between levels, we have the hub world like fly off into the distance, do what it does. I could even start some of the deloading here. Just like take random certain objects and just destroy them. It's like less to unload, hypothetically. And then if I could do more to like load the new scene, I load it asynchronously, and that's, you know, to try and help it. But like, there's still that bit of a hitch when it actually, you know, set active scene or whatever. But I don't know, having slightly more of a delay between this and this can help. And you know what? Just, I don't know. Oh, I mean, like, hey, you're ready to be loaded? Let's wait 1 more second, just like really just make sure you're good to go, to try to have as little like noticeable stutter, even if you take a little bit longer. I'm hoping to do a lot more, but just as a starting thing, to see if I can like for now like let it like have it be just a little bit less. So how is this gonna look? What? Wait, oh, there it is. Okay, I was gonna say wait a minute, no way. I've just realized something that's potentially massive with this. That this might not be as broken as I thought it was for, like, the reasons that I thought it was. Hold on. I want to see this frame by frame what's happening. There is a 1 frame instant where we basically teleport the hub world from here all the way to over here. To be, like, from a level's exit to a level's entrance or whatever. Is that what that, like, what's causing the most jitter is just the teleport rather than the actual, like, the frame of the load? That's huge if that's the case. Let's let this get all the way over here. A minute. And okay, bam. That it is gonna wait a full second, but like it's here now. Once it stops, it deloaded that level, and also the lighting got funky. I would like for it to load an in-between level that it just exists in, rather than assuming that, like, you know, right now the scene is small enough, like the levels are small enough that this can happen almost instantly, and it's like fine. There's the slight jitter in a, you know, real bigger, better level. It'll need to be more. I want a bit more like an in-between scene that it can exist in for as long as it needs to, with visual stuff still happening until the next level like loads properly, and then it's good, and then we transition into it. But anyways, so currently level is unloaded, and it's here. No noticeable jitter, but like at this point, I can't move the level all the way over here necessarily because I don't know where it needs to move until after I get that information from the new scene. Unless, like, I mean, like, I could try to, like, get some kind of... Well, actually, when we're in this in-between state, I imagine I would, like, move the, like, the level... Move the hub world at least, like, back here. I don't like the idea of having 2 big jumps, but at least, like, 2 jumps is better than one massive one. Maybe. But, okay, just fast forwarding. Oh, I don't want to miss the frame. So we're here. So the level loaded, but I have a purposeful delay. Also, the level start thing is over here. Is it the one I thought it was there, moved that way, or? Don't remember. Anyway, I think it's there moving that way. Anyway, so then it waits the second because I told it to. But, like, that was fine. That didn't have jitter. Let me put the game down over here. I should have had it in frame the whole time just to see it. Also, we're just going to do that. Okay. So then we wait, like, the second or so, and then I'm watching the hub world. It's the frame where it moves that the camera jumps in that way that it does. Hold on. I'm watching you. If I just put it yield null, I would have only had to wait one frame. Come on. I don't want to miss it. I don't want to... If I spam the button, I don't want to... Come on. Next frame, please. There it is. Okay. It didn't draw yet, right? Or, wait, it moved. It's in the new place. But what, in one frame, then camera's going to do a funky? Yeah. Yeah. The player moved and then, like, unmoved. Interesting. No, wait, is the player there but the camera isn't? Is it just a camera issue? Ooh, fascinating information. That's it trying to account for, like, hey, does it think that it had the velocity of that? What's this over here? If not, wait. I don't remember what all of the individual, these dots are meant to be necessarily. How is it? What is this dot again? Oh, that's some override camera stuff. That's not a real thing I want to worry about or even have a dot for. Then it's here, and the camera goes and fixes itself. Is the player... Okay, the player did move a little bit. The player is not exactly where they were. So even though the camera did not show it, there still is a bit of, like, I think, player jitter, but it's not that significant. But ideally, it's absolutely nothing. Okay, so it does actually seem like... Actually... Yeah, okay. So that's interesting information. It seems like most of the jitter from loading scenes isn't actually because of the loading level jitter like I thought it was. It's more because of the one frame moving the entire hub world on the other side. That is fascinating information. That is good to know. And there's like more I can do about that, but hypothetically. I mean, part of that comes from like our camera code and stuff not being, our moving platform code not being perfect. Also, hello! Hi, welcome back, Hildune. I see that quantized there. I am gonna leave in the, like, I don't know, 0.1 here. It seems to help a little bit to just, like, separate these the tiniest bit, but not there. And, yeah. Yep. I've not been on the... ha. Let me put this back up here. Blam. Is this still working as it should? Yeah, and yeah. But working well enough. Yeah, we definitely moved. And that's... I think that's due to... So the velocity that we're getting being like a frame off, potentially like a frame behind, that might be causing the problems with this. The slight jitter, but like you don't notice that on slow moving platforms. I'm worried that might be part of what's going on, but I'm not 100% sure. But how much we're gonna be able to fake it on the hub world. The ideal best thing would be to not have it do that. Would be... So what would be ideal is before we load the next level, if we could somehow get that information ahead of time of the hub world spawn positions, even like just the entry position, and then like slowly go over there in some way and then load the level. Like if we did it more gradually, that would be ideal. But I don't have an easy way of doing that. Obviously, this gets, like, part of what is making this hard is because we have a moving rigid body inside of another moving rigid body. If I didn't want to do that, if it was just a menu, obviously this would be super easy. Or if, like, the player was held still somewhere, this would be done, like, it'd be super easy. But I want to try, it'd be super cool if we could pull it off. I want to try having full-ish movement in the hub world, and like we're almost there. At the moment, like, yeah, the level loading jitter isn't so much the problem. It seems to more just be the one frame teleporting across, which is necessary to a degree, because depending on how, big, vast level that has whatever stuff in it, I need to define, like, this is where the hub world is meant to enter the level from, and over here is where it's meant to, like, exit from, defining them. Right now, though, I'm cheating a little bit, where it's nice, easy, a straight line or whatever, right? I eventually would it'd be cool that it doesn't have to be this straight of line. It could be, over here and, like, way over here, whatever, and the hub world can nicely, smoothly fly in a way that looks cool. But then a bit of, like, lean and, like, whatever that need to happen with that might have more problems. And it's kind of a we'll see sort of thing. I just thought of one way that I could potentially fake it even more. If I have this, like, this airship thing of, like, there's different chunks that are, like, different flying ships, I could, like, keep track of which one the player is on specifically and have it be, like, the ones that you're not like, the ones that you are not on move more. So even though the one you're on is, like, still-ish, maybe moving a little bit, the ones that you aren't on can be more swaying, and maybe I can get away with that? I don't know. That's a thing I think I'd have to wait and see until we have a more polished, that doesn't look like a plane with some fans on the front. At some point, I gotta make even just a better placeholder for the hub world. There's the issue, the one issue of that how I want it to look in the so-called real game versus what I need it to look like in the demo, my 3-level demo that I want to make, has different requirements. That, like, my current plans for the hub world work better under the assumption that we're in a hub world that has a lot of levels. Like, oh, here's a world of levels, over there's a world of levels, and da-da-da-da. But I want specifically, or even on a world-by-world basis, you can do some levels out of order, and, like, that's a thing. For my 3-level demo, there's only 3 levels, so, like, I kind of set up as a temporary thing, over here. No, not there. No, yeah, this is it. I just have the same temporary setup, but, like, 1, 2, 3. But you might need more to, like, make the demo one, like, better and less empty or something. I don't know. Like, it'll need its own design that won't work the same way for the full thing, hypothetically. But we'll see. I'll worry more about that a lot later. As far as, like, graphical stuff goes, I'm more concerned about, like, the first real level of actual proper gameplay. But, we will get there. Surely, slowly but surely. So anyways, though, I do think I am massively over time, but oh well, I am happy with the progress we made and all that stuff and da-da-da-da. And fixing that, well, we didn't fix it, Jared. We kind of made it less. I'm counting it as a win. Yeah, we fixed a lot of little things today and then re-broke things and then fixed things more, and it's a big old thing, but, we got through all that in the end, I suppose. So, And we did get moving platforms functional, even if they might need a little bit more. I thought that I was prepared for that to be a monumental, just like big old thing of nonsense of having just as much technical issue, whatever, as we did with all the camera stuff earlier. Thankfully, it wasn't that bad. Copying and just code that I'd written before worked way better than I thought it would. Which, that's fantastic. I'll take the win there. So with that, I was prepared to, like, if I ended the stream like a couple hours ago, I was prepared that I was going to say that, like, oh, next stream, what our focus will be is moving platforms and then the moving hub world thing. But done. Check that off the list. So the next thing I want to work on, I think, two next big things I think we're going to be doing is, one, the hub world transition thing that I've just talked about. I want to try actually making a proper, like, in-between loading screen sort of level, even if it doesn't have all the graphical stuff. I want to properly set up that it goes from scene, like, level A to the in-between for as long as it needs to, and then to thing B. It would be cool if I could also pull it, like, somehow have some, like, way of easily grabbable and easily modifiable information to, while it's in that in-between scene, to know where its starting position is in the next level, so it can move there more gradually in the loading thing, and then once it's there, then it loads into the next level properly. and then it doesn't have to do the big jump, and like that would be a big help. But like, so either I don't know, split a level into like 2 scenes, like the pre-information scene or something that has that stuff, it just anti-game objects of positions, and then it could maybe have other graphical stuff that's starting to like fade in whatever skybox that needs to happen or something, and then we have the level proper. That seems tricky to manage, but like hypothetically doable. Or I don't know, I could have like just text things of like the copying like the vector 3s of where the level starts and ends are, but that also feels, you know, messier to manage. God, I could write some stupid complicated thing that when I'm messing with a level, when I go into play mode in a level, wherever the thing is, it like, you know, I can move this around, have some editor code that then like writes that to a text file, or when I go into play mode or something, and then the Sky Hub world manages that. Like, surely there's a better way, maybe, hypothetically. I don't know. We will see. I'll worry about that later. There's definitely ways to potentially do that, but we'll figure that out in a couple streams from now. So then once we have that working better, and maybe we do a little bit more cleaning up with some of the level loading stuff, how I can, you know, do that in better ways, and da-da-da-da-da. In a, like, super, try to, you know, be super optimized, whatever solution, there's the potential option of, like, of the stuff in one scene, like, separating it into multiple sub-scenes that I load one at a time. That would help, potentially. Even just, like, actually having more stuff that, like, isn't there in the scene initially, but spawns after it's loaded. Normally, that's a bad thing to do, to be spawning lots of game objects at runtime. And it can cause performance dips or whatever. But having less stuff in the scene to begin with, and then spawning more, it does help, less to load initially, and help the loading screens. I don't know. And so, like, setting up stuff in the level from afar while we're in the hub world, you know, is a thing that we can do. We actually do a little bit of that, only when you interact with the cannon to go into a level. Doing that starts to set up some stuff with the rides and the timers and the objective text and all that. And then, like, once you land, then it, like, kickstarts other things, like moving platforms moving, I think. Actually, I don't remember if are they going initially? Let me find out. If I do this and go back to the hub world, all this stuff should turn off. Are moving platforms, can I tell that? They are moving. And so are the rides. Fair. I get whatever. Yeah. Anywho, that stuff. So then once that's done, then I think what we'll do after that is something I've been dreading a bit, but is better done sooner than later. And I think that might be tightropes. We have a single lone tightrope here that used to be functional, used to be a cool gameplay feature. There's been a thing that's existed very early on in this game's development, but since we made the new player, it has been all kinds of broken. It literally does nothing right now. Like, this tightrope code is ignored by the current player in its entirety. So, we do have the old tightrope code there, but a lot of what it does is based on the old player code. And here we were able to, with the moving platforms, we were able to copy a lot of that code and just make it work without that much modification. But it was like a couple lines, a couple functions, like whatever. The tightrope moving code is a beast. It is a lot more. And getting the new player code stuff with everything it does now to work with this might be a big pain in the neck, but we will see. If I can get it working back to how it was before, or close enough to it, then a thing on top of that I would like to do is add some UI for the actual balancing, and basically do the thing that happens in most, like, skateboarding games of when you're grinding on rails, that kind of UI with, like, the needle leaning to the left and right. Basically do that exact thing for when you're balancing on the tight ropes. I think that'd just be a cool visual to have, I guess. Don't know visually what it's going to look like other than just, like, basically looking like how it does in those, like, in skateboarding kind of games. That, but, like, making it more my own, more polished for, like, my game's art style or whatever. I don't know exactly what that's going to mean at the moment, but we will see. But yeah, tight ropes, I expect that to be a big challenge that might take multiple streams to fully get working and bug-free with everything else, with the, like, oh, what happens if you hit it while you're in midair? What happens if, like, this and that, and just all this funky stuff we're gonna do to try and break it. If you get hit by a hazard while you're on the tightrope, probably like falling off it properly. Tightrope's on an angle, like, oh gosh, what would I? How would I handle the situation where if you're going along a wall to a tightrope, would you kind of like have the speed to go across it but sideways, or would it like snap you to the top and then do the normal balancing? I don't know how that should work, actually, now that I think about it. We'll come back to that. I mean, the idea that the faster you're moving, the easier balancing is, but if you slow down, then balancing is harder. Like, that could be a thing. I don't know how punishing I want tightropes to be. I kind of had the idea that if you're on a tightrope, then you move faster to have more incentive to, like, use them versus other options. Maybe, but I don't know. That's, like, things I think I'd have to see more of in a proper gameplay scenario. So I think for now, just, like, get it to work at all, and then we'll, you know, get to it from there. The tightrope code, like, when we had it set before, you see, like, it already has, like, a cool swaying. Even in play mode, it has that swaying, and it's cool, and there's, like, adjustable stuff for how much slack it has and whatever. When the player is on it, the old tightrope code from before had like it actually like, you know, moves down where the player is and like kind of straightens out more, and it looks cool, and hopefully like that stuff I won't have to completely rewrite. We'll be able to like get that hopefully, but yeah. And then after that's done, I don't know, then we might do a bit more visual stuff with the player, like the lean. Getting back the actual leaning in the movement is a big one. A big thing I've been putting off that would make the player movement look visually a lot better if the actually leaning in the direction that you're going was a thing again. Even as well, the moving backwards thing would be cool to be functional, but you know, we'll see. And then other small things, like the player used to have a small like bob when they weren't moving. That should hypothetically be an easy thing because I was just messing with the scale. But like a bunch of little things like that, then we might start to bring some of that back. I have on my own, I've been messing around with like making this better placeholder for a ride. I might still be working a bit on that, and like getting then that to be more functional with stuff where like I'm gonna need like 3 states for a ride to be like, you know, fully normal, fixed, like in operation, in the middle of like braking, where like you can be exaggerated to some degree, like, you know, something's fully like slanted, like broken off, or like spinning wildly, whatever. Maybe some smoke coming out or something like that, but like is braking, like that's bad, whatever. And then a fully broken beyond repair state that like, you know, massively broken, maybe just giant ball of fire. I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, something along those lines. But they should be 3 distinguishable states. I mean, there's the fact that the health bar is there. That's going to be part of it. Of that being clearly defined, but you know, we'll see. And that is something I'm going to need to hypothetically make for any type of ride, like a Ferris wheel or whatever. It's going to need those 3 states, but at least making it for this, and then coding it to properly switch between those states properly, and even while in a placeholder state like this, just looking not the worst. Also, I've just noticed that these normals are flipped. Whoops. I'll fix that. Anyway, yeah, would be cool. And then on top of that, dealing with the collision a lot better. Of like right now, it's just a big old like sphere on top of this, which hypothetically means if you were underneath it, you'd be able to interact with it, which should not be a thing. In this plane of not a whole lot, doesn't matter too much, but like in a real level with multiple floors, the submarine level will have multiple floors of stuff, would be more of a problem. So just figure out the glider situation better. Even also what happens if you go off a big ramp and land on top of this thing. How I handle that in an elegant way. Because you shouldn't be able to really like go on top of it, but I don't just want it invisible while it off. So I'm trying to find a good middle ground, but we'll see. We'll see. Yeah, and then even in placeholder land, maybe I make like a few different like color variations or something. I don't know. Just so, because for now, a while, it's gonna be the same copy and pasted thing. I mean, it's been a giant cylinder for the last months and months, but anyway. But I'm gonna the modeling of that, I'm gonna kind of be messing around with it in the background between streams, or I'm gonna try to anyway, but we'll see. Anyways, I can keep going on and on about like what's gonna be next. There's a lot of things that are next that we'll get to. Yeah, we are getting closer to having a more functional player. And I don't know just yet when exactly is going to be my... The point that I decide that, like, we've, you know, got enough functional in the context of this test level, and then we decide to actually properly start trying to work on this guy over here, actual first real level, which I'm like a little like concerned. I'm like, oh, you know, I hope it goes well. I expect it to have lots of troubles, lots of problems, even just starting off figuring out how we're gonna physically like make the thing in ways that are gonna work good for testing and graphical stuff and blah blah blah. Even if my current plans here that I made with the old player, if they're gonna work well enough with the new player, I'm hoping that it's not gonna be so bad that I'm going to like redesign the entire level and all of this is useless. I'm hoping to use this stuff. And my biggest concern is that I might have to basically take it all and scale it up a bit based on the player moves a lot faster now, but that also, in doing that, like in messing around with that kind of stuff, I might find that, oh, maybe the player is too fast and it works better if the player is a little bit slower and stuff like that. When making this level, I'm hoping to then more fine-tune the values of the player with the speeds and how fast they fly through the air and how fast you come to a stop and how quickly you repair rides and all that sort of stuff. This is going to be the testing ground of all of everything coming together, and yeah, that being cool. Oh, that reminds me that underwater stuff. We have an underwater mode that I have to like manually switch into. I don't even know if this level will have an underwater thing, but it could. But that, I guess, is a thing on the list that I would like to do. That shouldn't take that long. Just have in our, you know, not over here, in any of our test levels, just have a body of water that you can go in and out of. But it was big enough. It's not just like a tiny thing to actually move around, like through a extensive underwater section or whatever. But that'll also be a little thing on the list. I don't know if it'll be in the submariner level or not. It might be, but I'd like to make it because it shouldn't take that long. The underwater mode already exists. We just got to switch in and out of it, which should just be in on trigger enter, do the thing, on trigger exit, come out of it. And like I think switching between them will already kind of be handled fine. Because we've already been kind of accounting for that in other places of code. Anyways, though, I've been rambling long enough. It's been a long stream because I kept going trying to fix one more thing, but glad I did. We made more progress and less to worry about later. So yeah, we're gonna end things off here for today. Tomorrow, we're gonna be back doing game things. We're gonna be starting Heavy Rain. Is that what's next on my list? I think it is. Yeah. Yeah, we're going to be starting Heavy Rain, which I'm looking forward to. New game and stuff that I'm... Not a new game, a new game to me. It's as part of, like... We finished Little Nightmares, we finished Final Doom the last couple streams ago. Yeah, we'll be cool and whatnot. I'm very... there's a couple things I know about it, but I'm mostly spoil-free on it, so that will be cool. I also plan to 100% it, get all the achievements, probably. It does have achievements, yeah. However hard and complicated those end up being, we'll see. And then, yeah, stream after that, we'll be back at this. Stream after that, we'll be starting Doom 64. As far as Steam goes, the first Doom game that has achievements that I gotta worry about if I want 100% it, rather than just beating the games or whatever. Anyways, but we'll get to that when we get to that. So, that'll do it for this live stream. If you liked it, look forward to more. Thank you all so much for watching, and as always, I'll see you around. Alright, I'm gonna real quick just see, very much overtime, so I'm gonna look for like 2 seconds, someone to raid. No, there's no one that's like, I'd usually raid that's, especially, we're done like 3. If I raid someone, then I gotta, like, it takes longer. If I stop now, I can sleep immediately. So I'm very much over time, so we are just gonna end things, and, yeah. Alright, so, already did outro. I think I've said everything I need to say, so, yeah. See ya!